death was, after Cain killed Abel and then he went off. Adam and Eve had another son, and the quote in the Bible is a famous quote. But I guess my question would be to you, if you say they came down, you saw, my question is, when people say they have these experiences, right? My question is always going to be, well, what did he look like? I'd love to know what he looked like.
I didn't get to see God. God showed me my spirits, though, and then he channeled or possessed one of my spirits and, showed me scrolls in the other one and, had me tell him how many fingers he was holding up. And then I went and talked to angels, and that was probably the most surreal experience. That it definitely made me believe in the whole experience, because the way the angels were speaking was profound and, unexplainable.
Okay, so my thing is, words mean things. So when you say it was profound for what they said, but since you're saying it's unexplainable, then you probably don't even remember what they told you. Would that be right?
They just told me my entire life, and they basically told me I was gonna live thousands of years. And so I have no reason to disbelieve in what they say.
But that's interesting. Are you going to live these thousands of years in this body? Are you going to reincarnate? How does that work?
Well, they told me I was going to meet Jesus, and I met Jesus, and Jesus gave me eternal life, or his voice did, I guess, from hearing his voice.
I understand. I'm asking you, is it going to be in the same body?
I'm assuming so. Jesus said I'm going to be 20 for another 600 years, so.
Okay, so I actually think you're trolling now, dude, but it's good.
You think I'm trolling?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
So I'm going to give you one of the reasons why, and it's in a quick little syllogism, why assumptions. Theism, which is the belief in a god or gods, requires the assumption of both complex God. Naturalism requires the assumption of only physical universe as a brutal fact, self-contained system. Therefore, naturalism is more explanatory because it accounts for reality without multiplying entities and beyond necessities. So that's one of the good reasons why I don't believe in a god or God.
May I ask, how old are you now?
I'm 58.
No, not you, Jason. I'm sorry.
I got it.
You got me, man.
I'm 600.
You're still young. You're still young. That's young.
Right, you're not anywhere near Methuselah.
Methuselah. I got 200 or 300 years to go for Methuselah.
Yeah. But, Bodhi, how old are you?
I'm 4 years into being 20.
You've been 20 for 4 years, is that what you mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the comment if I can.
It's not for fun,
And he was a really cool guy. He was studying, I think he was studying chemical engineering, but he used to do a lot of hallucinogenics, right? So sometimes he'd go out, I was living near Washington Square Park, which is down kind of where New York University is. And so he'd go out and he'd come back, very high-strung, and he said, I looked at these clouds and these clouds change shape, and it's the universe. The universe is talking to me. And so I gave him one of those little portables, right? And I said, hey, man, next time this happens, take a fucking picture, right? If clouds are nature. And he'd say, no, man, you don't understand. It's happening so fast. It's happening so fast. Daryl, I can't grab my camera. And then I said, okay, well, yeah, but you grabbed your drugs. But you can't grab the camera.
That's literally something about the
That's funny.
Hey,
John, are you there?
Say something.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I think
Mike
wanted to.
Mike said he wanted to say
Yeah,
something.
Mike had a comment or a question. What up?
Yeah, hey, what's going on, guys? I would like the supernatural experience like that, and it's almost like a dream. It's like God speaks. I believe as a herd, actually, but I believe for the sake of this conversation and the sake of understanding everybody have a God already. I'm gonna refer to him as a man, but I believe that God has his own language, and you can interpret it. By the time that language gets to you and you interpret it based on worldly facts or worldly stories you understand to be true, or you understand based on how you understand these things. But I believe
social media and content creator. Yeah. And another thing too, it'll be better and probably cheaper if you have or no.
I don't know much at all about Shias. You grew up in Iraq?
Yes, I'm still in Iran. I'm in Tehran.
Oh, you're in
Yes,
Iran? It's an after the fact, like, rationalization, accommodation. Like, oh, human.
So how do you feel about the concessions made in this deal?
I don't really care. I mean,
You don't care? I mean, I thought your boy wanted to make America. I thought your boy wanted to make America great again. I mean, give me $300 billion. Iran doesn't really sound like it's making America great again.
Going into Iran never was ever about making America great again, because we wouldn't be there if we were trying to make America great again. So
why were we there?
I think Trump was just trying to remove, one, he removed Obama's name, and then two, he wanted to be in the history books. I think that's it.
As what, a loser? To be in the history?
Yeah, he voted for Biden, so I mean, who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
I mean,
did you see Biden over there spending hundreds of billions of dollars and fall flat on his face?
I mean, who cares?
All right, so the economic, the optimistic version of this is that perhaps this $300 billion brings Iran into the world economy. Iran becomes a good global citizen. We don't have beef with them in the West because the stimulus, it improves their construction, it's foreign investment, unfreezes their asset, will help stabilize their currency. So maybe, and no, it wasn't a planned victory, but maybe it ends up being a good thing when we look back on it 20 years from now. What about that perspective?
I like to believe that, but the problem is Iran was never an issue or a threat to us to start with, right, in America. And also guys, keep this in mind, this is a memorandum. This is also 60 days of also negotiations. It's not really been ratified. It still hasn't gone to Geneva. It still hasn't been. So we need to also, tread lightly, considering we have this devil on the other side that Amari seems to be backing up, called Israel, who is they're hell bent on attacking.
Don't say that. Hold on.
Don't say what?
Don't talk about Israel anymore.
Israel?
No, you can't say that.
Why not? Did you not see them? Why not? They're the foot.
Sorry, Marlene, what do you explain? Sorry, what are you talking about, Murray?
Remember, we have to be careful about saying things about Israel. That was
about what?
After last night.
After we get past the goofiness I want to get into, so after y'all start this little.
Thank you, Michael. I don't know, Murray. I don't know what you're talking about.
So Lisa
No,
got
it's
yelled
true.
at.
You're perfectly right.
So
Mike to make a Semitic comment, yes, but that has nothing to do with talking about the state of Israel. Those are two different things, and please do not conflict the two.
Okay.
So Ace, what were you saying? Because you were answering CEO that I want to go into on what we're talking about.
Well, all I was saying is, CEO, not that Iran was ever an issue to us, right? So I can see you look at the positive view in terms of business. Hold on a minute, CEO, don't act like Amari. Hold on for a second. Okay, hold on. It's funny terrorism. Let's start with that. You do know that Hezbollah came to be in 1982, and that was a response to what had Israel done? They taken about 15%. The Golan only came to be as a resistance. The Houthis wouldn't exist. The groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, all these groups would never have existed. First and foremost. Second of all, Hezbollah hasn't been funded by Iran. That's not their biggest funder. That's not at all. It's actually there's other players in this. So don't even bring that up at all. If Israel doesn't act like a buffoon, then people don't have to start to build these resistance groups as a response, right?
And considering they're not leaving Lebanon, I don't see how they're going to stop and having to deal with Hezbollah. And I don't see how the incentive that Iran's going to not, if they're the ones funding them, that they're going to stop doing that either.
I think the biggest sticking point in the deal is, one of the biggest things that Iran wants is an absolute permanent end to all aggression in the region, especially Lebanon.
Yeah.
And Israel has, Netanyahu a few days ago already said, we're not going to stop. So,
exactly. I don't even see this
why can't we talk about Israel, Amari? Why not?
I just think it's safe.
Please don't do that.
Michael.
Let's think
Before we go to
I just thought CEO said something and he started a topic that Ace, you stayed on that, and I want to join in on that. So stay on topic, please.
Yeah, we can stay on topic, but yeah, because you guys came up yesterday with the rule, and stop making me take credit for something that somebody said, Omari, because like I said,
Honestly, it's a credit. So you got yelled at.
Oh, okay, because please don't take me
Yeah, no, you got yelled at for something someone else said, so I don't want you to get yelled at again.
But I'm not anti-Semite, Amari, and I'm not stupid enough to say something
and I
like
wasn't
that.
either.
Exactly.
Either.
So don't be doing this, okay, Amari?
Ace, hold on. It could be offensive to anyone.
I don't care. Talking about and in country is not offensive.
Ace, let me finish real quick.
The way you talk about Muslims, Amari, the way you talk about other,
That's a lie.
exactly.
I don't
See,
talk about
there you go. You have. Actually.
No, I haven't.
You have.
Never ever said that.
But yes, you have. You said Muslims tend to be the ones that back anything. I'm
My
like,
name is Arabic. Come on, stop.
excuse me, why would you be saying you're lying? Don't do this, Amari.
My name is.
Don't try to silence people because just because someone else says something like obtuse, don't try to silence the rest of us. Thank you very much.
So you missed the inside thing of it, right?
Oh, no. He's not trying to silence you.
Right.
You have to know what happened. As far as him,
Thank you.
what you're talking about, he's not trying to silence. I mean, I got some kind of way involved in something I didn't even say from somebody who was in the room who said her exact words. She was saying something I forgot because I wasn't really paying attention, Ace, I must admit. But when I came back, because they were talking to her at that point, she said, for them telling me what she said, she's called Jewish people, and I hope this is the correct quote, small hats. And I think that was offensive. Am I not correct, Ace? That's an offensive term?
Yeah, people can take it offensively, of course.
All right, so I got it.
But that's not on you, though. That's not on you, though.
Yeah, it was. It was on me yesterday.
Well, it should never be on you.
Yeah.
It should never be on you. But people's individual speech is on them, not the person holding the room, because you are human. I wish I was.
I wish you were here. I wish
you stopped because you were also like shit.
I wish I was.
I wish you would have spoke up on that because.
And also, hold on. And also, we all know this. Lisa is moving about. She's doing things, and again, even she's not responsible.
Look at you! Look at you! Oh my God, we got a co-host. We've got a co-host.
I hate the fact that we're going to talk about this, but clearly let's just talk about
I
this.
had no intention.
Listen to those replays. You
Yeah,
are a shit disturber, Mari. Like, you are an absolute shit disturber, and it's the truth. But what had happened is that I was annoyed. In fact, like, I was annoyed. I'll admit by that girl, EXO, right? And then she proceeded to go say the most tried to stop what I knew what was coming, right? She was literally end up doing exactly what I tried to avoid, derailing the entire conversation, and ended up being like a couple hours or so of listening to her bullshit, which I couldn't even listen to. I actually walked away from my phone and I did other productive things because again, I moved it.
To listen to that for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, yes, I did, people, because again, hold Lisa, I love you. Hold on, everyone. Hold on, everyone. Lisa, I love you, but listen, when my counsel, listen, I done try to steer the course from the get go, and that was kind of like, no, let her say anything. I was like, okay, fine. Yeah, and you did it, you did it, and then they had to go into this whole thing with Quinn. Sorry. Yeah, because then, then they had to do this whole thing. What Quinn actually, long story short, what Quinn meant to say is not that he said that, he said that you invited her to say that, make that comment, and this is your fault. I don't believe that was his intention, and although he's not here, and I don't want to talk about that, but I don't, but I I personally think what he actually meant is that here you allowed this girl to talk in the first place, and this is what it ended up being. Of course, she ended up saying something really stupid, not only stupid, but really offensive. And I think that's what, but again, he's not here, and I think that was my understanding of listening to the conversation of what he meant. I don't think anyone would be able to, and this is very clear, you cannot, or anyone else on the stage cannot be held to account what another person's going to say. Like, that's just ridiculous. Everyone that knows this house knows that we do not do racism, anti-Semitism, especially not, like, we're not those people. So to expect you to be in control of what people say is asinine. And so I don't think that that's what he actually meant. I just think he meant because you allowed her to go say, hey, talk your shit.
I love you.
She
very much. So let me tell you what I'm very good at. Because I don't care I'm being honest right now. Now I want to be honest at all times. I don't know where you guys work or what you guys do in your personal life, but I'm usually the only Black person in lots and lots of situations. 90% of the time, I am the only Black person. I am and then too, also being a mixed race and stuff, especially when I was younger. There is microaggressions that you guys don't seem to get. I have my antennas up. I don't respond. I keep my same demeanor, my same cadence, my same lively, bubbly self at work. But I am almost a fucking Olympic gold medalist at picking up microaggressions. Now, I'll wait till that person gets in here. But this has been an ongoing, like a little clubhouse game some people like to play, where they go like, oh, I'm not saying you, but you're anti-Black. Look what you're allowing on Thursday. I know the game. I've been baptized by the fire in clubhouse, by fire. So I know exactly when people are trying to play these microaggressive little clubhouse, sneaky ass, old ass adult games. I know them well now. So I just call you out. And if it's not true, then I will be the first to apologize. But I know what's going on. And somebody came up and said the correct thing. They're gaslighting you. I said, I know exactly what's going on. I just don't, the way I move in my life, you guys don't pick it up that I know what's going on. So you always go, oh, I know he didn't mean that. Yeah, he did. He meant every word of it. Okay? So let's go move on. Let's move on. I forgot we were talking accurately. My daughter pulled one up, but I can't find it. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
Ace, let me get in on this real quick. So CEO was saying,
Hello?
as far as that he felt like that we
Hello?
came out better on this, or he was
Hello?
given.
I said I could come out better.
Hello?
Okay, so I was just going to give a counter.
Hello?
Essentially, so now the world knows that we can't fight asymmetrical war, that we can't beat a mid-power. They know that our leader, our commander-in-chief.
Yeah, let's just go fight an asymmetrical war and get thousands of Americans killed, because this room is a bunch of liberal, elite, intellectual, Democrat progressives, and yeah, they're all bloodthirsty. Charles didn't do a good job fighting that war.
Now they know that they can weaponize it. So that at any point in time, as long as they have control of it, which they'll have in perpetuity unless like someone actually takes that land. So they can weaponize it at any point in time, which is something they've never done before. International waters was free, and so they know now. And plus rewarded the bad behavior. So they close it down, and now they're getting paid, billions to open it up. So I think there's been a total hit show. I don't think there's any wins that are going to come out of this for us in the country.
I do think we can
Hey, Patty, nobody can fucking hear you. Gotta speak up, Patty. Hello? 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 Hello?
I'll be like this.
That shit crazy. That shit crazy.
I'm not saying.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Militaries in other countries,
Hello?
senior leaders, they know that
Hello?
we feel that because we know that
Hello? Hello? Hello?
they're not willing to
Hello?
to the point that what Iran can do to their citizens, we will not ever do to ours. I don't think most Western countries would, because we have.
Oh, really? We didn't mass force vaccinate our population with an experiment gene modifier and told everybody that the whole fucking world is going to collapse if we don't all do it to save our neighbors and our grannies? It's in Iran.
Standpoint of like the drones, so the cheap drones that they have, and then we're using like our expensive missiles. We're burning.
Why don't we use our cheap missiles? Why don't we just fucking throw sticks at them?
The way that we are now, like if we had a bunch of drones, we were like going.
Alright, I'm gonna go get my. I hope you guys enjoy this room. It'll go on for a while, I'm sure.
Plus two, and I can't like overemphasize. I just keep saying it because if it was our country or our kids, we would keep it like in our mouths.
Keep it 100.
Schoolgirls where they did a triple tap or whatever, to make sure that they got them. That is something that's never, going to go away. Plus two, we've killed their religious leader in the Ayatollah. So I don't know. I get that if we decided to commit to it, that there's nobody
we're the tits of killing.
In the world, so
if we really want to kill.
Put all of our might into it. But I'm just saying the way that this went down, it's just a bad look. There was nothing. There was no reason to do it. And like you said yourself, that for 2 decades they've been, they've had war games. They've been gaming this out, knowing sort of that it was brought with a lot of different situations. One being the Strait of Hormuz. I'm just saying that the man is
So the reason why we lose is because there's rules in the game. There's rules in the simulation.
Rules in the game, motherfucker.
Only allows us to do everything has to be under LOAC. Not only that, the rules in the simulation only allow.
Hello, the rules in the simulation.
So like when you talk about the future missile system,
There ain't no rules in the simulation, baby. That's the number one rule.
Like now, if you wanted to fucking their way, or if you're talking about drones, we got this thing called a Coyote block that's made by Raytheon. So look up Coyote block, and it's not drone. It'll go for swarms of drones. It's like we have these.
It's just a bunch of anti-Semites.
But we also know we have to estimate what civilian casualties look like, what it looks like to the rest of the world if we do these things. Do you know we got interceptors for drones?
Drone
And
interceptors.
then even fuck a drone.
Fuck a drone.
We can just use our fucking short range missile systems.
Ooh, short-range missile systems.
But we don't.
Sure ass.
Because when I talked about METTC, it's called the mission, it's the environment, it's the terrain, it's the type, it's the civilians,
It's a
and it's the
goddamn general
all
this
of
one.
that is estimated.
Promoted a 5-star. Put in charge of the Pentagon when Pete Hegseth
One of those
retires.
later radars or sensors, or if you decide that we're going to use our air defense guns. When we fire missiles and shit, we have to estimate what it looks like. It's going to be televised. And it's going to make us look
The
bad.
war will be televised.
And then we also have to look at the rules.
So and Patty, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I was just gonna say, so the whole thing with this triple tap, because I remember you talked about that. You talked about the intel that takes place. And I know like AI, I think did some of the targeting, but you're saying that they, even with the cameras that are on those, so they, know what they're shooting at. The building was clearly marked with school and kids, I guess, like drawings and painting. I'm just saying the fact that we did a triple tap, not like we would not do that because we're working the rules. That school kind of initial strike, but I can't get over the girls. I guess that's where I'm having the issue.
I mean, a lot of technology isn't self-correcting. I mean, once you get garbage in, you get garbage out. So at some point, if there's an error in terms of any of the collection modalities, you're going to get there.
No.
like you put the GPS information or the for y'all, we'll just say GPS, but it's like you put in the longitude and latitude of where it needs to hit, and the camera guides it to that point. Or they have like, we have like our laser guided missiles, and those cameras, it's not a camera where you can just sit there and watch the missile go and you're like, look to the left, you're off to the right. Like, it doesn't do that.
Okay, guys, let me do this.
Remember you saying that.
But wait,
Oh, go ahead,
even with
Michael.
the triple tap or double tap, that information actually came from Iran. So it's like, I think, I don't know what the investigation looks like, because I ain't on no need to know, but that has been Iran, like, people on ground. It was the Iranian officials that released that in their news.
Okay. No. Now that is hold on 1 second. Now, Patty, in that case, if it was like one strike and it was an error or whatever, then that, like, you know, I mean, I guess the American people, I'm just one person, but it's like that seems like something everybody can live with. But if what they're saying is true, and they did the one strike to like draw them out, and then a second strike to sort of make sure they got the people that they dropped, and they're talking about this person, that happened.
So from what McCain and them was saying, is it was like a simultaneously, like, it's like boom, 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 right? It was supposed to like when they were firing the missiles, it was like missile after missile after missile, and it was supposed to be targeting certain military bases. So it was one after the other after the other. It wasn't one hit, people come out, another hit, this happens, and then another hit to completely destroy. It was supposed to be
right. There was no sense.
Yeah, right. It was simultaneous.
Okay, I'm
sorry, but I thought the same thing.
Well, I think
because it was coming out and then.
Lisa, might say one thing before you transition. Okay, so Michael, I think the other thing that happens is when we talk about like who won and who lost, we're talking about it from the perspective of meeting goals. So America grew and didn't meet our goals, so you can say we lost. But if you were scoring it like a football game, how much damage did we do to her country and infrastructure versus how much they did to ours? Clearly, we did more damage to them.
Let me say this though. So like damage, right? So agreed that physical damage. How much damage has been done to us on the world stage? Like Trump has already like just destroyed like alliance that we built. Took us like 80 years, World War II, after we're the ones that damaged us in irreparable ways.
Well, so ironically, I think normally you'd be right, like if this was George H.W. Bush or Obama president, but how much lower could Trump have went in terms of America's brand? So it already was very low. So what, he made it a few percent lower?
Yeah, but then he takes out USAID, right? So it's like, so stuff, even like with propaganda, with like positive things that we're doing in areas to sort of bolster that, okay, we're doing some crazy stuff over here, but then it's like, with this other thing, I don't know. I'm going to yield because I'm just saying, I'm not really going to come over to y'all stuff and see what y'all saying. I just feel like the war on top of everything else he did, I just think he just damaged us in ways that I don't know that we're going to be able to recover from.
Okay, it's just not just the world stage. I mean, I'm worried about what people, no, not really. But it's interesting how the world responded because they saw us for who we are and who we've always been. But more importantly is that we spent a lot of money, we spent a lot of time, we spent lives for literally nothing. So you destroy his 50% of his capabilities, a Navy that really wasn't a Navy. They really weren't into flying because of where they were located, from what I'm being told and what I'm hearing during the day. So basically, the billions of dollars by having 3 strike groups out there, all the bombs, all of the drones that we intercepted, millions of dollars for these drones, okay? And I'm gonna go get the money. And what did we come out with? What we started with, and even less. What did Iran get? Okay, they had some shit blown up. but they still got their dust that he's talking about. They still got some ways to defend themselves. They still got their oil. Now they're charging a fee to go through something that was absolutely free to start with. They're getting their money unfrozen, and plus they're getting some other perks. So I don't know when, what. Y'all can spend this all day like a goddamn Ferris wheel, out of control, and there's nothing that was won with that money. I know you're always only purported for the military, but we need to stop this shit right here, right now, because people are selling. I heard in the room that people are selling blood so they can get dinner, going to the plasma centers. People are putting the 4 extension payment plans so they can buy what they need to buy to survive. Gas is high. It's not falling like a fucking rock. It won't fall like a fucking rock. Prices will not go down. All these high-ass grocery prices. I can't be the only ones paying the high-ass grocery prices. Hundreds of dollars for 2 bags of food.
Stop going to Whole Foods.
So, shut up. I can go wherever like I want to shop. It's just that you want me to go to the dollar store because of what Trump was doing. Is that what you want me to do, the CEO?
Yes.
Dollar store. If you take me to the dollar store, I'll go with you, and you show me how to work my budget, how to work.
No, I can't be seen there. I can't be seen there.
You might tag along with me, Lisa. I certainly can hook you up on anything watermelon to milk. You got it, sister. We get that going out here. You ain't gonna be with me, shoot. I have a friend that runs a 136,000 square foot store. They own it. He's the owner. He can give me whatever I want. You know what I mean? I help him load up stuff. Shoot, I get all. I get anything
delivered to New York. It's not gonna help me out. I appreciate you the offer. That was very sweet.
Believe me, if you was down here, I could hook you up because I gave a guy. He didn't have much today. He was at the store. And I came out, I gave him a bunch of stuff. I gave him 2 banana boxes full of food, man. He was very happy. And that's a lot of food for one person. You know, the big bananas come in, I gave him 2 of them. Yes, ma'am. But we eating today. You ain't gonna starve here.
So, yeah, I think that was the powdering. I don't think it was a sense of whiteness, like, the European.
I think racism started in America, but it spread throughout the world.
Oh my God!
We heard this first 5 times, right? We heard. Prove it. Why do you believe that, bro?
Prove it, man. Prove it. Shut up. Build your point.
Hey, why don't you keep it up? I'm gonna just move you down, bro.
What?
If you keep this up, I'm gonna have to move you down.
You keep saying it. You keep saying it, but you can't prove it.
Sorry for cussing y'all. I'm trying to stop that. But
You good.
Well, wasn't racism in America, but it spread throughout the world?
He likes talking over people. I remember that.
I think he just likes talking over you.
Yeah,
So you start speaking. Go ahead,
you talked the last time, right?
All right, well, I'm back on Kiki. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, so I forgot what I was saying.
See?
Hold on, just one mic on Kiki still. God damn, stop people looking off the mic already. Yo, it's on Kiki right now. To finish your point.
Kiki, what's Kiki?
Hold on, let me see. Let me help you out here, broski. I got you, man. I got you. I try it, yo. Kiki, you were talking about the white face Japanese thing.
Yes, the Asian. To my knowledge, that was already within their culture, and it wasn't to look for.
I think racism started in America, but it spread throughout the world.
Hey, get this cracker motherfucker out of here.
I got it. It's on you, Kiki.
Merci beaucoup. It was just a practice within their culture, not powdering the face to look towards a certain race, that being the Caucasian people, as a symbol. It's just something that was already practiced and not introduced after Europeans went into their land, which, to my knowledge, China was fairly untouched. Like, they didn't get a full colonialization from Europe, per se. They kind of, kept they're an old dynasty. So I'm not too for sure of like the colorism aspect in China per se, but definitely India, there is a connection between the Europeans, like British and India, and kind of reconstructing their caste systems where like you have the undesirables being the darker skinned people, whereas before it was a little bit more diverse.
The caste system. For eons before contact with Europeans. And all people fear those who are different than them. That's universal from the dawn of man. We fear people who look differently than us or speak differently because we're afraid they'll take our resources or our women.
Here's the stark difference though. If we breed with them, the genes are kind of like erased a little bit. You hear me?
No, I get what you're saying at all.
I bet you don't. So the importance of
Do you get what you're saying?
I do.
Try to say it simply, clearly, then, please.
The fear comes from eradication. That's where the fear comes from.
No, it comes from losing your resources.
No, it doesn't. Because you can steal more resources. What you mean? The Vikings wasn't worried about resources because they stole all their resources.
That's correct. And people fear them because they can't control their resources.
Right. You know they gotta be Aryan. You know why their blood is their genetics were not dominant. So there's a fear of losing yourself.
Those Vikings are still blonde.
Exactly. You know why they're still blonde? Because they're afraid to mix the race. Because if they mix the race, they won't be nothing more.
This has nothing to do with racism. Racism is fear of people taking your.
Alright.
And that includes your women, your resources, your food, your access to water, your riches, your cattle. People have always fought the guy from the other side of that. Maybe they worship differently, they had a different language, they look different, they had different clothes.
You heard Othello?
It's a Job's program.
Wait, is that responsive to what I just said?
Oh no, this is the point. You heard of it, right?
So you mean have I read the Shakespeare play? Of course.
Let him finish his submission before you interrupt, please.
He asked me a question. He asked me a question. The answer is yes. I've read Shakespeare's play Othello. Why do you ask?
Because that wasn't about racism per se. That was about genetic superiority. It was a fear. It was a fear of losing who you are to genetics. Because they weren't racist at the time, right? But that play emphasized. That play shed light on the fear that areas or Caucasians have about losing themselves to genetics.
That's
So
what
just
the play is about at all.
But just real quick, here's a list of things that drive racism. Fear is only one of 10 of them. Tribalism, desire for power, historically racial ideologies, use of legitimize slavery, colonialism, and segregation, economic competition, ignorance, lack of exposure, learned behavior, propaganda, scapegoating, status anxiety, confirmation bias, dehumanization, cultural and historical narratives, identity and belonging. There's a list of 15 things that are the underpinnings of racism.
I don't know why the resources just to highlight.
Fair resources is literally just two of 15.
All of those come out of the original one that I stated.
No.
All of those are subsequent. Yes, because before there were societies, before there was propaganda, before there was conquest, there was a scarcity of resources. Most human beings, for most of human history, their main activity was finding enough food to live. That's for most human beings throughout history, really up until the 20th century. And the reason why they fought with the neighbors next door was over those resources. And that's why they came to fear them. All people fear and mistrust people who are different than them.
Yeah,
that's a universal attribute.
Well, at this point, white people have by far the most resources, if you're talking about in the West, and still leverage every ounce of racism that they can leverage against people that don't look like them. When they literally probably control 95% of the resources in the West controlled by white people.
Right.
I think Abiy was no. That's not true. I think Abiy was not just something.
Of course, it's true.
No.
Yeah. Anyone in Asia don't control Asia, and they're
I'm talking about Africa. It's on Abiy right now.
This is interesting.
Jew. Many very much though. 2,000 years ago, Egypt. Like I don't understand that. Was that resources when there were
You haven't read your Torah lately.
Okay, was that wait, my question was at that time period, was there resources an issue?
100%. Did you forget about the great famine that was predicted in Joseph's dreams?
I'm not talking about that.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
Of course you are.
they never faced discrimination of any sort.
Why are you entertaining the spank?
It doesn't make sense because of this is weird.
In ancient times,
They didn't face
resources.
discrimination. They were welcomed wholeheartedly. Okay, cool. All right.
No, I'm trying to see what you're saying. Yes, in ancient times there was scarcity of resources. Up until the 20th century, I would say.
I think that notion that there is scarcity of I think that the scarcity of resources, that notion is definitely distinguished in the fear of other people, other groups of people encountering other groups of people, that there's some fear that they're going to take their resources. I don't think that's universal. I think that's reserved for certain groups of people, i.e. Europeans. For example, resources, for example, in Africa, like food disparity wasn't a thing, especially during the times of colonization or the transatlantic slave trade. So when those European groups encountered the African people were not reluctant to receiving them. As a matter of fact, they welcomed them because they weren't fearing, oh, you're going to come and take our millions of trees and our millions of cassava that we plant here, or whatever is plentiful in Africa. So that in and of itself is false. Also, it wasn't only Africans. The Aboriginals of Australia welcomed the Europeans, right? The natives of this land, in a sense, some of them welcomed and some of them didn't. I mean, the Incas, they welcomed them. They were showing them around how to plant this, how to do that. So to push this narrative that, oh, when others encounter others, they fear that you're going to take something from them is untrue. Now, you can say that for the Europeans, because during those times when the Europeans were their lands that weren't as fertile, right? They also were experiencing a potato famine, and things don't grow plentifully in cold Europe as they do in the global South, and things of that nature. So if you want to, you can define it to different groups of people, but you can't say universally that people just see other people from a different nation, different hue, different ethnic group, and fear that they're going to take their resources. It doesn't coincide with history universally.
Just imagine that white people traveled literally to the other side of the world to take resources from other people. They're so afraid. They literally got in their ships and traveled for months to take resources from other people. And when they found those people and took the resources, they went back and got more ships to come back and take resources from other people. But this is but somehow, hold on. No, you're trying to take my talking time. You're trying to take my talking time right now. Listen. The whiteness and you can think you can talk over me.
I don't have any whiteness with you.
It is crazy. You think you can talk over me is insane, bro. It's insane that you think that. It's not gonna happen though. So yeah. And so that while doing that, now we are led to believe that this was all driven by fear of taking their resources. While they were on the marching grounds to take other people's resources. People that have never even met them or cared about them or knew about them. People that took them in peacefully, they were taking their resources.
And then they, just to add, it's history, they committed genocide, and they gave them blankets filled with smallpox. That's a good thing.
That was proven to be accidental, by the way. They weren't filled with smallpox. It's just they had diseases in Europe. But let's go before there was colonization. Yes, it's quite true. I don't know why you're talking over me after you got over.
Because Abby wanted to say something. You don't control the stage, abnormal.
Have you heard of General?
You can't call it stage abnormal.
General Andrews was not Massachusetts. It's a real story.
Wow. Being discriminated as a minority.
Okay, so just let's be clear here. There's nothing to even really bother focusing on here. Obviously, racism is not just the fear of someone else taking your resources. No historian has ever described racism as such. Never has
the
that
root
been
of
the case.
racism. Trying to colonize the talking time.
Yep, I figured. Yep, as usual. So if we can stay composed, we can take turns, right? So again, no historian has ever described racism as such. No sociologist has ever described racism as such. No anthropologist, not a single anthropologist has described racism as just the fear. That's fine. You know, we do have a chat. You can always drive up. Man, this
Move you down, bro. I mean, I don't want to move you down because you're the only opposition, but you're making it untenable.
Yeah, shit is a joke. Just one at a time. That's all we gotta do. You can always respond afterwards, right?
I just made
I will shut the fuck up. If
you made a
chance to respond.
He said the smallpox never occurred with the blankets. Like he doesn't know what General Amherst did.
That was not deliberate.
Wait, Abby, if you don't mind, Abby, just 20 seconds. I'll put the link to the top of the room. It was deliberate.
Yeah.
It has been proven to be deliberate. Matter of fact, there's letters. So for everybody else in the room that cares about the truth, the link is to the top of the room, and then I'll drop a link in the chat with actual letters discussing the strategy.
Thank you so much.
So
we're not gonna let
absolutely
there's a campaign. So you know, Rahan, I'm from Amherst, Massachusetts, right? Well, Boston, but I went to school there, and they're trying to strip General Amherst because of his disgusting history of giving blankets with smallpox to natives. It's a movement that's going on to this day.
It will fail because it's nonsense.
Well, the funniest part about all of that, Faye, is that it wasn't even worth responding to.
I know, but I don't want others to.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, obviously do not let misinformation be spread, but let's just call that at the heart of it, right? Yeah, at the heart of it, none of the basis of this argument even stands. So there's just the dribbles of someone who actually thinks they understand racism and history more than actual anthropologists, historians, and sociologists. This is the cool. That's great. You can hand those degrees to the fucking squawk box.
No, I don't need to.
I care about facts. I care about the facts. I care about the facts. That's great.
Me too.
Keep them all. It's great. Fantastic. As I was saying, so no one agrees with this. There's no actual historian that says this. No sociologist that says this.
Why try to fight each other?
The most important part about all of this, we can always bring it back up. The most important part of all of this, right, is that the term race, the term racism, all of these things are issues. They've never been necessarily went to humanity. They've never necessarily been the thing that describes all of human history. They've never been any of that. People want to describe it this way, typically because they want to justify it and blend it into human anatomy and the human condition in and of itself, as if it's just natural for us to just be racist. The reason's pretty pernicious, obvious, right? So let's not play the game. Let's not go into it. These people that want to justify the shit, that want to blanket it into some sort of DNA-based thing, all that is crap. All of it's never been true. Just like freaking phrenology, you motherfuckers want to make us believe that the shapes of heads and skulls and shit like that was important. Here we are describing the same thing again, just with the term racism in and of itself. So just let's have a real intellectual conversation instead of describing words in ways that no dictionary has ever described it. And I'm allowed.
He unfortunately left, but just to wrap up this loose end, I put the link in the chat where Colonel Bouquet wrote a letter to Amherst suggesting the distribution of blankets to inoculate the Indians. And then Amherst responded. He posted a link. You can look at his actual letter.
Oh, I didn't even read the letter. Thank you.
Yes, approving this plan. You just know it, right, Faye?
Yeah, I knew about it because in undergrad it was a hot topic. I'm just so upset it never really was dealt with. So that's why I never read the letter though.
Yeah, it's in there, and he approved the plan and suggests as well, quote, to try every other method that can serve to extirpate this execrable race. And in the other letter, they said that they discussed the use of dogs to hunt the Indians, and Amherst approves it, but says we cannot implement it because there are not enough dogs. Yo.
Yeah, like I never questioned it. The funny thing is, it's so ingrained, like as a fact, that I never really even needed to read the letter because it's a known fact. Like it's not, but it's good to kind of have that letter at hand because the fact that he did that and he's still being praised and named after and not stripped is still ridiculous.
Wow, you fucking L Normo over here talking about I got degrees and all this shit. I don't even know this basic ass thing. I could have just Googled it in 2.5 seconds.
No, but it's like a common like thing. It's not even like a
That's
hidden
what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. It's such common knowledge, but apparently if you earn enough degrees, all suddenly common knowledge just disappears.
And then next he's gonna say the Trail of Tears never existed. Dumbass.
But trust me, I got a degree on that.
It's a Trail of Fears. SK, you want to say something, SK?
Hi, can you hear me? I'm on my Bluetooth.
It's a little far away.
It's a little low, but if you speak with some, you know?
Put some volume.
Okay, hold on. And
Yeah.
we're actually getting rain here for once. It's like, oh man.
We kind of can hear you.
Yeah.
So,
Project like a white man.
I sound like a white man?
No, I said
project
like a white man is it?
All right, so in the town that my heritage is from India, northern India, by Nepal.
Punjabi?
And the town that my parents get away from the plains and New Delhi and other parts of India. And what happened was that they had a sign, so there's a walk that you do around the lake. So there's a big lake. I don't know, it's like a 10K or so walk. The upper level for the British and the bottom level and for Indians and dogs only. So when you mentioned that dog comment, it reminded me of that what they had in their town for Indians and dogs only. In their own country, they moved the Indians. Can you guys hear me? I'm going to see if I can get off of.
Hey, you're fine.
Yeah, you can hear me? So that was, I mean, it's horrible. And so I'm not quite sure what letter you guys are talking about. I'm not familiar with that, or I came in halfway. But that is the truth, that's how they were treated in India. And that's just the start of it, of course, right? I'll land there.
Thank you, Milo.
Thanks for sharing, SK. I'm just ping some other people real quick.
Yeah, you got to. I mean, doesn't this always happen with El Normo? Like, he will interrupt the fuck out of everyone until he gets thrown out every single time.
Yep, I noticed the pattern. He cannot, as a grown-ass old man, sit and have a decent conversation. It's too hard for him.
Yeah, I don't think he's on the spectrum.
No, I think he's just a old selfish fuck that can't stand when the attention's not on him.
It's on the spectrum.
I thought he got autism.
Yeah, it's called the racism.
The Zionism.
Oh my god. I did not mean to say that. You know what's funny, Rohan? Sorry, there's construction here. It's like he's a Jew. Imagine me saying the Holocaust never existed. The Holocaust never existed. It just never existed. That's just some bullshit for me, right? That's some false information that I'm spreading. And he wouldn't be too pleased with that, I'm sure, as a Jew.
There he goes. He's looking good again.
How dare you tell another group a genocide that existed never happened, which is one mechanism with smallpox.
It was.
Fuck out of it.
And since before I bring him up, that's a really good point, Faye. Before I bring you up, we actually looked at the link. There was a letter from Amherst discussing the distribution of smallpox blankets. This is well understood. We don't have to make it up. The link is already in the chat. So when you come up, maybe you can speak to why you lied to the stage.
When he comes up, you should make him read that passage.
Have to read it first.
Out loud.
Ironically, I never lied to this stage. Now, I'm sure you guys will interrupt and prove yourselves to be hypocrites, but let's see how long you can contain yourselves. Very familiar with that letter. The letter is widely disputed, and it is one example of one guy who may have done one thing. So the idea that you could wipe out a people based on one mention puts you to extreme shame, not a little bit of shame. Now, let's move on to the universality
Before you move on,
of racism.
Before you move
I'd
on.
like to, if you don't mind not interrupting.
No, I'm sorry. I'm on the stage. We do 1 point at a time. 1 point at a time. So you just said the letter is widely disputed. I just did a quick search. The so-called Amherst letters discussing the use of smallpox against indigenous people are not widely disputed in terms of authenticity. Historians generally accept that the letters are genuine. The debate is about whether the plan was actually carried out or how effective it was. The letters themselves are authentic and preserving historical archives. Amherst wrote to Henry Bouquet, suggesting that smallpox might be used against Native Americans during the conflict known as the Pontiac War. Bouquet replied that he would try to spread the disease if possible, and Amherst endorsed the idea. So it's whether it works or not.
Yes, so then it wasn't.
So the letter isn't disputed, so that was another lie.
No, I said the letter as proof that this happened. You just decided that it didn't even happen, which is exactly my point.
It's about whether it was effective or not. No, it did not.
Right, whether it happened or not.
I'll go with you. I'll let other people do it.
Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Now that you've agreed with me.
I have not agreed with you.
Wait, didn't you just say that it didn't happen?
I didn't say it didn't happen.
Okay,
wait a second.
I did not say it didn't happen. You just a liar. You listen with lying ears.
The letter is not disputed. The actual letter his letter is not disputed by historians.
Say the letter is not disputed.
You did.
They archived it.
Yes,
lying again.
It's not the letter.
The whole stage heard you.
There's a
It's the first words. Anybody in the room Norma does not come on stage and say that letter is widely disputed.
As a proof of a
widely disputed, yes.
Deliberate genocide using the blanket, which you just agreed to.
I did not agree to it. What was disputed is whether or not it was effective.
Do not just say that this was not an actual effective tool of genocide.
No, I did not. Another lie. God damn.
Bro,
you are so...
Read that. No. Read that part again.
Sure, hold on.
Thank you.
The debate was whether or not the plan was effective. I didn't say it wasn't done. It was like they dropped the bomb. Whether or not the bomb worked.
No.
That didn't happen. You have the listening comprehension of a 3-year-old
No, I'm very good at it. Personal attack will not make you argument.
No, because you're interrupting people and you try to come on the stage and act like, let's see how long it's going to take before I get interrupted. You're still doing it. And you keep doing it. Stop. Like, it's okay. If you have mouth diarrhea,
Stop being fragile. Enough with the fragility. You can handle it. Yes.
You can wait until somebody stops talking to come off of mute. It's not hard. We all did it. We all
enough with the fragility and tedious.
And you don't act your big age, you don't.
Let's go to the next topic. I think I've had my point on the letter. I just want to know the letter. So did they commit genocide using poison blanket? I just want to say, yes or no? I just want to say, I'm not surprised. The Holocaust never fucking happened. It was just one man. You lower
How
yourself
effective
to
was it?
the
I feel like it's just propaganda that the racist and all this other stuff, right?
You just proved that racism is universal.
How does it feel?
You just proved.
How does it feel for somebody to say that jack shit happened to your fucking people? Can I fucking finish
my point?
Who's fragile now? Who's fragile now? Let me preheat my oven. Let me preheat my fucking oven.
Let's just get one mic, and then we'll go
I thank you for proving my point that you're racist.
Thank you for proving how fucking fragile you are, right? How fucking fragile you are. How does it feel?
mute.
So you have to talk about people being friends.
You've
proven your racism.
It's on Abby
You've
real quick.
proven
Abby,
that other people can be racist.
hold on. It's on Abby real quick now.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and recap what just happened. I just want to make sure we capture what just happened. And if anyone disagrees with what I say, please go ahead and go into the chat and just say no at any point in time instead of interrupting me. So to be clear here, firstly, El Normo decided to disavow the entire happening and the historicity of the fact that smallpox blankets were being used. And then when given evidence, he said that the evidence was widely disputed. And then when provided evidence further that it is not widely disputed, he moved on from it being widely disputed to actually it just didn't happen, and that Rohan just agrees with that position that it never happened. Of course, no evidence to it never happening either. Just moved on, and then commencing with just trying to move on from the subject entirely. Let's just make sure we're all agreeing on exactly what has happened, all right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it was like a movement of the goalposts. And for everybody in the room, everybody else, the Amherst letters weren't the only case of that. That was the only evidence. There's also evidence that British officers, I'm reading right now, gave blankets and handkerchiefs from a smallpox hospital to representatives of the Delaware Nation. That happened. A journal entry by
What's the evidence? I want to see.
Sure, bro.
Can you let him finish? Is it killing you? Wow.
It is. It's
No,
like
making me feel agreed. You proved my point for me.
Listen, my 3-year-old niece, right? If I ask her, hey, Uncle is talking right now. Okay, can you give me a second? She would say, yes, Uncle. And she would sit there and wait until.
You know what? My 5-year-old.
And you are unable to do it. You are a grown ass man. You don't have any impulse control
is smarter than
of a 3-year-old girl. Grown man don't have the impulse control of a 3-year-old girl.
That's a fact. My 5-year-old
It's not on you.
You see, he can help it.
And he can think better as well.
You can't help it.
Go ahead, Rohan, about the Delaware Nation.
Oh yeah. The Delaware Nation, and then there's a journal entry by Trader William Trent recorded where the items were given to convey the smallpox to the Indians. Then there's the Jeffrey Amherst and Henry Bouquet letters. There's, matter of fact, I'll just put link after link.
There's so many. Don't worry.
Yeah. Gaslight somebody else. All right, so I'll stop.
I wanted to say, like, whenever somebody has good information, backed up, evidence based, they don't need to interrupt. They're
Do you have anything to prove your point, El Normo? Well, yeah, first of all, exactly. Put it in the chat, because we're not going to trust shit coming out of your mouth after the fuck shit that you tried to put on the stage. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, no one asked. We just asked for evidence. That's all.
You gave the evidence.
Move on from here.
Yeah, let's
be quiet.
Slow down.
Be quiet. Shut up.
You said, not me, that it was.
Post it in the chat.
Whether
You
it
said
was
the letter wasn't authentic. We're not going to fall for
No, I didn't say it was inauthentic.
We have it
I
already.
said it was debunked as proof of the genocide. Now, you said it was debunked. You said it was debated whether. Yes, I did.
You didn't say
You
that.
said it was debated whether it
It's
was effective
racism
or not.
as American. Anybody else wants to join in?
So let's
and
talk
discuss
about whether it
this?
was effective. So did it happen?
on the stage. He's just gonna answer.
Okay, Al, you have to put it down. But you have to maintain your impulse control. Please just control it and let people talk, and then we'll give you your chance. Do not do that. You're gonna get kicked out. But you're gonna get kicked out. I'm trying to mod the room. And I respectfully ask you to stop going off of mute.
And may I ask you to do the same?
No, you're doing it right now. You're doing it right now. Please stay on mute, like everyone else. Stay on mute. When it's your turn, you can unmute it. Your mute button shouldn't come on until we're done. Next person. Hope, do you want to say anything?
Just trying to see what is this explanation for what happened to the natives that was in the Caribbean, because they're completely extinct, especially in places like Jamaica and Haiti. So if they didn't give them those blankets, what did they give them?
I haven't studied that. I know about the debunking of the blanket theory.
So what happened then? How did these people some of them come extinct?
Which people is it? The Taino Indians of the
Yes.
I don't know. We could study it together the same way we studied the blanket theory.
Well, it is said that they brought the same thing: blankets, smallpox and measles, starvation and slavery.
Okay. The accepted explanation today is that the Europeans had more contact with livestock, and therefore there was a zoological transfer of certain diseases, including smallpox, to the human population of the Europeans, and they inadvertently infected the native population here, which is what happens when two populations encounter each other. It was not intentional genocide.
What is your source?
Okay. First, let's talk about the scientific and biological.
He doesn't even know about that region, and then he made up some theory.
No, I was talking about the North America, not the Caribbean.
Oh, address her Caribbean.
You're not listening.
She
You're just not listening carefully
about the Caribbean. She asked you about the Caribbean. She didn't say pivot back.
Yes. Well, we're talking about two things at once: Caribbean and.
He started talking about America. She asked specifically about the Caribbean.
Yes. And what did I say? And what did I say? I didn't know because I was being.
Then stop talking. Then stop talking about it.
Okay. So ask me a question and then stop talking about it. Fair enough.
You said you didn't know. There's nothing else to say.
What the fuck? Well, I didn't know about the Caribbean. I said we could study it.
That was the question.
I did study the debunked blanket theory. And somebody asked me, why did it happen? And I gave one here among people.
Third eye, you got anything?
Hey, what's up, Brian? What's up, man?
Some Europeans had diseases.
But he's refusing. He's refusing. So I don't know what else to do. He's interrupting Third Eye. Third Eye was next.
Hey, stay woke, my brothers and sisters. I'm kind of just responding to the title. Is that as America's, is racism as American as apple pie? Sorry, I'm playing a game too. And I would say, yeah. I mean, this starts off with the Revolutionary War, right? Some of the founding fathers were abolitionists, right? But most of them weren't. And one of the main reasons why the Revolutionary War happened was due to slavery. So it's like, yeah, I mean, this is all embedded in America's culture. I mean, so as being a venture capitalist and a land grabber, that was also the reason why the war happened. But yeah, I mean, this is in our DNA. I don't ever see it really changing because this is what shaped America to being what it is, unfortunately.
Go ahead.
I think it is as American as apple pie. Americans, for some of us, may or may not know, would actually often sell food, damn near have festivals, cookouts centered around Black people being lynched, for example. So where a lot of food, Western food, desserts, and things like that, yeah, I think it's very much as American as apple pie. I'm very much sure that apple pie was probably served there as well. I'm done.
Avi, the reason why we had to clear up this whole him denying the smallpox letter, the incident, is because these, with the critical race theory, with the MAGA people, we cannot continue letting them rewrite history, even within our own circle. We can't say that statement and then we're all going to be quiet about it because we're used to that. We can't. We got to debunk that with evidence, and if they can't provide what she never did, that's all we wanted to show. That was my goal. I mean, I wanted him to show something, and he didn't have anything to show. That was sufficient enough for me. I don't know about y'all, but well done.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually ironic that when you tell the truth, when you speak on facts and you provide evidence, somebody thinks they're calling you a slur by calling you woke. It's just ironic. Like, okay, so being woke is speaking facts? Well, way to at least redefine it in the way that it originally was defined. Good job. I have no problem with ensuring that misinformation is not spread by directly attacking it. All this whole let's move on to going back to racism. Just because he was getting spanked on stage. We should not be allowing that. Fuck no. You say some crazy ass shit, you're gonna have to stand on that shit 10 toes, and then you're gonna have to provide evidence, not cry about it the whole time, try to run away from it the whole time. Fuck that. None of that. Nope. You do not get to just spread misinformation and run the whole time.
Really quick, Desire, just to say something for the replay. I have no issue with Israel. I have no issue with Jewish people. But I will go to hell and meet you there when people try to minimize, disregard, dismiss actual history that happened to marginalized people, specifically black people. And I'm fucking appalled that you, as an alleged Jewish person, had these things to say, and in other rooms, the things that you had to say when it comes to racism, anti-blackness, and so on. So, I will meet you in hell every time you say shit.
With Israel. I don't have a problem with Jews. I don't have a problem with the faith.
Yeah, like the government.
I have a problem with Israel. The people, they were polled, and they were asked about the genocide. In 97, I can bring the link up. 97, 98% said they support it. So yeah, I have a problem with Israel. I don't have a problem with Judaism. I have a problem with Zionism. Again, Zionism takes different shapes. Muslim Zionists, Christian Zionists, atheist Zionists. Zionist is Zionist. Doesn't matter. Faith is not. They just happen to be of a certain faith. But that's it. It's still Zionism. But yeah, I just think that going back, I just think that ironically he should be on our side because of the experience with the Holocaust, and there's still people to this day denying that the Holocaust actually ever existed.
Yeah.
That misinformation is being spread. So I was using that as an example to kind of hit a soft spot, and he's trying to leave it go.
And Prince landed it. He came in and started. That's when El Normo, he started getting really mad.
Yeah. I did that on purpose. I like how you feel. Deny your own shit.
Yeah.
You see how you feel about that shit. How you like them apples? As we say in Boston. How you like them apples?
And that apple pie too. Yeah, no, this.
No pun intended.
It's a joke. Unfortunately, it's a sad joke, but unfortunately, never again for some people just means never again for us only. So that's just what it is. It is racism as American as apple pie, though. The title there, of course, it is. Funny enough, I think I heard at some point somebody go, well, racism didn't exactly begin here. It's not like a thing that Americans invented. Well, ironically, Americans didn't invent apple pie either, dumbass. But I'm going to just move on from that. The important part is that it is as American as apple pie. I think it's fundamental and foundational to a lot of the origins of America, unfortunately, and is inscribed in American history and inscribed in American culture. You can slice out racism, and it can define and literally exemplify a lot of what has happened in the last 300 years, literally, by definition. And like the answer to a lot of the shit that happened is literally racism. A lot of the times. That's how crazily embedded into our society racism has been, and into our history and into our culture. It's wild shit. You can still find today, you can still find fucking deeds, house deeds, that still say, hey, you can't allow this race and that race to buy this house, and you still gotta sign that deed when you buy a house. That's just also on a side note, whenever somebody says as American as instead of apple pie, I feel that we should say cornbread because that's more American.
All right. I never understood why apple pie and baseball specifically was always associated with America as a kid, because like I associate football, like American football, with America, not baseball, and probably other dishes like a hot dog or something, corn dog.
Yeah, some shit like that. I mean, at least baseball had a history of being America's favorite pastime, but like apple pie is literally not an American thing. Baseball was invented in America, so was cornbread. So
was cornbread.
If it were quicker, the minute he said that
should be like, so it's the Holocaust. So make me go America.
That was hilarious.
There are deniers, sir. I put the link from Al Jazeera. I could put different links to support that. Majority of Israelis supported the genocide.
But that was the first time.
I'm talking about in 90s. I forgot the exact number. I think it was something like 96% of Israelis actually support killing civilians. The complete genocide.
Yeah, sorry, Faye. That was the first time I've ever heard anybody dispute the smallpox blanket theory. Like, that was something I just remember learning even in elementary school.
Exactly.
I learned about, like, Sacagawea and things like that. Like, I've never heard anybody dispute that. I've heard people dispute the Holocaust and the transatlantic slave trade, things like that.
Like, I expected it from a MAGA, is what I'm trying to say. Like a MAGA person, but somebody who claims he's in academia.
I've had a virus denier bring it up, and I mean, it is true that we don't know the impact of it, and it doesn't seem to have been, actually it doesn't seem to have been a major impact. It was more of them getting captured, or capturing white people that already had smallpox. That's how they're getting it a lot. But yeah, I mean, there was an intent there at one point. Again, I don't know how impactful it was, but it was there.
Yeah. What about the Trail of Tears, right?
Yeah, did that happen?
I don't really know about that as far as them giving smallpox blankets. I don't know if that's in the trial.
It's a hoax, guys. It's a hoax. It never happened. They were just going on a stroll.
No. You know, just for my knowledge, if anybody has more knowledge on the Trail of Tears, from what I remember, I could be wrong. Wasn't that like it was a series of battles, right? Or am I tripping?
The Trail of Tears is basically where when the Europeans stole their land and made them walk west to land that they didn't know or was like uninhabited according to their thoughts and ideas or whatever.
And if you see how, like, look into how they forced migration, right? Like the conditions of the natives, how they were treated, they died during their migration. Yeah. From, like, for example, from Florida. Yeah. So it's really sad if you dig into how they were treated and the abuse and the killings and just barefoot, dragged. It was horrible.
It's very similar between. It's sadly very similar what happened in the Trail of Tears to what happened in Palestine for the Nakba. Both just forced displacements that led to an incredible amount of death. But I would even say the Trail of Tears was way worse because it was just like an openly state-sponsored just like straight. Let me just walk these people to death. Like that shit was nuts. Like drag them to death. Like fucking starve walk them to death. Like it was crazy.
I'm sorry. Would you call the one in Palestine the Trail of Nakba?
No. It wasn't a trail. It was just called. It's called the Nakba.
The Nakba.
NAKBA is what I would spell it out as if you're like looking it up. And it's also just a huge forced displacement of natives there, the native Palestinians. Like there was just one that was known as the Nakba, but yes, there's one.
Yeah, Nakba in Arabic translates to catastrophe. Okay.
Yeah, just nickname that. Yeah, it's kind of like how the term Holocaust.
Right.
It also has.
It has a connotation to a certain event, even though Holocaust is universal. Same thing with Nakba is universal, but when you say the Nakba, it's referring to a certain top guy. Thank you.
Right, yeah. And also just like it meaning like destruction also, like Holocaust meaning that. Or burning. So it's kinda like the same thing. It's a symbolic terminology. Fucked up shit out here though. Man, I haven't had apple pie in a minute though. I still gotta make that burnt sugar cake.
You know, it's so fitting. Sorry, I'm just looking at the psychology of Zionism, right? Like just how they move, how they act, how they rock this earth amongst humans, right? Because What's so fascinating, right? It's how do I say it? When they really focus on resources, it's a Zionist thing, right? It's just it's very fitting just to like remove all the other motives and just focus on resources. It's like a form of justification for such evil acts. I think it's very telling. You know, you don't even have to like ask them if they're a Zionist. They're telling you. Zionism is a form of racism, so he was perfect for the topic, actually.
It's obviously damn he left. I wanted to ask him some shit.
Why did Avi leave? Gosh, he didn't say bye.
Rude as hell. Yeah, I was just gonna ask him. I said I was gonna ask him, did he know if Eleanor is even allowed in the space politically correct anymore? Because because of shenanigans like this that he pulled, where with the blatant lying and misrepresentation as far as what he said originally and things like that, or what other people say claiming that just a bunch of the bullshit that he spews and the Zionism that he spews.
I think it's the interruptions.
That of course that too. Yeah, I don't know if he's still allowed in politically correct anymore. I was going to ask Happy that if it was or not. It seems like something happened and there's topics about specifically black people, racism, and shit like that, where he just wants to impose his views on them.
He thinks every stage is Palestine.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But yeah, the over talking, it tells a lot. That's why I keep saying he has autism, because it's like he can't control it. Like you can feel his fingers shaking to press the unmute button. It's like he has to say something. He will not. It's like kids with Asperger's and autism, they have those types of things. They, Tourette syndrome, all those things, come on the spectrum.
What about people who are just like straight up wrong? Like I was talking to somebody the other day, one of them those temple black folks, and they said black people don't have mitochondria. And I had to like cut them off because they sounds really stupid.
Wait, mitochondria as in the powerhouse of the cell?
Yeah, they said black people don't have them. They said evolution is fake and black people don't have mitochondria.
We don't have a mitochondria. Wow.
No, because he started talking about endosymbiosis. And I was like, what about mitochondria? Oh, black people don't have it, because the alleles, and you know how they get all into that, overstanding type shit.
Well, I can tell they didn't pass biology class in the 9th grade.
Yeah, one of them hotel joints, yeah.
Tender face. Well, I know some.
I bet he has 7 kids though. Yo, what's up? Yeah, those hotels be crazy. They look like Power Rangers. Yeah, I think Elmore got kicked out of politically correct. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he did.
Appreciate the confirmation. Just in case, if my shenanigans gets my account clipped, I'll come in on my burner. I'll message one of the mods with the name is my account.
What do you mean by get clipped? What does that mean? Somebody
I mean, I can definitely agree. I definitely say some anti-Semitic things.
they'll diss, like.
Click me if they don't move your account. Your account is no longer there.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
So just in case, this is what the mods think about our burner account.
you say it? Never mind, don't repeat it. But, oh, no. I mean, for the record, they clear it up in the way he was proven the point. In context, it's not what he. That's not those words. No, I know. Yeah, I'll say that again for the record. They review it. Yeah, for the people when they review for the record.
Right. Yeah, I just went to hell because he went to hell. That's all it was.
You took it straight underneath the hell.
I couldn't hear half of it because
You know, since we are talking about Eastline real quick, I'm just still trying to figure out how you're like the top surveillance country in the world and you own like every AI, VPN surveillance companies, major companies, and somehow you miss motherfuckers flying in with hang gliders. So figure that part out, guys. I mean, if you look at VPN companies, AI companies, surveillance, it's Israelis, and then for some weird reason, somehow they just missed October 7th the whole day. Oh, really weird.
It's not really weird. 7 hours it took for Hamas to come in, and it took 7 events. Why did it take that long? How did they reach?
On hot air balloons. They're coming in on hot air balloons and mopeds. It's really weird, man. I don't know. But I just don't know. I mean, I don't know.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Hopes of the restoration of the prophet's family became increasingly expressed in messianic forms. The Mahdi is
That is it, yeah. That's the conductor was really good. We're getting there.
That's about almost 30 seconds. Most of these people were once again working with Israel and Assad. They were armed people at those rallies, those protests. It's a shame that they. Oh look, this is how you know that he's not only a propagandist, but he's a terrorist supporter. Because look at the flag he's holding up. That is not the Iranian flag. That is not the flag of the Iranian people. These people are living in a fantasy world. What's going on? You don't deserve competition. You don't deserve competition. You don't deserve to see those white women in Europe.
Hold on. But even people that are when you were totally against this war, they're honest about. But look, all those Iranians, if you want to know, please won't happen. You won't survive this Mullah on the politics. The life of Mullah is finished with peace inside Iran. I would guarantee that. With whatever means I can do. If you kick them out yourself, it is much easier for the world.
The rulers still have Iran, my friend. Deal with reality. The rulers control Iran, and so does the IRGC. They are in control of everything. Nothing's going to stop that. They have the strain of Hormuz in the chokehold. They messed up the U.S. economy, messing with those filthy-ass kites. And the American people have spoken. We're tired of it. Donald Trump was forced into the corner, and he knows that his presidency is going to go down as one of the worst, which he cares about his image.
Ordering the court. Now, to be fair, there's a lot of people that were kind of more right wing. I guess you could say skeptical of this war, but nobody. I've not listened to anybody say that anything more than like 80 or more than, it's like, I forget the percentage. It's like 10 to 20% of the population is supportive of the IRGC. The rest of the fucking country does hate them. They're not. When you say if you're a terrorist supporter, when literally, at least 80% of the people dislike the IRGC that live there. I mean, I would not call you
80% of the population of 93 million are not in favor of the tax.
90%.
No, you're wrong. You're a liar. You're not even wrong. You're just a liar.
I can say that with confidence. You're not telling a lie. You're not wrong. You're just a liar. The fact of the matter is, more than 50% of the country do agree with the Ayatollahs and the Iranian regime. They do.
Projection alert system has been activated. The projection alert system has been activated. The projection alert system has been activated.
They were elected. These come from Iran. I don't want to hear this from America and Europe. They don't live there. It's coming from the Iranian people.
It's not the source for that. Second point is that you won't even launch that.
We're not listening to the UK. We're not listening to America no more about what the people of Iran say. Because Pepe, this is one of the biggest proofs. Where was the big uprising then? When America started bombing and Israel started bombing, why did not millions, tens of millions of people make the uprising and take over the country?
He told them to stand down. These got down getting massacred.
You know why they stood down? Because they stood with their country because they were being attacked by westernized terrorists. And they sided with the Ayatollahs. We don't want America. You seen the big ass protests that were going on in Iran. They did not want American and Israeli intervention. They all kept saying it. Stay out of Iran.
You are as bad as people who deny Holocaust. You are the worst on this planet.
Well, guess what? Many Jews deny the Holocaust. Many Jews question the number of the Holocaust. So I don't give a shit about the Holocaust and Hollywood script that they put into it.
You are the worst element.
You are the worst. You are the worst. You want to stick your nose so far from Rabbi's ass you can't even smell your own perfect sand anymore.
As bad as the people who deny Holocaust. You are deny Holocaust.
Well, Holocaust. I don't get Holocaust.
Exactly. You don't give a shit about Holocaust.
Wasn't born in 1940 or 50. I don't care about that shit.
You confess that yourself.
We're talking about the modern day, 21st century, and guess what? Iran defeated the regime of Israel. They went down. Donald Trump bent the knee. He figured it out finally with his fucking pea brain that he is destroying America when he said no more foreign wars for those fucking kites and for your
You're right. I totally agree with you, Ramadan. 100%. You're right.
America first.
No, you are against you.
Yeah, for the America first thing,
Stop begging. We don't want to help you people.
He's denying Holocaust. He's not American. America first.
What America got to do with the Holocaust?
He's not American first.
Listen.
Resistance is Muslim. You gotta listen to the point. The black man is always right. He's Muslim first.
Islam first. Islam first. That's a fact.
Always, baby. Always, baby. He has to deny it. This is where at least I can respect resistance. Peter, 1 second. I can at least respect resistance because unlike a lot of the Zionists, you try to say, oh, I'm America first. But no, they're really Israel first.
No, I'm America first. I don't care about it.
Says he's Muslim first. That's fine.
Yeah, because Muslims, we live, you know why, Pepe? This is the difference between the Muslims. We love America. We thrive here. Everything's doing great here. We own big businesses here. We care about our goddamn gas. We like driving Lamborghinis and fucking Mercedes just like everyone else.
No, he's not. You lie intentionally about attempted genocide. You people executed.
You're lying. You lied about the people who were killed in Iran, you fool.
If you deny
with no evidence.
It is proven. You are executed. You are not Muslim.
Oh man, the only people who listen, my friend, we don't care about what an apostate says. You apostated from Islam. You are considered less than a human being to us.
No,
you are not a Muslim.
You are denying the attempted genocide.
You are a Jew. You crypto Jew.
Based on the Islam's very.
You want to be a Zionist, so you're a crypto Jew. Crypto Jew. We don't want to hear from you, man. You want to destroy every country just for Israel. Fuck Israel.
No, you should. You are.
We're tired of Israel. Fuck Israel, man. They're not getting our billions of dollars no more. We can use that over here. We need better roads. We need better. We need our.
They are not the best, but they are nothing.
No more nothing. Stop begging. If Bibi Netanyahu is so tough, like he said, that they're gonna keep going without America, do it then. Do it.
Political position about
America first.
You are not Muslim.
First.
I mean, Israel likes to, they like to like use these memes and show them as like little lions and stuff. But I mean, really, it's like, you know, calm down. You got the big. I think they think that they can. What is it you call it when you get a disease? But by it's kind of like by being around somebody and you think you have it. It's
Stockholm syndrome.
It's an easy term, but I forget it. But it's like it's yeah, it's almost like because the U.S. has their back, Israel thinks they're this they got this big dick energy. But no, it's like here's the United States, biggest dick in the fucking world. Everybody can write it. At the same fucking time, it's so big. But then you have this little squirt, this little nerd who has this big dick, and they think they're the ones with the big dick. No, it's not the case. They have a micro penis, a very small micro penis, and they have to manage. They need to be humble. They need to basically just realize, hey, you guys are little, really little, very small population.
They didn't, and you know what else, Pep? They didn't take into account how Donald Trump's Alzheimer's is affecting him. You see, because Alzheimer's affects them to tell the truth sometimes. You know, when they get their episodes, they just start blatting out the truth. And you heard what he said. Israel wouldn't be shit without America. Without me, there ain't no Israel. Because that's what the facts are. Without America, everyone would take a piece out of every Jew's ass.
Casino clip.
Exactly.
Should I play it?
If you are not there, he would shoot the asses of Jews. You ask for his political opinion.
I think I should play the Robert De Niro.
He's in another league. He's not.
You know what's crazy, Pep? Too, it's only the Zionists that feel like that. Because, for example, when you go to if you go to the Diamond District, right? A lot of the Jews there, a lot of them are Russian. A lot of them have the background of the Khazarians and stuff. They don't give two shits about that Iran war. They always say Israel's stupid. If you ever come to New York and you spoke to, they will tell you how stupid Israel is because you know why? They make so much money here in America, and you know to them that's everything. That's their God. They're the money.
The money they make from Palestine, my brother. The money, all money they have it. They became rich. They became our country.
Guys,
that's why they control over. But soon, Muslims are gonna take over. Soon, very soon.
Okay, but now you're going too far.
I don't go that much far, brother. Believe me.
Okay.
Take it or believe it.
Wait. Do we have the jihadist on the stage who says they?
No, I don't. Listen, don't play that game here, brother. Come on.
I will.
Respect.
No, I will play.
Respect. Don't act racist. Don't act racist. But I know how Zionists. I know how Zionists. Most Zionists, a lot of them, they like to play games. Shut your fucking ass. Shut the fuck up, you bitch.
White America. White people are Christians, except for maybe Bosnians and Albanians. But they are rest are Christians, and we are not team Islam or Jew.
You're tight, man, because I think that's the truth. Because the truth sometimes make you get pain.
Oh my god, I gotta close the door on my fucking computer and save this shit for later. But the clip is pretty cool. It's plugged in with headphones and you can't just like unplug shit. Actually, yeah, I can. I'll just change the settings later.
See, it's really just your opinion.
Okay, this is President Trump talking to Benjamin Netanyahu, whatever, they're both fucking Jews. All right, here we go.
Find out.
I don't even know what you're talking about, nigga.
No, you said I'm bringing heat on you? I gotta listen to people because of your fucking shit? You're ordering me out? You better get your own fucking army, pal.
I didn't do anything. I mean, I didn't know what you were.
God damn it! You fucking censored it. He would say, "I take a piece of your Jew ass." He was calling him a Jew a bunch of times. He said, "If it wasn't for me, every wise guy out here will take a piece of your Jew ass."
Yeah, that was basically it. But never mind, it's censored.
No, it was good.
I mean, you guys do realize that this deal is a bunch of bullshit. That if you think Israel's going to stop attacking Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon, you're crazy. Israel is never going to let them regroup.
The Israelis are terrorists because the people in Lebanon were doing quite fine until
Oh, okay. Got it. Well, the point is, when a rocket comes over,
deal with their consequences, and I do think we should not, if they want to keep on playing, if Israel wants to keep on playing these fucking games, they know it's going to undermine us in the United States. Now, yes, I get it. You have Hezbollah in Lebanon, and yes, they do fire rocket attacks from there. I get it. But you decided now that Trump was president, it was time to go ahead and invade Lebanon. It was okay to go ahead and, let's get America to do our dirty work, and we'll fly some of the sorties with him, and basically they now waged war with Hezbollah, and they've always kind of been in one with them. But
see,
they went into Lebanon, but then they ended up attacking Iran. Now,
what I'm saying is, you fail.
This is Israel. Hold on, John. This is what Israel asked. They asked, "Hey, let's take out the IRGC. The people will revolt, and then we can have a regime change." That was the plan that was pitched to him. He did it. He sent 5 groups to the Middle East. He ended up 50,000 troop buildup. They ended up doing the attacks. They ended up flying a whole bunch of sorties when missiles were getting and drones were being targeting Israel. They were intercepting them. They left their tankers in the air so that they could refuel Israeli and American jets. They did all of this stuff. Now, the reason why Trump was told that the plan pitched by Netanyahu, why we should do the attack with them, did not play out. But America did do its part. Now, this is the exact reason why I was against them bombing Iran or Fordo a year ago. Not because it might be a good idea, but because it will not be enough. There's always going to be something else. The minute you take your foot, the minute that you show, hey, I'm not going to continue, we've helped you out enough, they're going to attack you. That is the game they've been playing with Trump. They now are, obviously the Israelis and the Zionists are losing their fucking shit. Okay, what do you want to do? When it comes to the reserves that the oil reserves that most countries have, they're being depleted. This is not a game that can go on. The whole world is not going to have their knees bent to make fucking Netanyahu and a handful of fucking prominent American Jews and Israelis.
Trump was calling for the Syrian president to invade Lebanon. Did you hear what Trump said? He called for the Syrian president to invade Lebanon.
So what? Do you know why?
That is not what he called for. Donald Trump said that he thinks it would be a better idea for Syria to handle Hezbollah in Syria. They would do a better job. That's verbatim what he said.
Yeah, he's calling for Syria to invade Lebanon.
So but with Syria, with their president, I don't know if you know a little back history, but he's been doing this. That guy's gangster. I mean, he's a tough motherfucker, but. Since the Iraq war, you had the different insurgencies. They had a civil war, Shia versus Sunni. They
there's a lot of bad blood between the group that's in power in Syria and Hezbollah. They will undoubtedly go into Lebanon, seek out every single one of these motherfuckers and kill them face to face. They work a lot differently than the Israelis.
Doesn't it make sense for countries to have an army, not a proxy terrorist force occupying their country? That's illegitimate.
No, he said he'd bring them in to kill them.
This is how easy it is to carry these people and their propaganda and lies. Check this out. Number one, that ex-ISIS leader, as you guys call him, the president of Syria, ISIS has never attacked Israel ever. Never. It's never happened. But guess what ISIS has done? ISIS has killed many Muslims. That's what they attack. Other Muslim groups. This is just a factual matter.
Israel would treat them in their hospitals all the time when they were wounded in Syria.
ISIS. So you're talking nonsense, you talk shit, and you don't know what you're talking. You're just another propagandist. You talk lies.
Projection alert system has been activated. Projection alert system has been activated. You don't understand the difference between facts and opinions. Go ahead and explain to us the difference between a fact and an opinion. Why are you getting so excited, Resistance? Oh, you don't like getting called out on your projection? Okay.
Earlier stages and before their evolution, before they were basically the resistance fighters against Assad. And so yes, the U.S. was arming them.
Just armed them and gave them $100,000.
Yes, because they were fighting Assad. It's kind of like the Taliban.
The proxy group for America, that means. Point blank.
No.
Yes.
No, we fund adversaries of our bigger enemies.
See, the truth is,
they were not created. A proxy group is created.
Then why we haven't funded anyone to attack Israel then? Because they're our biggest enemy. They're the ones that been fucking America over already for almost 70 years.
Yes, they did. After the Islam,
they've been fucking us royally for almost 100 years.
Just of the dead Ayatollah. And after that, they said that Iran is some kind of gift for Islam. They call it, for example, something that we took by the power and we deserve that. We need it back. We would make them accountable as much as we can. If they can prevail us, they can stay. If they cannot, we will break their back. Nothing you say will change that. Syria cannot control its own territory. How can they invade Lebanon? His own territory is in the hand of Turkey. Kurds are independent, and he is in Damascus. If he can,
he never said for Syria to invade Lebanon. You fool! What are you retarded? Listen.
I know that it is impossible, but you said that the general of Lebanon is already stronger than that Syrian, Michel Aoun. Michel Aoun is already stronger, and he cannot deal with it. Hezbollah and the Syrian president commander.
There's nothing new under the sun. These conflicts are going to go on forever because even as we're debating this conflict, Ukraine is striking into Moscow, blowing up oil refineries. These conflicts will never end. The military-industrial complex, the profit, the supply chain, the whole fucking thing will never end.
And not an actual Jew, but I mean, Israel has every incentive to want to keep us involved in fighting with their enemies, okay?
Donald Trump is a mercurial motherfucker. This guy is playing good cop, bad cop.
The goddamn, what the fuck do you call them? Defense contractors. That's bullshit.
What?
They would literally bleed this country dry.
Oh, really? Oh, just little Israel? That's the only country that wants to bleed us dry? Try Russia. Little Israel? Tiny little Israel. 10 million people are the biggest problem? Hello?
Jews are fairly successful, and they're, Jews being as tribal as they are, they're going to have, like...
Yeah, you know how else tribal? The 50x killing of white people in this country. The black...
I shouldn't call her bitch, but, she's... I mean, to call her an American...
She's a patriot, and without her, we'd have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
She's going to
Really, literally.
Donald Trump even said in front of it, we know you love Israel more.
Yeah, it's obvious that
Trump keeping it real all the time, 100.
Okay, whatever.
He says what he feels what he says.
It is up to us. Jews care about their own people more than they care about us.
Yeah, it's called tribalism. Why do you think black on white crime is 50x?
Shut your fucking mouth.
Shut my fucking mouth.
Good. Is that yes, they can do whatever they want for their tribe in order to get ahead. Perfectly reasonable. I mean, a lot of people are.
They gave you the 10 Commandments. They gave you the basics of law. They gave you the law. The 10 Commandments. Try to read them.
Move to audience. There we go. The thing is, though, is that us Americans, okay, some Jewish, most are obviously not. It is perfectly rational and reasonable for us to say, hey, this is not in our best interest. Yes, I know you guys have a lot of propaganda and narratives that you push out there. You try very hard to influence the American public to agree with you.
Unfortunately, Pepe, your time has run out. I'm gonna go to music. I hope you all enjoy.
Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram. Starting at upper right, the words below are arced in a circle.
Shall know that the chosen priest, diax of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the whole.
Bunch of money. America was giving Obama giving them a bunch of money. Come on, Devane. So hold on, Marshall. Let's have this conversation.
Yeah, so they're two separate things. So there's one is like the release of frozen assets. In terms of sanctions are just something that's either in place or not in place. It's not a control of money. If the United States decides,
so the financial sanctions aren't a control of money. Wow. Okay.
So do you know? Yeah, it's not the idea that the U.S. says, okay, we're going to approve this transfer of money or not. Either the sanction is in place saying that you can't have those types of transactions, or you can.
No, it is. So you have no clue what you're talking about. So when there's financial sanctions in place, we have financial sanctions right now with Russia. Okay, what happens whenever a transaction comes through? The U.S. is the one that says, hey, this is under sanction. We have to review it. And they can release it and push it through if they want to, or say no. That's how they know and request it. It's all part of their intel. That's part of
No, but this guy said that's not what I said.
You did. You said they don't control.
I said that they
it's either there or it's not. It's there or it's not.
No, what I said, that's not what I said. I said if you lift the sanction, what I said is
it's either there or it's not.
Okay, it's not what I said. What I said was, no, I'm not lying. What I said is if you lift the sanction, if the sanction is no longer there, then the U.S. is not saying on an individual basis, oh, is this transfer okay? Is that transfer?
That's what the MOU says.
Okay.
If you read it, it actually says, based on performance.
Based on performance,
the sanctions will be released. So they're in control of what sanctions need to be released. They're in control of and it's interesting that Marshall is parroting the talking points of many of the rhinos that are talking about it without actually reading the full MOU. It's incredible. But, Obama basically sent cash money to them with no control over where that money goes, who it goes. That's money that the U.S. had full control over, and U.S. banks had to close down essentially for one day to get enough money to be able to send it over there in a jet to go over. Here, the U.S. banks aren't sending money to them. What's happening is Qatar and other countries in the region, including Saudi Arabia, and Rafi, you and I spoke about this. They all have a vested interest in rebuilding Iran. We spoke about this a week ago. They've all talked about wanting to rebuild Iran, saying that we can build Iran into a new Dubai or a new type of UAE type thing and bake it into a flourishing country. But the Middle East, and we talked about the Middle East being the new world order, right? You remember, Rafi, we had that long conversation about how the world order's changed, right? And so what does this do? This says that, okay, Qatar is sending the money. The U.S. is still involved in what's going through. Other countries are giving money and assets. There's going to be venture capital firms and other places where money is coming in that way. And what's happening? It's being controlled. It's not just cash and piles of money and saying, Iran, do whatever the hell you want with it, and then we have no control over where the money goes because we gave them cash. Here you're doing financial transactions, which Rafi pointed out, through SWIFT and other areas where you know where that money's going. There's a traceability point to it. You can argue saying that the amount is very high, but if you actually read any of these alleged MOUs,
because I move funds all around the world, to Europe, to South America, Asia, and everything in US dollars. And every time I move US dollars, it goes to an intermediate bank into the US, depending, it's either Bank of America, Chase, whatever. My bank is associated with whichever bank in America. And it goes to an intermediate bank. I even have to provide them, they ask me for a reason. Why am I moving this X amount of funds to this place? I say I'm paying an invoice. I usually write the invoice number for the recipient to get to be on file. And it goes from my country, it doesn't go directly to that country. It goes first into the US. It takes about 24 hours for the US to approve that transaction. And if the US approves that transaction, the US dollars flow into that bank account that I basically am trying to get the funds to. So US, with the SWIFT, they know every single dollar when the American dollar gets moved around for what it's going to be moved around. And so it doesn't get used for terrorism or anything.
And Rafi, just to be clear on that, just so you know, is that was what was initially proposed by, if you read the initial drafts and the reporting of the drafts of the JCPOA,
which I'm sure Marshall probably doesn't remember it, but at the time they talked about doing those digital transactions, and Iran disagreed. Iran said, we want you to give cash. And so part of the deal was, okay, we're going to send you a plane full of cash. And then everyone goes, well, it was just their money anyway. It was frozen money that was theirs. Well, yeah, it was theirs as a punishment. It was their money that we froze as punishment for hostages that some of them they didn't release. And some of them were killed later on that we punished them for. And so, yeah, we released that money to them and we gave more. But the U.S. financial system took a strain for 1 or 2 days to give them that money. So that was in cash. And so you're right, Rafi, that this is going to go through a digital mechanism, which gives us more traceability to what happened. And it's not coming from, the United States directly.
Implemented after 9/11.
Correct. So Obama did this in 2014.
When you smile, they turn me to fuck on. That's a pretty face that I wanna fuck on.
Correct, but
That's the way I like it. I know all about the technology.
It was implemented for a terrorism purpose. You're right. Way back when, but that was a different technology.
But anyways, I agree with what you said about Obama. What I find interesting though is, and I guess you would agree, right, that the funds that Obama was releasing were frozen Iranian assets. It wasn't like he was giving them U.S. money. He was giving them access to their own money that the U.S. government had frozen, right?
Well, and he released sanctions.
He's a super dog.
He's super sanctions and things like that, which, he allowed businessmen who had money locked up here, Iranian, bank accounts and things here to be unfrozen. So that money, same thing, kind of what you're saying Trump is doing, except the difference here is Trump is basically saying, hey, Qatar, you want to give them money? No problem. You give the money to the United States. Right, this is how Rafi kind of tried to break it down. You give the money to the United States, goes to U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank then sends it over there. What does that do in doing that, Rafi? That gives the U.S. control from point of origin to when they receive it.
They get to monitor where the funds are being allocated to, like that they're not being used for any terrorism.
This is super dog. This is the super cheesy. Onions grilled and breezy. We got a vanilla shake. French fries we partake. $12 make. All for goodness sake. This is super dog.
Use the same online payment. It's not like they have cash in their pocket and somebody's meeting them in a back room and taking a bag of that and saying, okay, let's go bomb Israel.
This is super dog.
Right, Obama took their money, but don't forget he gave them cash. There's no traceability into where that money was, how much
This is super
who
dog.
took the money. There's no traceability into that because he gave them cash. That's a dirty deal.
The best way of doing it. Do you think the U.S. should have held out more and gotten actual concessions on the nuclear issues rather than just giving a ceasefire for 60 days?
So according to the reports I'm seeing, what's being reported?
There were 2 Israeli bombers in the air. There were 2.
Yeah. So according to what I've read, and you probably read the same thing, that the MOU that you're seeing is missing one thing, which says that Iran agreed to destroy all nuclear enrichment. So all the dust and other stuff they agreed to destroy, and that the U.S. would have control over that destruction. Did you read that as well, Rafi?
Did not read that one.
Okay. So that's being reported. Let me see if I can find the source. That's being reported. Again, I don't know if it's true because I haven't read it. So
this is super dog. That's my point, because a lot of this seems to be pushed back to future talks. So like there's talks presumably starting next week on the nuclear talks. But should that have been a condition prior to the peace agreement?
I think it's an agreement. So Iran's position before the war. They haven't changed their state. They've always said that they're not interested in developing a nuclear bomb.
And yet they started developing facilities to build a nuclear.
That's my point. Exactly.
Right. So their position is that, but now their facilities are decimated. Whereas when Obama signed the deal, their facilities weren't decimated and they were growing the facilities. Do you see the difference or no?
No, I do, and I agree. I think it's a good thing to destroy those facilities. What I'm saying is I'm asking for more, not less.
I think the whole thing's dead in the water because it's between the U.S. and Iran, and it says hostilities will cease, including those in Lebanon, which requires Israel to be a party to it. And the Prime Minister of Iran said, well, we expect Israel to withdraw, which ain't happening anytime soon.
That goes back to the title of the room. Should Israel give back the nation from Southern Lebanon?
Well, should they keep it is different than should they continue to occupy it.
So Fox News correspondent, take it for what it's worth. Aisha Hasni writes, from White House official, nuclear material will be destroyed and removed. Nuclear program will be dismantled. None of their money will be released until they perform. Strait of Hormuz will be open and no Iranian funding of terrorist groups. This is all in the MOU, not in what was released, the actual MOU.
Yeah, but that's based on these future talks that are going to take place.
It's in the MOU. So it's saying that this is things that they agreed to now. And then the future
Which MOU are you referring to? There was a released one that didn't include the language you just said.
I'm just repeating what this reporter said.
Yeah,
I mean, the White House website didn't officially release it, though.
I mean, the point is...
I have a question. Should I ask? Okay, so I have a question. Everything you guys say, let's say is correct. Let's say it's true. Trump is making a deal. All of this. What is Trump gonna do if a week from now, 2 weeks from now, before the 60 days is out? What will Trump do if the Iranian people, just like back in January, storm the streets to overthrow the government? Because keep something in mind, yes, they do kill people and all that stuff, but U.S. and Israel spent 2 months bombing 30,000 targets, and those are every single target the government of Iran needed to repress the people. So what's going to happen there? Are we going to send troops on the ground to help IRGC kill its people?
Well, the MOU says no involvement in the other country's internal affairs.
That's not the official one. That's not the White House release one. That's what someone is saying was released, because I'm looking at the White House website. I don't even see the MOU
So we're going to send military to kill Iranian people and help the government? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. But, that's not in the MOU. But Trump did say if they don't follow or they don't, do what they're saying they're going to do here, then we'll just blow them up again.
No, but that's between U.S. and IRGC. I'm talking about, because this is the deal. They did kill 40,000 people and more. They did do it in a way that there is no way to stay in denial. There is a dictatorship 101 rule. It's called the repression, the paradox of repression, killing spree like they did. There is no way they can stay in power. I'm sure got out of that fear and they already be angry. But the reason people haven't done anything is because U.S., Israel, and like the prince of, the Iran's prince, Reza Pahlavi, they all three have told people to sit put, right? But the moment people realize, Trump is really making a deal, and if people decide to go out and storm the streets again, I want to know, how are we going to stop it? Our government knows that this is going to happen. Our government does know that.
And the question is, does the U.S. want to stop it?
So this article that I'm posting.
So
You have
does that mean
low confidence in it?
they're going to make a deal for what reason if they believe there's going to be a revolution by people?
Yeah, because it's not, usually these things would be released on their website. So it says senior U.S. officials, when they don't say who, they spoke on the condition of anonymity to read the deal before a formal signing.
That's usually what happens when documents are not in our favor and someone wants to leak something.
But you understand that it's those people are violating. If it's true, it's a federal. It's a federal crime what those people did.
We did apparently sign something. So
this is what it says. I'm reading this right now. This is the interesting one. It's about the $300 billion.
Let's just assume it is for the moment.
Waivers and permissions needed for the relevant financial transactions will be granted by the United States of America. So basically, all transactions are going to go to the United, and they have to be granted by the United States of America.
That's exactly
what
it's
going to be given to them.
But again, we don't know if this is.
What number are you on, Rafi?
Number 6.
No, that is point number 7.
No, isn't it 6 on the link he put?
Oh, sorry. Actually, that is 6. Yes, correct. That is 6.
So the mechanism for implementation of the $300 billion will be finalized as part of the final deal. All required licenses, waivers, and permissions needed for relevant financial transactions have to be granted by the United States. Now, so taking the assumption that what Yakov is saying is right, is that this article is accurate, click on the link and look at number 6. This is exactly what I was telling you earlier, is that the money only comes from approval of the United States, and they agreed to that. That means that the U.S. can say, fuck you, we're not giving you shit because you didn't do what we asked you to do. Get on your knees.
I understand, but that's part of the Reconstruction Fund.
No, it's everything. Read it. The $300 billion. It says
the $300 billion for the Reconstruction and Economic Development.
Yeah, he's right. The last sentence.
Right, so that $300 billion is only given to them if the U.S. is approved.
Read the last sentence.
Yeah, I read the last sentence. All required licenses, waivers, and permissions needed for the relevant financial transactions will be granted by the United States of America.
There are actually 2 versions of it. One is the one that IRGC is saying, one is the one that U.S. is saying, and on part 6 they're different, exactly on the same sentence. One of them contains that sentence, one of them...
That's what I was trying to tell you, Yato, is that some of these are being leaked differently, and that's why the final one, it's going to be fascinating. That's why...
Would it be translation issues?
No, Yaakov, I think this is the game that's happening.
The translation had the same problem.
So Yaakov, here's the game I think that's happening. Sorry, Asa, but I think what happened is I think Trump signed this in Versailles. I don't know if you heard. He was just in Versailles and he signed it. And I think what he did was he took it smartly, in my opinion, took it to the G7 and had everyone read it, because Keir Starmer was bragging about it, saying this is a good deal. Others were talking about it being a good deal. If you actually read what European partners said, they actually say it's a good deal. And they all said that. Why? He made them read it because he knew that Iran was going to play this game. So he had them read it and them sign it, and he had Iranian people that were there that showed up, because other countries show up, they're not part of G7, but they showed up, and he signed it right there. So his goal is, hey, the rest of the world knows what I'm signing and what they're trying to say. So the whole point is the rest of the world, now he's going to present what he signed to the United Nations for them to approve it. So Iran has no say.
So number 7 says the United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the United Nations Security Council resolutions, IAEA Board of Governors resolutions, and all unilateral U.S. sanctions, primary and secondary, and agreed upon schedule as part of the final deal.
So that's the next 60 days.
Keep going. It says
the Islamic Republic of Iran and the U.S. acknowledge the critical importance of sanctions termination issue above mentioned and express their intentions to immediately address these issues in the negotiations in order to achieve mutual agreement.
MOU does not say removing the sanctions. It says they're going to have a discussion in the next 60 days.
Yeah. That's what I've been saying all along, is that this is a 60-day ceasefire, and it's
kicking the talks further, right? So there's no 300 billion. So to be clear, and everyone was saying this before, and I think you were saying it too. Maybe you wrongly had the thing. Nobody's giving 300 billion as part of this. I never said anything about giving $300 billion as part of it. Okay, all right. Well, maybe I misheard then, but I never spoke about it. Okay, all right. Well, anyway, you said they were giving money and that the U.S. is running sanctions. You said that they're removing sanctions. My concern was the lifting of sanctions. Which they're not doing. And we were talking about, you were talking about giving money, and I was saying that they have control over it. We were arguing about that, but now we've kind of found out that the U.S. is to be clear about is that I think the U.S. should be demanding more, is what I'm saying. Yeah. Iran so far has only agreed to things in principle. Yeah, you're right. Number 8 is the what I was just looking at. Yeah, Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. This is that's in it. The JCPOA doesn't have that in writing. It says that they can still create. So anyway, the United States and Islamic Republic of Iran have agreed to resolve the disposition of stockpile enrichment material pursuant to actions that will be mutually agreed. So in other words, they're saying is to get rid of the stockpile that they have. Okay, that's what I said. They have in principle, right? But they have to work out the details of the mechanism. The parties also agreed to discussing the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed partnership matters. The final deal will confirm the provision. The United States acknowledges the critical importance of the nuclear issues of Let's just say, let's talk further about it. It's an agenda. That's the problem. They get small potatoes. They asked for $3 million. What I consider reparations for damage. Why didn't we request, money for all of our the planes that were destroyed here? There's a couple $1 billion. We just felt like taking it over. This money is coming from, that's what Rafi and I were talking about. It's not coming from the U.S. The U.S. is the U.S. for compensation. That's fair. That's what I'm saying. But at the same time, right, the U.S. is controlling what they have. So the U.S. can just say, hey, Qatar sending if they did it off the top, maybe if they say, well, let's take take $1 billion off because you know what, we're just gonna pay this. You know what, I don't like how you're using it. Fuck you. We're keeping the money. And it's like, and what are they gonna do? Iran's gonna say, we're gonna attack you. All right, come on, try it. Well, what number 6 says is that the U.S. undertakes with the regional partners to develop a mutual plan with at least $300 billion for reconstruction. So that's what it says in terms of that part. But in terms of 8 that was read, the problem is there's an agreement in principle on the stockpile, but there's not an agreement in principle on the enrichment. They just agree to talk about enrichment. And the United States, I think, should pursue to the point that not for an MOU. I think yes, for an MOU. And I'll tell you why. Because that's how this whole issue started. They were already under an agreement to keep stockpiles on enrichment limited to 3.67%. Now, of course, they put out the trust. That is true. What agreement was that? This is JCPOA agreement. So did they maintain that? They did maintain that. You sure about that? Yes. Weren't they at 60? No, they were at 6. They were at 60 after the U.S. pulled out of the agreement. No, that's not true. It is absolutely true. And they say this guy's a gaslighter, dude.
Is that my girl Yasmin? I just saw your pussy pictures 10 times today for $9.99. Got myself a good lunch of them roast beef pictures, yo, pussy, bitch.
Is it true that they were doing that? You said yes, they were.
Fuck you, you blocked me. I ain't wasting my time with your bullshit and your fucking roast beef pussy pictures, bitch. Go castrate yourself chemically.
And I just said whether it's violation of different things being understanding.
Foul mouth.
I do understand.
Miss Raheem Sephardic cunt.
You said they weren't. And I said they weren't.
Never met such a fucking waste of time as you. Coming on this app every day, talking to that fucking whatever the fuck that thing was that you blocked. What was that thing's name you blocked? What was that guy's name? Fucking Macro or something. Fucking F word. Ugh. Yeah, did you see Snapchat has these new $1,300 glasses coming out? Yeah, they're called Spectacle, and they're $1,300, and it's like supposedly fully augmented, like fully $400. I'm looking at my Snapchat. I don't see some text or something. Did you send me something?
No. Yeah. And where's Alistair?
I'm looking at Snapchat. I don't see anything.
Snapchat on here.
What do you mean? In my DM?
Yeah.
Let me see.
You wouldn't let me up in a room.
Oh, let me see. Michelle sent me something a week ago. What was Michael talking shit about? He keeps removing you. He didn't want to tell us. Want you to tell us. I don't see anything. Did you send me something?
Yeah. About 100 things.
I don't see anything. Damn, I'm looking at messages that I've never ever looked at. There's tons of messages. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. I've never looked at the fucking messaging on this app ever.
Why?
Because I just don't even think about it. Why? I mean, I just don't think. I'm always just listening or talking, but I'm never looking.
Think about it. Why aren't you thinking? Do you know what an untapped resource they are? Do you know how fun it is to troll people in there? You aren't thinking.
Well, I don't even have children, and you have a child. Like, if I had a child,
I know.
I mean, I'd be educating my child.
Over though to 1 week at a time with her dad. We're now doing 50-50.
Wow.
I don't know what the fuck to do. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to do, so I'm gonna have to get a job, I think.
Just go to the gym and call it a job. What the fuck?
Well, so last year I took up hiking and I started doing like 15-20 kilometers a day, but then I broke the toenail I've lost over 30 pounds, by the way. It's nice. But my big toe.
Did you do it with injections, or did you do it from working out and dieting?
No, it was from hiking too much.
You lost 30 pounds hiking?
Yeah, is that crazy?
Wow.
Yeah, from last summer. Yeah. Like over a year span. But yeah, it's crazy, right?
Do you realize, like, have you ever picked up two 15-pound dumbbells and walked around with them? Like, when you realize...
I attach to my legs when I hike, so I wear ankle and arm weights.
Wow.
So yes, I do know what that's like.
I've got ankle weights. I love them.
Okay, so I also have the arm ones, and then you can add weights onto them as you're going to, like, increase, the thing.
Dude, I'm looking at my messages. I don't see... Did you message me on a different Clubhouse account or something?
No, I only have one.
No, I mean...
That's too complicated for me.
Well, anyways, I'm just telling you, whatever you're talking about, I don't see it on this one. So let me check my other Clubhouse.
Okay, so maybe that's not you. Are you not Alistair Crowley?
Oh, you messaged my Alistair account.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Is that not you?
That's me.
Oh, okay. I thought so. With, like, the phone in the picture, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so let's see. You don't lift me up, count your motherfucking days. I'll chemically castrate you and put you in a psych ward, bitch.
Yeah, I was really angry the audience.
Jeez Louise. Well, are you lifting weights?
Yeah. So also, before I'll go to the hike, doing 15, 12, 10, 6. Sans reps, I don't know, whatever you call them. So I do that as well.
Nice.
Yeah, I've just like turned into a little mountain goat. It's crazy how your body adjusts to hiking. We really are animals. I feel kind of like an animal in the woods.
I don't know. I'm not a big hiker. I dated this Israeli chick, Moroccan, and her dad was a general in the Israeli army. And she would stoop me every Sunday morning, and then I would just pass out and go to sleep, and then she'd go hiking with her wolf. She had a wolf, an Irish wolfhound, and she just had the greatest ass. And so when she dumped me, or our last dinner, I was like, I love you to pieces. Love you to pieces. Love that ass. You know, people ask me, are you an ass man or a tit man? And I say, I'm an ass man because an ass is technically just like two big, huge tits on the upper part of your legs, you know?
Yeah.
Curves. You know, success really is wiggly, you know? And if you've got great curves, you're going to be successful.
If you look like shit, it's over for you. Everything is about image in life, and it's like, it's sad, but it's true. And if you're going around looking like shit, people are gonna treat you like shit because you think of yourself as shit.
It's true. I mean, your presentation.
It is so true. It's like I'm reading the 48 laws of power.
Yeah, your personal appearance actually is an indicator, and if your personal appearance is off, it's just a red flag for people. And
everything is off.
In fact, they say that victims, people that get mugged, they get mugged because their physical appearance is actually not symmetrical or of a high quality personal appearance. They actually target people who look sloppy.
That is so interesting.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I believe that.
Even with your house, if your house looks like it's out of order, you know, and your landscaping looks like shit, you become a higher target. If your car is sloppy on the inside and you got shit all over the place.
They're right, though. Think about it. People that are like, your environment reflects your mind.
Mm-hmm.
They're not entirely wrong with that.
That's why I say, I mean, if you're on Clownhouse talking to Fractal for years, like maybe inside your brain, a fucking horse or a camel came by and shat in your fucking brain. And thus, that's your experience with Macro or whatever his name was.
I think that's
Fractal.
Peak depression.
Fractal is your peak depression.
Yeah, that's my personal 9/11. That was my Roman Empire.
Fractal got you. And he's giggling right now as he, you know, eats.
I got sucked. You know what's so funny? I actually, a few weeks ago, I sent both Lori and I just said, I got it. This is fucking bizarro world. I can't do it anymore.
I'm going to co-invite some super hot TikTok chick to join the live.
Oh, are we on? There we go.
I can't. How many birds do you have now?
2. So Lettuce passed away last week. She was old though.
Is that the cockatiel?
No, it was the parrotlet. I don't have a cockatiel.
In your PTR, it looks like a cockatiel to me.
Oh, that's not mine.
Oh. Well, I have no pets, and I do not want to get a pet, and I'm seeing this girl that has 2 cats, and I'm like, you know, like if she ever moved into my place, like I wouldn't let her move in if she brought the cats. Like we'd have to adopt the cats out.
Trust somebody that didn't have pets. I feel like you're a strange individual if you, or do you have houseplants? Like, do you have anything in there?
I do have houseplants, yeah.
Okay, so this is redeeming.
And I have a garden, which I have spent years cultivating outside.
Okay, so that's slightly redeeming, but I feel like it's a bit of a yellow flag if...
It's just not.
You live on your own. What do you do on your own? What are you just jerking off all the time on your own? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah,
You don't go on a dog walk? What are you doing?
I go to the park, and I jogged through the park. There's incredible trees. It smells nice. It's clean. It's beautiful. And I'm so thankful. And yeah, it would be nice to have a dog. But with a dog comes a lot more cleaning and a lot of mess and peeing and pooing and breaking things. And the truth is, when I wake up in the morning, I want to just make a coffee. I don't want to have to take a dog out right away as soon as I get up. It's just, it becomes annoying. And maybe, see, the thing is, I would do it if I had a partner to enjoy the experience with. And that means...
I think that's an excuse.
It's not an excuse. I've had pets. I'm 43. I've had plenty of
If
pets.
I had a partner, that is telling me that there's something else going on here. It's not about owning a dog. It's about your relationship status. So let's really get into it, John.
Well, this is the John Kitover Chicago Mayor.
It's not because the dog is messy. It's because you're single. Now, you don't want the dog, so do you really just want to stay single? That's okay too.
I want to stay single until I find that incredible ass again, or I find a girl that has great tits and a decent ass, and she likes me and she loves me. And I've been looking at dogs.
That's asking a lot.
Is it
how
too
much money
much?
do you make a year? Yeah, that's a lot, babe. That's a lot.
Well, let me check my
Your
last.
moms
Let me.
too. I'm not gonna lie.
But
you know what?
see,
Bald men have big dicks, so we'll take that.
See, the thing about being bald is you can't get any uglier. So, I've peaked my ugliness.
Big dicks, and they're confident too.
Well, my dick is not a huge dong,
Okay, so we don't love that actually. Then,
See, I mean, I've seen some pornography with some African American men that have these 16-inch power rods.
Well, that's animalistic.
I mean, I can see, the thing is, I've mastered the art of making a woman orgasm 100% of the time. Do you know how I do it?
How?
I have a magic wand that I buy on Amazon for $15, and it's so incredible that no one ever leaves unsatisfied.
What is it called?
You're Rosie.
Okay, put the link in the chat right now, and I'm gonna put it on my Amazon Prime on my list.
Well, I'm not going to do that for you. You can just go to Amazon and search vibrator and look at the most sold and get the $15 model. The point is, yeah, the point is, having to actually perform oral sex. That is a preferred model for many people. That's a preferred model.
I don't think I like that one.
Some people like that one, but I think you have to just get the mini. Anyways, it doesn't matter. My point is,
I just feel like that would be like having sex with a robot. I don't want to.
Well, let me ask you this. You're on this app for years talking to Fractal, and so since you do actually have brain damage, and you probably have experienced migraines as a result of this app, you see, an orgasm, as soon as you have that orgasm, your migraine will instantly go away. It's like flushing the toilet.
That's great. I love that.
I love that for you. Hello?
For me too.
Hello?
I love that.
I love that for you. Hello?
Hello?
Bird honks! Bird honks! Honk honk! Bird honks! What's your ex handle again?
Well, I'm in the process of shutting that down.
Why? Just give it to me. Let me turn it into a propaganda.
Because the more
the process of shutting it down.
Kind of get back into life, I realized how fucking insane it was.
Yeah.
And how many years I spent discussing shit that has no meaning. And it truly is like a state of mental illness.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably a good move to start slowly beginning to shut that down and completely remove it. I recognize it's going to be.
Well, you're retarded. Anyways, if you actually destroy digital assets, you really are stupid because you have no idea the value that it.
I'm going to archive it.
listen, you can change the handle and make it into an e-commerce store. You're retarded if you waste it. You have an audience. If you lose all of that audience and you just don't rebrand it and revitalize it and reuse it, repurpose it. You're retarded.
Do you want to buy it from me?
No, I don't. No, I got a friend who's got a much bigger account than yours, and he wanted to sell it to me. And the dumbass he couldn't sell it to me. The point is, he lost it, and he could have made a lot of money with it. But his ass was fucking selfish and petty and not a partner. See, I've gone into business with people where I'm 100% the partner, and they're not even 0%.
I'm trying to get out of the business, though. I'm not trying to get in it.
Listen, the point is, I'm not buying shit from you because I'd rather take that money and just invest it in advertising. Why would I waste my money on something that you want to abandon ship on? I mean, go wax your pussy and sell some pictures.
That's fair. That's valid. Oh, so he's paying me. I gotta go.
Okay, peace.
It's been fun.
The highway, looking for redemption, and whatever comes our way. Yeah, I'm gonna make it happen.
Power right there. Is it exclusive or equivalent?
Because you couldn't answer this question last time I asked you. Before the resurrection, the Most High gave Jesus all power over, like John 17, he gave Jesus power over all flesh. So was he equal right there?
Brother, yes, that's another aspect of equality. So I answered your question. I said yes. Now let me expound. When we go to St. John 17, before the crucifixion, the Most High, he got power over all flesh. So when the Christ said he got power over all, as thou hast given him power over all. They say all, there's nothing beyond all, Judah. Try again.
Hey, bro. Question. Watch this. I'm glad you like to read John 17. Watch. Let me just show you how
your verse that you brought out, Judah. That was your verse that you brought out.
I know, bro. I'm gonna show you a verse that you ain't even see. I just be setting you up. You just don't even be seeing it, bro.
Judah, you.
Pass and take another. Oh, well, he's gone. Oh, no, never mind. No, fuck.
Where did she just go? What the fuck?
Oh, she left too? Oh, fuck her. I don't know.
What the
God.
fuck?
So much drama.
Wait, what's happening?
What's happening?
She
I'm so
changed her
confused.
fucking name again. I don't know what
Wait,
it
her
is.
name's Jeremy Mean. What do you mean?
So that's admin at the bottom.
Okay, you're back. Yeah, all of them only show up first. Okay, Bentel, you.
What's happening?
Hello? 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 Hello?
Jesus Christ. Okay. I don't care who cares. I don't want to say this in front of a fucking anon, guys. What the hell? I don't mind. Just go ahead if it's about me.
It's not about us. It's about her.
Oh, it's about you? Oh.
It's about me and another one of us.
Who?
Oh, dear.
Sahi? No, it's me, because you're trying to ping me. What do you want to tell me?
Okay, I'm gonna bring you too.
What the fuck is this? Just say it here. We're right here now.
No, there's a
It's just Edmund.
I'm gonna, it's just John Kitover broadcasting it for the world. Am I invited? What the fuck are you? All these bitches. Where's my invite? Accident.
about 40 miles.
40 miles. Okay.
Relates to wealth, and how do we break the habit? Because
my feeling is, what I take from that conversation is, even these huge companies can be rattled and shake and craft a better story. I'd like to think yes.
You know, Denise, I think there's another. It's kind of funny. It's a certain type of hubris that they assume. Again, this kind of like, I notice a lot of this appeal to ignorance. If we just communicate to people how great AI is, it goes back to the value. If I just told you how good it is, y'all are just a bunch of dum-dums.
I believe it. Yes, if I could just tell you the right words. And I mean, they were in fact, like, that's what they think. They really think that.
It's religious. It's. I think there's this thing that happens in the Enlightenment that says, like, rationality tells you the one true way. And we're moving in a good way, away from, like, arbitrary religions and ancient ways of thinking. And look, we're getting real stuff. We're getting medicine, we're getting cities, we're getting agriculture. Like, you know, do you really want to go to a city without any of that stuff? And so there was this hubris that came along with that if I can make good stuff, I'm better and I know more. And I can make morality. And, like, somebody said something on this app that I found really interesting, and I've kind of started to think might be true, and that's that they said racism is a type of technology. It was developed and crafted to serve a purpose, and it's exceedingly good at that purpose. And, you know, it's interesting to think of social constructs as technologies, right? And you can go back in history, and, like, anybody who wants to, just look how wild racism is, you know, going from Italians aren't white to, okay, now we got Columbus, Italians are white, and we all know Mexicans are white. They aren't white. No, they're back again to white. Well, they're white and non-white. Like, it's just it's this great mutable, you know, it's like one of those rubber hoses they use to unclog pipes. Like, you know, it's this powerful snake that can rip out anything, just bend any way with however things are going. So it's a good, useful, versatile technology. You can think of capitalism like a sort of technology, but when you start thinking about a lot of these things in that way, and noticing the overlaps they have in technology, you notice that people that invent a technology that's useful and potent also assume it's good. And kind of like anybody who gets to be famous and powerful, like we've talked about, they start to, if it's recognized with wealth and status, we start to look at them like they're authorities, like you just said with Oprah. So you get these tech people that are like, well, I'm making this good thing. Of course I'm better than all of you. Look, it's useful. You just don't get it. And let me get all you.
Like when Mark Zuckerberg was taking over the Newark school district, everybody was like, sir, you don't know what you're talking about. You know nothing about this. That's exactly what's.
You know, that's right in my backyard, right? Literally, I have to drive past the Facebook campus and teach in that district, and it was wild. And then the fact that his school closed the minute Trump took over, and it wasn't the right politically expedient thing to do any longer, and it was just, the whole thing was such a crock that these people assume that, like we talked about this earlier, and I know Christina has thoughts about all this, but there's this idea that if I'm smart or wealthy, I can do anything and everything. And I'm an expert.
Anything and everything. And I always know better, and I should always be in charge. I can't just be on the board. I have to lead the board.
And I'm more moral because of it.
Definitely.
You just don't understand.
I have this because it's a statement from God, right? I've gotten this wealth or this success because there's something wonderful and superior to me about me. Even if my daddy just left it to me. Right. That's enough. That's a message from God that I wonder.
I mentioned earlier where there's almost the genetic myth. Do you think that's where you get the successionism that becomes overtly religious? And that's what these people are, like. The line between religion, like I have this thing that has been imbued potentially with the light of consciousness that as man we have made this creation and we've surpassed the divine and given light, and therefore I am like God. I know what's moral and good and righteous, and if y'all understood, I'm the God creator. I will sacrifice my body and everything else at the altar of this creation that's even greater. It's just that I am divine, and I can't be petty enough to waste my time talking to all of you. You're all just
right. It's to wax philosophical about how wonderful they are and how special and how whatever. They're just cheaters. They just paid people to take their test for them. They just posed with pictures and said they were on crew, and they didn't do any of the things. things. And I loved that, like, I couldn't talk about it enough when it was going on, because it's such a powerful message to let people know there's nothing special about them. These are not special, wonderful people that have built themselves up from nothing, but they're able to establish and create a narrative. And quite frankly, we accept it. We allow for it, right? We can't wait to hear what Hunter Biden has to say. I don't care what Hunter Biden has to say. Like, it doesn't matter, but there's an addiction that we have to interact with about why do we center wealth and celebrity the way that we do. And if we can't break that habit, we're going to have a hard time pushing this back, right? The beauty, if you watch, like I've been watching tons of tapes of I was looking at tapes like an old lady, tons of recordings of town halls of small towns like pushing back against data centers. And it really is a spiritual experience to watch people say, no, I don't care how much money you have. I don't trust you. I don't think you have my best interests at heart. You know, a little town that is fighting for their life economically, you know the courage that you have to turn down Google, to push back on Amazon, but people are doing it, right? And I don't know, I'm just taking a lot of encouragement from that. We have to stop, you know, being so enamored with them. If we could stop that, just maybe we could push this back to some extent.
Well, it sounds like people with integrity, and unfortunately not enough have integrity, you know, today.
I wonder what would happen if their propaganda machines were not happening. Because a lot of this is repetition and, you know, just general propaganda. I don't think they'd be nearly as successful at making all their claims. They would just be some, you know, the person on the corner talking about how special they are, yelling at everyone passing by.
But I think that's exactly the point. It is not working. That they're really shocked. They really thought the machine was going to be like, oh my gosh, AI is going to make your life so easy. The adoption is in the toilet. It's still very low adoption. We talk about it like everybody uses it. Oh, most Americans don't even use it, let alone across the world. The adoption is not what they thought it was going to be, and they are rattled by it. And that is really, that's incredible, considering the power of propaganda they have to kind of like put literally an IV into our wrist, into our arm, and shoot this stuff into us. Even with that,
people. The AI spirit is a lot of joy. But to give you an idea of the scale of how much money's been spent on AI, explicitly projects that are AI, purchasing of companies, launching of countries, etc., has exceeded, I think it's now to 25 times the reconstruction of Europe and Asia after World War II. It is approaching, we're not there yet, where it will equal the amount of money spent on the entire development of atomic bombs. And it has passed by 5 times the amount that Germany had to pay in reparations for World War I. So we are spending like nation-building amounts of money on this, to the point where people are needing, like, there's not enough space on the earth and resource and time to develop. So now we're having to come up with fictional moonshots, like we're going to launch AI data centers into space everywhere. I mean, it's getting to the point of absurdity where there's not even a company that's proved it's semi-viable. And it's a hope and a dream. And I think that's where so much of our economy and our structure and our governments are based around this religious ideology of faith in absurd notions, that I think it primes us for these movements where AI says, hey, we can get rid of you humans in your body and you should do it. And that's what's funny is, like you're pointing out, Denise, everybody's catching the grift and feeling the hurt, and they're saying no. But what's also scary to me is it's slowing things down. It's not stopping it. So hey, Spiritus, I don't know which, I'll go by that name for today. How you doing? And feel free to chime in. And then Christina, I think you wanted to jump in.
Ryer, I've had the same name now for about a year. I've only changed it once.
No, but I like your name better. Just saying.
You know. Anyway, no, good evening. Great to see everybody. No, I'm just listening in. I was going to say something, and then it was on the AI data centers or something, but I forgot what it was. I'll get back to it.
Gotcha. You're welcome to hang out here. Christina, did you want to jump in? I saw you writing some stuff in the chat, so I figured it might be good to comment.
Yeah, so I have been on a personal journey of trying to make sense of human behavior probably my entire life, but more so the last few years with all of the claims of who was moral and who was not, who was empathetic and who was not, etc., etc. In my own explorations and the just different directions that I've gone to look at systems that are constructed by humans versus systems that exist in nature and so on. And then listening to different people speak, reading different perspectives, and my own synthesis of thought, the major thing that I run into is that I can try to share personally, and this is just anecdotal, right? I can try to share different stories or ideas or thinking about how we can do things differently, but the propaganda of the different apparatuses, I think that's the right word, but the plural, of hierarchies of power reinforce themselves, and there is this, whatever your thoughts on it, I'm not interested in like debating that. The point is that I can read all of these other perspectives of different cultures that exist differently, historically and presently. I can shift my thinking, but then having conversations with people who absolve hierarchy and that there's only harmful versions versus quote unquote neutral versions without recognizing it's the same thing, right? It's like being gaslit and having to deprogram yourself after every single conversation. And so like when we're talking like collaborative movement, if the story itself or the concepts or the idea or the science or the fact or this voice, that group, that culture is not enough, if a synthesis is not enough, if the emotion is not enough, and for each person it's going to be something different, right? Then that is challenging in itself if the questions that are being posed are considered quote unquote not valid, because power reinforces itself of what is valid, what knowledge, what method of understanding, who does it, right? And then there's the isolation of and having to deprogram, but also then revisit these other ways of thinking and looking at it. And so it's this constant yanking and pulling of I exist inside the multidimensional matrices or the matrices, acknowledging and seeing how these different architectures influence thought, action, belief, etc., while trying to move outside of them. And like to ask anyone, let alone all of us, to do that feels like an impossibility. And yet at the same time, I feel like the more I understand about science, the more I understand about other cultures, like there's, to me, very clear ways to move ahead, but they're not palatable. And so if we start back at stories, and those aren't palatable, if the questions aren't palatable, the emotion, the facts, the different voices, the different cultures, if none of it's palatable, like I don't know what the way is forward. And so like I go back into my hermitude, I'll spew my thoughts out into a voice recording and like leave it there, because I have to feel like I'm getting it out into the world to be, from my perspective, a participant, a vibrating atom and a thread within the fabric of existence, like the particle and wave of light. But I don't think of it as light necessarily, it's simply life, right? This multidimensional way of existing. I have to be a quote unquote true to my living, which means I have to put it out somehow. And yet there's this also this battling of like, what is the point? Because if the story is not contagious, if the emotion, if the facts, the logic, if power is self-reinforcing, like what do we do with that? I don't know what that answer is, and yet it's like what is that, insanity? Banging your head against the same wall over and over again, expecting a different result. I don't know, like I feel like there's something broken inside that I patterns that exist and the things that we have learned scientifically, logically, the ways that we exist in our bodies, the way that we exist within one another, we listen to one another, right? The feedback looping systems within systems, it's empowering, it's invigorating, it's exciting that nothing is written in stone, that we are pattern detecting, collecting, predicting, and we can create new patterns. We can co-create. We can coming into intersections with each one of us in this room, shifting and changing one another's thinking, feelings, perceptions, and that in itself is powerful. And yet, like, I have this stupid idea of like we could do it more intentionally, and while not in my lifetime, still see movement. And yet a lot of this stuff happens more slowly, as I'm continually reminded that like this happens on each person's time and collectively on time. But at the same time, if we don't put in the intention and we don't see that we are co-authors, then we are taking a back seat and writing passively, and then change doesn't happen in any sort of measured regard, right? There's this stagnation. So I think it's really challenging. I don't know exactly how we do it, but I think that we can look at nature and design human constructed systems that actually respond to feedback. So that when it's not a release valve, it's not for control and exploitation, but it is for this doesn't serve the group that this is supposed to serve, okay, then we need to change it. Not because we're trying to keep people out, not because we're trying to exclude, not because we're trying to elevate, but because who we're trying to serve is not being served, and that they can inform us better of whatever they need. They need to be a part of the process, whether that's disabled, whether that is the unhoused, whether that is like whatever. But everyone needs to be a part of these different things that we create, because one group is not going to have the single answer or the single perspective. It's the collective, multi-dimensional, quote-unquote, objectivity that gives us insight to be able to create differently.
Yeah, I agree with that. It definitely, there's a lot of power in the collective conscious, and I think that's why they, the system and the elite are so hyper-focused on drowning our systems with such like low vibrational like conversation or entertainment, and I'm glad that a lot of us are kind of waking up to that reality. And so when Denise was talking about how surprised they are that people aren't responding to AI, how they thought, and it's like, well, that's because you just don't, I guess, understand I guess maybe how the collective conscious works and how we value spirituality or just living more than the dead things, than the things that are very materialistic in this world that don't last forever. And maybe that's part of the reason, that they're trying to focus so hard on their legacy and transhumanism, trying to become immortal in a way. But people don't want that. I mean, the majority anyway don't. And I think that it's definitely encouraging that more of us are seeing kind of the game that's been played for a while. I think it was Breyer who said earlier that racism, for example, is like technology, and that was a really spot on analogy, because essentially it is. I kind of started seeing just how it was implemented. They use that as a low vibrational way to keep us divided and more focused on each other and hating each other. So we're not focused on what they're doing behind the scenes. And they definitely use from the womb, like social engineering and dark psychology to keep people docile and compliant, and they're kind of realizing that it's not working as well as it used to, and that's probably because of the fact that now that AI has gotten so big for that reason, and so not everyone is going to be as enamored with celebrities as much. Of course you still have your outliers who are, but I do shift that we're moving a bit more away from that, and more people are kind of looking inward. And I think that you're right, Christina, that it essentially really is about being the change that you want to see. And then I kind of think that kind of still ties back into self-accountability and being able to check yourself and say, am I doing my part, because the collective conscious is very powerful, and they know that. That's why they've been so strategic in, implementing their agendas by using the human psyche and manipulating that to their advantage. And so now it's probably the best opportunity for people to kind of have more like co-authorship in their lives and what we want to see going forward. And hopefully that kind of connects us back with each other.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And just Mike, I don't know if you're still here. I know you came up and I saw you come back down. Oh, I think he had to leave. I was trying to give him a chance to talk. I'd be really interested. I don't tend to do this often, but I think it might be really interesting to read this article and talk about it as we go. I don't know, Spiritus, if you had something you wanted to add in before checking that out for a second, or if anybody wants to team up to read the article. But I really value that when some spaces do that, and I think it's a good way of jumping off and having conversations. So does anybody want to chime in or give any thoughts before we read just a little bit of this?
I did. I wanted to just kind of make a comment, an observation about this idea of racism as a technology. I think we saw that literally displayed in the last couple days, right? The Trump administration, had to capitulate to Iran, and the deal did not go the way they wanted it to go. And so, kind of like there's this temptation, I guess not temptation because they did it, like to give a population like the juicy red meat they need to stay engaged in kind of like the MAGA experiment. So have this guy say Michelle Obama is a man, right? I don't think that was an accident. I don't think he did it loosely. I think it was a technology. I think it was a tool intentionally used to remind that population that if you rock with can be truly free, because the attraction of being able to operate in this quote unquote truly free way is incredibly attractive to that group. It isn't attractive to everyone, but to that group, it's particularly attractive. So here, Michelle Obama's not there. She is not thinking about them. She hasn't lived in that house for 10 years, but it's a thing that you can always tap on to gather the deplorables. And yeah, I said deplorables. To gather them and to remind them what the exchange is, what you get for being a part of MAGA. You get a freedom that you feel precluded from in all of these other spaces in your life, and you get to be superior to someone, even a Princeton and Harvard educated woman. You're still better than her, and you can do anything you want to her. That is an attractive framework for that group of people. And so people have been calling, all the last couple of days, hey, do you want to jump on this, local news show and talk about it? And I've been saying, no, because it's not for me. It's not even to outrage me. It's to engage his core constituency and to bring them back to the fold, no matter how frustrated they are about the Iran deal and the just complete failure and capitulation. So we do have to get to a space that we see these things as tools to galvanize and to and to engage or disengage, right? To scare off or to engage different populations. That doesn't mean saying that it's a technology doesn't make it less harmful or less impactful or less dangerous. It actually makes it more dangerous. But I think it's really powerful to start thinking about it as to when somebody does something like that, who benefits? Who wins when something like that happens? And usually there's a nice little trail of breadcrumbs.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard that framing before, but when I first started on here, it made so much sense. To think of, and other things too, like economic models. Like the one that is wildest to me is like, people think of businesses and tax rates and all this stuff like it's essential into the universe. We created corporations. Stock markets were literally designed by someone. We rewrite the laws, like you mentioned earlier, Denise, at will so people can make money.
What was the first stock?
I have no idea. What was it? Do you know?
Denise knows.
I don't know. What was the first stock?
Humans.
Yeah. I read
Well, probably ships before that, to be honest.
Who knows? But like, the modern invention of the way we control capital and how we police people and everything, these things, I think it's like AI where they want to make people feel it's inevitable. There's this word, and apologies because I know probably most of you know this word, but it's naturalizing. And it's trying to take something and make it feel like it's just written into nature. So if you push back against it, it's like saying, I don't like that trees have leaves. I don't want that. And it's like, well, good luck, buddy. Like, that's how it is. You can rip the leaves off, do all you want, but that's how it works. And I think right now there's this move, especially with AI and some of these other things, to say, this is natural, right? It's inevitable. This is going to happen. This is like fighting against the will of God. Like, you're a human. You're going to die. You're finite. And this is infinite. This is beyond your control or comprehension. And like you said, you're seeing people that are pushing back because they realize, like, wait a second, you're going to have unlimited wealth, unlimited resource, all the water you want, access to all of our information, in the middle of nowhere where it might make sense. You want to put it by our town's water and power infrastructure. But you want our town's water and infrastructure.
You don't want to share the money with us when you make it. Diabolical.
Right. So it's and then people go, well, no. And I think it's incredibly empowering when people do see where they can say no, where they have the power to consent or dissent from something happening. Because let's be honest, and I think this is something a lot of people don't realize, like, the biggest thing we have control over is our conditioning over time to how we react. And there are moments of lucidity where we can make choices on things. But most of what we do every day, like right now, what are you looking at? Where's your left leg and your right leg? When I said that, did you look at those things or not? You didn't. I think when they've done studies, they say like it's certainly less than 50%. And some places estimate it's like 3% of what we do, we're conscious of. We have it's just autonomic functioning, just like your breathing and the valves of your heart pumping. It just happens and you become aware of it and you might think you have a story about it. But there are these moments where we have choice, where we can put our habits and our practices and our conditioning into action and we feel powerful. And what I see is a lot of stories that are picking up everywhere on when people are feeling powerful. And I think the reaction is, that we have to look at as well, laws that were created to protect things like these oligopolies and buying up our government and having people simultaneously, the richest people in the world, running businesses while taking that data, and that data is leaked and goes to the same companies that they, will profit from because they merge with. And then they buy up all the freaking media. Like, just look at how fast, like, I used to like Roku because it was a little independent. No, Fox bought it up. And Fox is owned by Disney. And Disney is owned by, it's just this massive spider web of companies buying companies. And it doesn't have to be that way. Like, none of this has to be. It might be the way it is right now. And I think sometimes you should use this phrase like a lack of vision. And then we see these people doing crazy stuff. And it's like, how did this crazy stuff come into being?
Yes, a lack of imagination. We clearly suffer that they do not share.
Right, exactly. And there is this ability to shape the world. And at the same time, I think some of the people with the greatest imaginations get nothing done. But then there's a sweet spot of I have profound imagination and I'm patient. Because I think that's the thing, like, you know, if you look at a lot of what's going on in our government, in our world, in these data centers, people hear these people want to go fast and break things, they do, but they're patient. They will spend 3 to 5 years working on launching. They will spend months working on one contract to get it signed. They'll spend years trying to influence elections over time. You know, some of these people have been in Silicon Valley for 20, 30 years, cultivating connection and status. And there's an endurance and a vision. And I think that what most people do is when they look at like an Elon Musk or a Ford or whoever, they that is something to appreciate, whether you like them or not. The endurance and the drive over decades, and had plans and had imagination to reshape a world. And I think that's one of the things I want to scream out is just because you have vision and patience and capability and intellect and can materially change the world doesn't make it good. It just means you can do that thing. In the same way that AI being able to do all these things doesn't make it good at those things or good in and of itself. It just means it can do things. And value celebrity and wealth status or just productivity. And wealth becomes a proxy for how productive we can be at the number one job, which is getting more wealth and status. And right now, I think we have a society that values productivity over anything else.
We like a pretty girl too, though, Briar. We like a pretty girl. We like a guy that can catch a ball. I don't know that it's productivity purely. We can talk about that. We can talk about that.
You know, I think a pretty girl is an interesting example. I would say catching a ball is a measure of productivity. Can you get wins that make a team have status that can translate to dollars and pride for a community?
Yeah,
right?
but what comes first, the chicken or the egg? It's a game. We've decided that it can attract wealth because that's, you know, there's a lot of games. There's nobody making money off a rummy cube, right? So it's like we've decided that it's valuable, and that's why it makes money. But I don't know which came first.
It means let's put every dollar into you and I starting the professional rummy cube league. I
love it so much.
Right. No, but I totally get where you're coming from. And I think there are moments, I think beauty is, can of worms, problematic. What's the nature of beauty? I like the fact that you said a pretty girl as well, right? Make it gendered, throw it all out there. But the truth is, yes, that's a moment where we value humanity. But what have we done with beautiful girls, Denise? We don't value beauty as much anymore. Look at, I read an article that's really interesting. Modern cosmetic surgery, if you rate people's attractiveness, even if you go to a really basic thing like pupil dilation rates, increase in blood pressure, sweat, and skin temperature, we don't find modern cosmetic surgery attractive. Nobody does. But do you know what modern cosmetic surgery is? Expensive. It's a proxy for wealth.
I think that's true, but I still think plastic surgery is not beauty. I think we place a premium and a value on being physically attractive, and that kind of spoils your theory just a little bit. Like I hear what you're saying, but I think productivity definitely is high on the totem pole, but I think there's a bunch of other things on there as well. And wealth is an indicator. We use it as an indicator of what we quote unquote value, and value is doing a lot of work in that sentence because, you know, coveting something isn't the same as valuing it, and you know, like being invested in something or desiring something isn't the same as valuing it, right? So I can value I think that there's a deep admiration for the pretty young girls that were on Epstein's island. I don't know that I would say they were valued. So it's a really
That's why Epstein and Trump, like if you read about their blowing up, it was from one, each of them valuing the beauty, and whether you say coveting it, valuing it, whatever the term, and trying to possess the thing they thought had value. And yeah, Christina, I know this is, Christina's hierarchy bell is probably ringing off the chart right now. But I want to open this up again if anybody wants to add in some comments, because I think it would at least be interesting to see how everybody feels if we read a little bit of this article slowly and with dialogue along the way. And I will say, if you can summon somebody from the ether, Victor, I'm calling you out to be a reader if you're magically on Clubhouse.
Victor!
Christina, go for it.
I think I have strong feelings against some of what I've heard, just general broad strokes of it. So I don't know that I'm gonna stick around, but I want to say thank you for the conversation, and please enjoy. Have a good evening, all. Good night.
I don't know if is it me or Christina, because I heard her say she's
breaking up. Christina, you're breaking up. Say it again.
Am I audible?
You're back now.
That was weird. I was just gonna say, from the broad strokes, hints of what this article seems to be about. No, I haven't read it. I'm kind of agitated, and I don't want that to bleed into the conversation. I'm going to step out, but I want to say thank you all for the conversation and the different thoughts that it spurred. And I hope you all have a good evening. So thank you. Good night.
And the article is super agitating, so I understand that reaction. It's certainly provocative, so I feel you. Well, thanks, Christina, and thanks for helping encourage me to have a room on this. I appreciate you. So have a good night, and feel free to hang out or do whatever feels good for you. Denise, if you're sticking around, I know you're very present here. Do you mind if I mod you so there's at least one more person to hold down the stage?
Oh man, sure, okay.
You know, I'm always
going to bed at a decent time, Brian. Not staying up all night on Clubhouse.
And you're late. I know. You and I have never done that before, though. That would be the first time.
God.
Okay, so I'm just going to read a little, and Denise or L or other Denise, D or Spiritist, if anybody else wants to read a little bit, and you can let me know what you think of this experience too. So please let me know, and unmic if you want to interrupt me, because I won't be able to see while I'm reading. I'll be on the same phone. So this is an article from Vox that came out on May 28th, so just a little while ago. And it's in Future Perfect, titled "The People Who Actually Want AI to Replace Humanity." We need to create a new humanism before the, quote, AI successionists win. Quote, "I want AI to be a tool that allows human flourishing," exclaimed Brad Carson, a former member of Congress. Quote, "There is an option out there where AI is just a tool for us." This is a normal thing to say in most circles, but Carson was not speaking at an invite-only symposium dedicated to the idea of creating a, quote, worthy successor. An AI so impressive, so beyond the mere human, that we'd actually want it to replace humanity. "You're a brave man for entering this room," Dan Fagalia, an AI market researcher and organizer of the symposium, told Carson. You're in probably the only room in the country where most people disagree with you." The attendees at the symposium, which took place at the New York Academy of Sciences last September, are part of a subculture that's growing in importance, the AI successionists, who think that artificial intelligence is our rightful heir, the next step in cosmic evolution, by companies aim to do. Instead, we should usher in artificial intelligence as a successor to humanity and hand over the world to it, even if it means we go extinct. They know this view is taboo, which is why I was invited only on the condition that I wouldn't quote anyone other than the keynote speakers by name. But suffice it to say that they are not a fringe view. It's becoming highly influential. People from AI major labs, Anthropic, Google DeepMind, xAI, were in attendance. So were people from think tanks that directly shape U.S. government's AI policy. So that's just a little start of this idea. Any reflections just from that, or should we keep going?
Thanos.
right? It does have those thenotic elements. Let's start doing those. Anybody else have any thoughts? And feel free to raise your hand to come on up if you'd like to hear it. Okay. Next section. So there's a little section on why they wrote this story. I think I'm going to read that at the end. Here's next. AI successionism has been gaining ground among technologists over the past decade. In 2015, Google co-founder Larry Page famously accused Elon Musk of, quote, speciesism, because Page thought we should let digital minds take over, and Musk disagreed. The successionist vision has been, now look at the, I'm just going to add in here, look at the irony that happens once Elon Musk now runs an AI company that has merged with his Twitter takeover, that has merged with his money-bleeding space company. So you'll notice that a lot of these views very much are shaped by financial interests. Any other reflections on that before I keep going? Okay. So, the successionist vision has been amplified by the advent of effective accelerationism, EAC, in 2012. Its founder, Wilame Verdun, the physicist, I'm sorry if I butchered that name, the physicist known more colorfully as X on Based Bezos. Based Beth Bezos, that's his name he goes by, describes EAC as meta-religion. That's about, quote, having faith in the universe's drive towards increasingly intelligent systems. The best thing we can do is help the universe by developing advanced AI as fast as possible, even at the expense of humanity. Quote, EAC, as Verdun has written, has, quote, no particular allegiance to the biological substrate, quote. And do you hear how it's like reducing, this is me now, do you hear how it's like reducing humans to a biological substrate? It's taking everything that's nuanced and interesting about humanity and switching us to just like something you'd use in a lab.
And of course, they've got to help it. They've got to help the universe.
Right. We're just here to usher in the universe, to give it a little tip.
We just need to help the universe. What the universe is going to do.
How cosmic it is? It echoes these religions of it's a cosmic thing. It just happens to be that we're on the privileged planet with the one true AI God. Okay, so back to the article. Tech heavyweights have come on board. Venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, by the way, the little app that you're on is largely funded by him, if I'm not. Gary Tan, the CEO of tech startup accelerator Y Combinator, included, quote, EAC in his social media bio and invested in Verdun's company, which aims to build the world's most efficient computers. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman posted on X to Verdun saying, "You cannot out-accelerate me." And these days, AI successionism is spreading beyond Silicon Valley. At the New York Symposium, Fagella told audiences that trying to preserve the human species as it is would be silly. Quote, "We could ask the question that would tie all of our moral aspirations entirely to 23 chromosomes. Or we could ask the cosmic questions," Fagella said. He wanted us to consider, quote, unpolite, uncouth possibilities, starting with the flame of consciousness, the capacity for experience and moral value, maybe the rarest and most precious thing in the universe. Humanity is currently a torch carrying a flame, but what if we're ultimately not the best carrier for it? And if AI can spread that flame farther than we mere humans can, generating experiences of bliss and forms of moral value that we could never even dream of, shouldn't we let it? Fagella's talk was greeted by a loud round of applause. Later, he and a couple dozen other attendees headed to a nearby hotel balcony for drinks. And so it was that I found myself overlooking the Manhattan skyline as people talked about the end of humanity over cocktails. So it gets interesting ahead, but I just want to give a pause if anybody wanted to chime in on, what we've covered so far.
I don't think it's interesting, to be honest with you. I think it sounds like the Turning Point USA event that Erica Kirk did the other day, that, women shouldn't vote. I think it's a weird little group of weirdos extolling something that will never happen. Like, I really do. Like, not even in the sense of, like, of course you can always shift an Overton window, and these are very powerful people, but they're powerful people that don't understand other humans. They're not people, and so consequently they think they can, like, they think they've captured what it is to be human. I don't have any hope that this group of people can capture what it is to be human. I really don't. Zero. Less than zero. Yeah. So I think it's like a cute culty thing to sit around and talk about. I think it's masturbatory. I think it's self-important, and I think there's something kind of cool about, you know, having the courage. It's like being a Nazi. It's like having the courage to kind of say, you know, the crazy thing that everybody would be terrified if they could ever get into this private room. And I don't know. I don't actually think it's that riveting or interesting. I think they're just weirdos. And I'm gonna do a Tim Waltz and just call them weirdos.
I think that's definitely relevant. I want to let Al jump in, but she's been quiet for a long time. So Al, go for it.
Yeah, no, I just agree with what Denise was saying. I'm really not interested in it either. I think they're weirdos too. I don't like the whole topic, to be honest with you. And yeah, I mean, I know there are people like this. I know this shit is happening, but I try to stay as far away from it as possible. So I was actually
No, I think that I think the reason why I say that is I don't like a lot of the U.S. politicians right now, right? I think along with the vast super majority of America, I like less than 2 or 3, and the ones I like, I don't love. And I don't think that's true of all Americans, but I think it's the super majority. And yet, I can't ignore American politics. Well, I can, but that comes at a cost of me being engaged, being an educated voter, and knowing and understanding the world around me. And I think what's a little bit upsetting to me is that the people in this article are shaping the world. Bare minimum, they are completely shaping the U.S. economy right now. I'm going to rephrase that. They have reshaped the U.S. economy. And there are parts that maybe they're not in control of, but stock markets, all retirement accounts, nearly index funds, the regulations around those markets, laws for financial investing, local zoning, and the only thing keeping economics driving forward really is being grounded in these people changing our society. So this isn't me reading this going yay, and neither is the article as it keeps going. But it's kind of like, when I read this, I didn't know that so many of these people were literal AI successionists. I thought a lot of them were just like, hey, this is a good thing. We're going to make something really cool. It's a tool. It's going to change our society. The yada yada they always say. It's the ultimate weapon, but it's also the ultimate weapon for good. All this type of dialogue. But a good chunk of these people are like, yeah, I want my meat sack to burn. And that's wild. That's a very different religious type of fervor.
Did you meet Mark Andreessen in early Clubhouse days?
No.
Okay. Okay, I did. We'll have to talk about that another time.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying is the app. And I think one of the other reasons why I say this is we can pretend that the medium we're on is neutral. But there's that old adage, the medium is the message. And the people who are running the room we're in right now and the other 100 rooms in your hallway and this whole structure, this is their desire. This is their goal. And I think even this app is designed with an intent. And some of it conscious, some of it unconscious, but it pushes us in these directions.
Yeah. Don't hear me saying that I don't think they're dangerous or I don't think they're impactful. I just don't think they can pull this off. And I think, yes, it drives their decision making. This belief system drives kind of like the moves that they make. I agree. I acknowledge that 1,000%. I just don't think these people can pull it off because I don't think, honestly, I do not think they understand humanity enough to replace it in the ways that that we're talking about. It doesn't mean that we're going to have.
Part of my thesis.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Doesn't mean there's not gonna be pain, and it doesn't mean it's not gonna be pain at their hands. I think there already has been, but I guess I just like again, maybe I'm on a high because I've been watching all these people push back on data centers. I just think, and I just had that crazy phone call. I just think like they're not as all powerful as we think they are. Like, and so I think this idea of like I'm not gonna let them. I'm not trading like my belief system for their belief system, and I'm not like prepared to like let. I'm not afraid of them. I think that's maybe that's.
That's an interesting distinction. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna jump in for a second because I need to go, but I would push back even on your comment about the medium being the message, because it is one of my favorite McLuhan, but example, the way that we are using a platform, we are defining what we're getting out of being here. So the medium does not have to be that message, even though that's what their, whatever their intentions are, and if they are nefarious, then they're nefarious. But we have some real agency here on what we're actually accomplishing being on the platform. So I would say, that's a really optimistic view.
I things that I find probably problematic, difficult.
Hold on a minute, Roger. Nobody's sticking their head in the sand here. We talk about AI day and night here.
I wasn't actually. I was just gonna say why I choose.
Okay.
Not a critique. The reasons why I choose to do it is I find being hyper lucid, both like being aware that I'm awake and alert of the situation, but also reflecting on how it affects me and kind of doing the metacognition of what does this do to me as a person, knowing this is out there, the fact that it is out there. I think it's important, and I think frankly there's probably some number of people in this room that haven't read articles like this, that don't know what the term AI successionist is, and it's useful. And to your point about the medium being the message, I think there's a lot of complexity around this. Like somebody else was mentioning, them harvesting data and all that other stuff, sure. But even like the way speakers are appointed, the way the room is set up, whether you get a little medal next to your name or not, or they wouldn't do it. And as we've all experienced, like them getting rid of the back channels, sometimes it's really unpopular and nobody likes it. Other, and it's rolled back reaction, the decision making we have, and a lot of that's our intention. So I agree with you that it's we have agency and control, and we shouldn't be thought of as disempowered. But even when I'm on this or any other form of social media, I like to be hyper lucid. I like to think about what am I doing there, how does it affect me, and how does my even engagement with it shape who I am. And that's what I like to talk about these things. I like to forward that way.
No, I get that, and knowledge is power, and I mean, I tend to be hyper vigilant about stuff, because this topic doesn't mean everybody's. A couple hours ago, where Mara was saying, yeah, we could all do to open help the centers, we could, in mass to reject this. So, I think rather than feeling like this is just, like I said, a runaway, I find it all very anti-humanity in a way. It feels very anathema to me.
The way I was introduced by this article was a philosopher calling for a renewed humanism, which has been something I've been trying to work on communicating and embodying better. A real, yes to life, a real life affirming is that term I keep using, like saying that life matters and humanity matters, and a dead thing like a machine matters in its service to life only. It doesn't matter for itself, But yeah, any other thoughts before I read ahead on what happens on this rooftop balcony with the AI successionist bros?
Yeah, just slightly, just slightly cosign what they're saying. Like, I'm really not worried, and I'm in a space where they are pushing this on me.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact, with people that I talk to, that they want humans. This is why people are fighting back in their own private ways too, to be more connected with things. I see the humanity fighting back, and which I'm excited. I'm excited to see what comes part where they're saying we're all going to be AI, where nobody's going to drive cars, and we're all going to be, robots, and we have to live off UBI. I'm excited to see the pushback against that and what humanity does on a local level, but also more broadly in terms of fighting back and reclaiming why the hell we're here. I'm looking forward to that, actually.
One of my, and I don't think the article addresses, but one of my optimistic views about technology is if we didn't worship this economic system that desires endless productivity and growth, we are producing enough food and resource that if we didn't consume as much kind of what I will call useless trash, we're talking like stuff that you don't need to live. We're not talking food or essential medicine or healthcare or clothing or even basic transportation, but the other stuff, the useless trinkets, the, food that just gets thrown away in the fridge because we got too much, never time to cook because we're working too much. If we didn't have all that kind of excess, we don't need to work as much. Like 3-4 day work weeks are very possible. Having the resources to support each other, taking the people that are injured and giving them care they need so they can have human dignity, paying people who have children so they can cover, not worrying about payment and providing houses and basic resources. Like, we're there already. Certainly in the US, not globally, but a lot of nations are getting closer and closer to there. If we didn't have this excess productivity, competition, endless bombing of other countries, like the US has more than enough to live a good quality of life for every single American. It's a choice that our system mentioned for diagnosing cancers, for writing pointless emails to automated, other systems that we need because there's an issue with our credit card, for designing a quick website so I can sell cupcakes on the weekend or whatever the hell I like to do. There's ways this stuff could be used to enrich our lives, and there's ways that it can be used to destroy our lives. And somebody mentioned this earlier. It's not so much that I don't trust AI at all. Like, I don't have some inherent trust or distrust. I don't trust the people that are running it and the way it's being done. And I think that's a big point on how I feel about it. Is it's not a Ludditism to get rid of it. It's that I want it to be done the right way. Denise, I saw you were.
I actually didn't realize I was off mic, but that was me that said that. Like, I just don't trust them. They're creepy weirdos, and those of you in the room who don't know me, I attend TED. I go to Aspen Institute events. These people are very strange, and they don't want to die. They control every. And it's bizarre how much that is a central piece of this. They want someplace to download their consciousness. They want some way to cheat death. And they're not going to be able to do it. So I literally am not, the more I've spoken to them, the less I worry. To be honest, I think it will be painful. Don't hear me saying I don't think it's going to be painful. I think it will, and I think it's going to be painful more because of us than almost because of them. Because we can't get over, we love to say the word trillionaire. Oh my gosh, can you believe he did it? We can't stop talking about it. We can't, this is wow. Like it's our enamored posture that makes us vulnerable to them. And yes, they have captured our governmental system, and they have created incredible harms. But you know me, I'm corny in this way. I'm a student of history, and I liken this. This is our Harriet Tubman moment, right? I don't doubt.
That's big phrasing for you because I know how much you value Tubman too.
I value her. She's my like true north, right? But sought to free people, right? And so that's my reaction. Like, I think this is interesting. Don't hear me saying I'm listening, and I think it's interesting, but I'm not afraid. I'm not. This doesn't daunt me. As a matter of fact, it does the opposite. It kind of lets me know how important it is to raise your voice and to speak up and to push back. They're not better than us. They're just rich. That's all they are, is rich.
Well, and I think there's a second thing they're unmoored by morality. I think that's what
completely unmoored. Completely unmoored.
And I think there's a difference between being amoral and immoral. And that's one of the things I wish we as a nation could see, because I don't think it's competing morality. I think it's being untethered by morality versus having a morality. Which is why I think these amoral people look at AI and they're like, what's the difference? Like, I ain't got morals. I'm just trying to do my thing. The AI is just trying to do its thing. Same. But to your point, I want to read the next section, Denise, because it connects directly.
Can I just add one thing? I'm sorry.
You always can.
Okay, cool. I think at the core, these people are not happy people. I think they're afraid of pain. I think they're afraid of the things that make life and being human. And they are deeply afraid of it. To your point, Denise, they don't want to die. What does that mean? What is at the core of that, actually? That they have to live together. That longevity is the accomplishment. That seems very odd and seems deeply sad at the core. So I just want to know.
Oh, yeah. And Scotty, I think that's my thesis on AI over and over again, that it's not that people overvalue AI, it's that they undervalue and don't understand the value of humans. So on this moment of immortality, let's read to the next section here. Identified with the relatively new term, quote, AI successionist. Some were proponents of transhumanism, the movement that says we should use tech to proactively evolve our species into Homo sapiens 2.0. Transhumanists hope transhumanists hope to keep some version of humanity going, but definitely not the current hardware. They dream of radical life extension, cognitive enhancement, and eventually uploading. This is in brackets. Musk, who said he created his brain chip company Neuralink to help merge humanity with AI, probably falls, or at least fell, into this category. Back out of brackets. Others were post-humanists, those who want us to give rise to descendants that move beyond humanity altogether. The biologist sitting across from me was very excited about the prospect of merging humans with AI, and this is me talking now. Here's where we get the immortality type stuff. He says, we should task AI with figuring out how to best do the merger, and then, quote, take it off the leash, and allow AI to control its own evolution, and by extension, ours. Of course, he said, not all humans will make it through the transformation. Only a select group of people will transition to the next evolutionary stage. Presumably, the type of people privileged enough to imbibe cocktails at Manhattan AI symposiums. So, here's where you get it. We're going to create something. We assume we are the chosen ones. We're going to create the thing that will literally absorb our humanity. And this is the word, somebody help me, I'm having my anomia kick in.
Eugenics?
No, well, that too, but it's eschatological or whatever it is. The term for religions that have like end times and then rebirth. It's like they're reaching out for the way to destroy humanity and to make sure they're there to get their consciousness upload and merged. And to make sure they have it ready in this life cycle. So I do think there's a massive amount of death denial and this constant memento mori, but not to say, yes, we too shall die. It's to say we're going to die. Oh, hell no. Like, I have to make sure, like, I exist beyond, and there's no way this can go. And we're here. We're the ones ready to go. So going on with this. The man seated beside me, a researcher from one of the major AI companies, was even more radical. Forget merger. It's okay if humans don't survive at all, he said. Human text has been used to train the AIs. In some sense, then, the human spirit will live on. So, quote, so on the cosmic level, he said cheerfully, I'm okay with it. Most people are definitely, now here's your point for many of you, most people are definitely not okay with it. The average person would probably find the answer of the worthy successor group repugnant. Yet the core question they pose cannot be ignored. Whether they picture us merging with machines or ultimately being superseded by them, technologists are developing innovations that could dramatically change what it means to be human. Think AI-powered brain chips that enable mind reading, or magnetic implants that give you a sixth sense, and genetic tools that could reshape the DNA of the future. All of these are links to businesses doing that, just for context of the article. As it becomes possible to direct our own evolution as a species, and potentially even create a new species that surpasses us, we have to decide, how do we know to what extent it does make sense to transform ourselves using technology? What kind of augmentation do we want, and what kinds do we absolutely not? Augmentation do we want, and what type do we absolutely not want? What do we wish, ultimately, to become? This is a moral question. Even for anyone who finds it repulsive, the challenge is to offer a countervailing, positive vision. And it's essential to do that now. I'm going to read this next section, then I'd like us to talk if everybody's down for it. And it's essential to do that now because as sci-fi as the secessionists might sound, they are building real political power. It provides a link to all their different groups within the text if you'd like to click it. With links to the authoritarian right. Several of the text heavyweights who've embraced secessionism want to escape the control of democratic governments. So much so they're seeking to create their own sovereign colonies. That can come in the form of space colonies, a la Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, or in independent, quote, startup cities that provides links to those, or, quote, network states. Listen, a major proponent of the network state. These oligarchs have successfully cozied up to the Trump administration, clearing the way for their accelerationist vision. It has a link to the ways they've done this. They'll take the wheel unless we come up with alternative visions for the future. Now, they're going to provide what they think is the alternative. But what was interesting in reading this and hearing about these visions, seeing how these names connect and doing a little digging for me into their connections is this is really moving forward. There was recently a city in California, and again, this is all me talking away from the article. There's a city in California where they were buying up all this land next to a military base. It's kind of out in a quasi-desert area. And all of a sudden, everybody was freaking out. Was it a foreign government or what? Well, it turns out it's a city being developed in California. It's planned to house 400,000 people, making, a significant size city in U.S. scale. And it's going to be a super AI tech-forward startup city. There's a city called Prospera. I forget if it's in, if anyone wants to chime in with what country in Latin America. And it's had all sorts of issues. Started rebellions in the government. There was the whole seasteading initiative, which was huge with the initial Trump administration.
It's in Honduras.
Honduras, thanks. And there was the whole Seasteading Institute that tried to set up colonies on old oil rigs. And all of these failed. Because the whole idea was to create a group of people that could do radical self-interest and libertarian action. Libertarian in the choice of no restriction. And those people went. And put a bunch of those people together, and what do you think will happen? It's why there's a crazy quote from Elon Musk when he can talk about colonizing Mars. He talks about maybe needing to put a kill switch or something because all the people in Mars could rebel or something like that, and you have to have a way to turn them off. And so these moves are really happening. Nation states are involved. Money is going here. And these visions are shaping a public policy. Sam Altman is everywhere on the media right now. Elon Musk runs multiple of the largest platforms. And don't forget, Oracle, run by Ellison and those people who are building all the data centers and trading billions of dollars with these companies, they're buying up the media and CBS, and all of a sudden critics, people like Stephen Colbert and others, they're silenced. They're shut down. And it's not that they're permanently done, but when we want to talk about canceling, there's nothing more explicit than canceling a literal TV show and buying the whole damn network. So I think as much as this is something you want to be afraid of or not, I don't want to talk about the internal emotional state. It's something that's causing real harm. It's rewriting our social landscape, our media landscape. It's rewriting our vernacular. Go onto the app and scroll down the rooms and watch how many AI rooms or reaction to AI rooms or rooms about these people who are funneling literally hundreds of millions of dollars to get these people elected so they can have billions to sink into SpaceX, which is leasing their data centers to other AI companies. It's meaningful. It's powerful. It has causal effects on the real world that affect my life. And again, how we respond to that is all of our choice. And yeah, no one of us is going to be like, oh, you know what, I think AI companies might be kind of bad, and I think AI successionism shouldn't be a thing. But like the article's pointing out, they have, and this is my analysis, there is a religion-shaped hole in our society. And if anybody knows me on here in my day-to-day life, I'm not a part of any organized religion. I'm not trying to start up one, but there's this movement called meta-modernism that I really respect. And it says, like, throughout history, there was an area, a period of time we call antiquity, where religion and spiritualism and being grounded in nature defined humanity. And then modernism comes around. And this is the Enlightenment, and we move away from religion and away from authority and away from nature and towards technology and development and science and rationality and free markets and democracy. And then boom, the story of everything comes there. And then it's in this dialogue with postmodernism saying, hey, maybe not everything is good. Maybe burning up the planet to make profit isn't great. Maybe rationality has created bigger tools of war. And this comes out of World War II, where some of the smartest scientists were calculating how to best burn human bodies. And so, other people criticized it and said, you're just trying to destroy it. You're using all your, new age type language to try and deconstruct what's worked, and you don't even mean anything, and you're all inserting psychology and power struggles, and none of this counts. And then there's a movement that comes after this, and most people don't even acknowledge it. It's new, and I found it meaningful. It's called meta-modernism. And it says, look, antiquity and religion served a purpose. It got us here. Millions of years, not thousands. Who knows how many of that? There were stories, there were myths, there was community, there was nature. We were worried about sustainability. Wasn't a tech jargon. It was what a society needed. We planted different fields and foods because we knew we had to survive multiple seasons and couldn't just engineer our way out. And modernism gives rise to amazing things, medicine, technology. It starts to bring ideas about every person having a certain type of value. And then you get like this new idea is meta-modernism. It says, look, antiquity had a value. And modernism created this stuff that's useful. And then postmodernism has a lot of critique that's really accurate, but the other things were still valuable. And meta-modernism says, what we kind of need is all of them. We need an antiquity and a story and a specialness to life. What religion gave people was a sense of value and meaning and a grand, how do I put it, mystical story, something that centered us in a sense of the beautifulness of the cosmos and how to put it together. And modernism comes and gives us technology and rationality in this structured, organized ways that build stuff that we all use, like the phones we're all on right now. And postmodernism critiques that and says, hey, you're saying you're also good. You're not good. Y'all are doing monstrous stuff in the way of making all these dads and widgets. And you better criticize that. There's not just one story, and there's not one truth, and rationality won't solve everything. Meta-modernism says take them all. We're going to need something like a religion to inspire us. It doesn't have to have a Bible and a sacrifice and get a tithe and all that. And we're going to need science and rationality to tell us what we can do. And we're going to need critique of all those things and differing viewpoints and to recognize power structures so we don't enforce that monstrousness. And so I think we're at a time where we desperately need this. And I think I used to be very averse to the term spiritual because I don't personally identify as a member of an organized religion. I think they can be really problematic. But I do think there's something in my life when I look at a beautiful tree, or I connect with another person in dialogue, or I look into a person's eyes deeply, or see a rainbow, that there is something sublime and beautiful and bigger. And I think if we don't see that spiritualness in things, it leads us to look at an AI and somebody writing your loved one to write you a final letter before they die and say, they look really similar, they're both bounced. And I think that's one of my fears, that I think is a very valid call for a renewed type of spiritualism, a new type of something that affirms life, and not just affirming it as a death, whether we're all going to die and be brought back, but affirms life as it is right now. So I know that was quite a viewpoint. That's my viewpoint on this article at this point. Just wanted to open it up if anybody wants to come up, because I see so many friends down there listening. Thanks for being here, and people on stage. Anybody want to chime in with thoughts on that? Oh, Scotty, if you want to speak on Spinoza's God for a second, you get a massive fist bump.
No, I don't have anything to say, but that's more aligned to where I am.
Yeah.
It's all within us, all within nature, that kind of vibe. That's what I think about.
Yeah.
And I trust Albert Einstein. If that was his God, then I'm like, all right, I think we're on some.
For anybody who's not familiar with Spinoza's God, and yes, Einstein was a big fan, he thought God was literally the sum totality of the entire universe. Everything that thinks and feels, but also every star, every galaxy, all past, present, future. And to him, that literally was God. It was just the sum totality of all reality, the greatest thing possible. And he didn't prescribe any mysticism or tradition or anything other than that. Just is what it is. And it's a very beautiful idea. And he did choose very consciously to use the term God. So yeah, I've always been a fan of Spinoza's God. I think it's a cool concept. I appreciate that, Scotty, for bringing that up. Anybody else? Yeah, anybody else have any thoughts or reflections? Ooh, I'm surprised. Neither Denise had any thoughts on that.
I have a million thoughts, but I'm just like letting it.
Do you want to say any of them, or you want to just let them sit in the box for a while?
I mean, it's weird. It's kind of like what you call it. Is it spirituality? Is it some kind of collective reconnection around our value to each other? I feel like that's what I'm seeing. But it's like it's what you call it, right? It's how what you label it as. And so this idea of like you need all three. I think that's probably I think that talk a lot about what is relevant. At it, and there's the kind of deification that we have of technology in this season, in this time, kind of us to hold our nose or look away at respected farmers, because we created a lot of people have made of the God of sorts, right? But I think I just believe that we give it reparations and says led and slave are united as to prevent it from ever happening again. That's exactly.
What is agnostic theist? Someone who believes doesn't have proof. I'm not an atheist. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No, I'm not agnostic. I'm an atheist, a positive atheist. No, but I'm not agnostic. Yeah, because I think that I can be as sure as I can be of all of. I can't be as sure that there's not a God as I can be as sure of my other knowledgeable beliefs, right? Like I don't believe that there is, for example, what happens if so it has election fundings? What happens if there is some issue? Then what are you going to do? What happens if people are just being misled? Like as happens all over the world. You think that people cannot be misled? Like what happened in Brexit? There was a referendum, but the people really stupid decision.
It's a good point, and it was not an informed decision, and that's one of the problems with referenda. So there's very few countries that rely on that as a primary mechanism for legislation. Switzerland's probably a good example of the exception, but they have a very good system, and it's a relatively small country and doable. Better systems than democracy, right? It's not practical when you have a utopian version of what's around the laws of governance and blah blah blah. I mean, that is not here in this world, right? It's just like Islamic theocracy version of utopian. Everything is right and fair. What do we see around us? What is this Islamic theocracy, Islamic governance model? It has never been implemented anywhere. It just stays in people's mind. Practically, what are we going to compare against them? I'm not saying what else in the world. Everyone has that version, but it's just like.
And it's like I always point out different governance systems work at different scales of populations, right? Like communism and and consensus, like communism, consensus-based anarcho-communism works great with like small groups of people that agree to live in community, but it's certainly not a way to govern the nation, right? And you could have socialistic sort of welfare ideals within a nation, but you still have to have some level of mixed economies in order to accumulate enough capital, either at the governmental scale or the private sector scale, to build big things, right? Individuals, all working, pulling at their own personal interests are never going to build big things on their own.
So it's just kind of, these things people don't realize. It's not all or nothing. Like I said, it's like if you want to live, in a communist style, if you want to live in a kibbutz and do all that crap, go to it. Great.
Yeah, Carter's spot on this. It is really a social scale, and that's why I gave the example earlier with referenda. Works well in Switzerland, but can't work on much larger scales, and is actually counter democracy at larger scales, as we saw with the Nazis' use of plebiscites, and even countries like North Korea do this type of nonsense, where you get 99.99% of the population both voting and happen to be voting for the same thing. But as far as a benevolent dictator being like the best form of government, it's largely been acknowledged that that's a great thing because it can be very efficacious and a lot of great things can happen. But the problem with it, of course, is what happens with a benevolent dictator model, because it can work on scale, but the problem is time. It doesn't work over long scales of time, and so that's why the best model ends up being some sort of Republican form of government.
So for us, we are saying even the communists, we can very well have a even if just think about it. As long as you're not taking the big laws and stuff, for example, is where he wants to have multiple wives, he can have multiple wives. You just can't call wives for the legal system of the country you are in. But people are going to say if you live with more than one partner, people are not going to, say anything about it.
You have to, mine's gonna only get one wife, so you don't need to worry about that.
No, but I'm just saying that it can be a good, assuming that he's not thinking about maybe he was not okay, like he would decide that he's going to or if he's not quitting that position. You can have multiple partners, you can live with multiple partners, no problem, right? You can follow your
That's what I'm saying. I'll take the Shahada if I can have all the investments that I want.
Yeah, the queen bee would have a lot.
Yeah, the fact that people can break the law and get away with it, and find ways to camouflage it. I don't know that says anything about the Muslims. What was that?
Do you have things that?
I sort of do, but how is that relevant?
Because engagement that's
I've been conversating back and forth every word of it.
I don't understand that.
It's very spicy.
It's just spicy,
chili.
She said, yeah, lots of chili in her boat noodles.
And I have enough hard out now.
I found a restaurant with the best cow soy in my city. The fermented vegetables in it. Oh, it's so good.
You and I should do like the food show together.
Does a true 100% political system exist in a truly democratic country or a truly socialist country?
I mean, complete and total democracy is an absolute consensus-based referendum system, but that's impossible at large scale. You have to move to some sort of representative, within a democratic system where not everybody's weighing in on every single goddamn decision that's made.
Another problem with these referenda is that they are taxing on population. Some countries have more referenda than others. Even we have referenda. You got to get a mind what
you start to become apathic, you get to stop participating. They're like, fuck, I'm so tired of going through this.
Well, it's just not reasonable to expect people to be experts on every subject, and so some decisions are very, detailed
direct democracy, and
Wait, aren't you a subject matter expert on everything, Euro? I thought you knew everything.
well, if I'm saying something wrong, point it out. But I can guarantee you, I'm right on this because I'm fairly familiar with Switzerland. I live close to Switzerland.
Are you and Matthew brothers? I get the feeling that you and Matthew are brothers. The perfume maker? You know the perfume maker? He's another know-it-all.
Regularly vote on laws, constitutional changes, and popular initiatives, and that's the form of government.
Yeah, what's happening in this? There was a referendum last Sunday about capping the Swiss population. I mean, when you have a system where such silly things actually come into the referendum.
Still following.
I probably would if I still had mine. Yeah, I think they used to follow her. My issue with her is just like the whole hospice thing and how she's been
She's just like,
being on the verge of death for.
she's fucking crazy. She's a lunatic. And it's so weird how.
Organization such as Hezbollah attacking Israel, all the time. So Iran could say, look, somebody could say, this is not Iranian business. They have no business to dictate what Israel can or cannot do in Lebanon and take that away off the negotiation.
Why would they do that?
Let me just finish this. The reason I'm pointing this out because you came across, as you were saying, that the Israelis are poo-pooing the deal or are making it very difficult because they're attacking Lebanon. So I'm turning this table around. I would say maybe Iran actually is the problem here. If they take their request for Israel not to just leave those two alone, then I think a deal can move forward without any problem. So in this case, I would say Iran is the country, the party actually insisting very strongly for Israel to leave, to move out of Lebanon. So what do you think about this, Ali?
I think the Americans agreed to it. The Americans agreed and thought that's actually required to end the war. It's part of the memorandum of understanding that my president signed. That's what you're talking about. We agreed to it, and that's what happens when you lose a war. You have to accept things that you don't necessarily agree to. I don't know what world you guys live in that you think that Iran didn't win this war, guys. They won.
Well, yeah, you can tell yourself that and get drunk on that bill.
How did they not win? If it wasn't in 2 more, I don't know if you know this or not, in about 3 more weeks, if we continued where we were, Brent was going to $150 a barrel. We're already seeing the economic ramifications globally. This wouldn't have gone well if we continued. We're at a breaking point.
You realize that the Iran's oil producing capability has already been permanently damaged. By the end of May, Karg Island was completely filled, the tanks there. So they had to wind down production, which produces, I forget exactly, but it essentially produces.
So we're getting to that same predicament, right? So that causes also another problem. The question was who was going to be able to last longer.
The U.S. was using shadow shipping lanes to escort tankers throughout and hugging the coast of Oman, et cetera. So oil was getting out.
I'm sorry, you think enough oil was getting out that it wasn't affecting global supply?
I think it was affecting global supply, but I think Iran was already hurting.
You're right, they were hurting, but
much more than any other country.
Right, but this is also a fight for their existential survival. It's like a fight for existential survival for them.
Yeah, I know everybody in the Middle East is fighting for their existence.
But it wasn't an existential fight for the United States. There's no reason for me to pay $5 a fucking Garrett Bell for oil.
Yeah.
So he was getting significant domestic pressure.
Yeah, but
there were Indians who were worried about getting cooking gas.
There was no significant
pressure in the United
domestic
States.
pressure. None.
Okay. Sure.
So I mean, let me go back to your
I mean, I can certainly tell you in California, the prices are higher here than anywhere else, and it's not because of the war in Iran.
I can tell you my guys. Hold up, I'll leave you 1 second. Alan, first of all, hello.
Hey, Ralph.
Second of all,
how are
you? Good. You want to help out me a bit? You mind to help out?
Help out how?
Like this.
Oh, Jesus. I'll go mad with power. I swear I can't.
It's okay. We get a crazy Armenian. But what's it called? Where was I going with it? I think you sent me the article, or you sent me that under Biden, that oil without any wars, gas without any wars was still higher than under Trump with the war. Was that you corrected me one time, I think, in the back?
No, I'm not saying. I just checked my messages to you. I didn't see anything. But that wouldn't surprise me if that was accurate. I mean, as soon as Biden came out with the war, funding in the war with Ukraine, prices in California went up to $700. $7 a gallon for premium, which I need. And the other thing, my 1 month's gas bill to heat my house, which was normally $230 in the winter, was $700.
Oh, and I told you gotta sell that Mercedes. I know you're Armenians, you love those Mercedeses.
Yeah, I know. We can't. Look. I can't show my face to other Armenians if I'm not.
Just matches your face, that square boxy look.
Yeah, that's right.
So, let me just finish my discussion with Ali. Ali, I just quickly looked up there are a few items in here. This one is on the title of Sovereignty, Non-Interference, and Implementation. That's correctly. So here's just one line in here. It says explicit language, but protecting Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity is tied to the ceasefire on that front. So it is really vague about what the outcome of this kind of language is, or what the expectations are, the Iranian expectation in terms of the sovereignty of Lebanon, whether that requires it for the Israelis to pull out completely, or strategically. So it's really vague. Maybe you have something better than I have. That it basically says that American.
I mean, I think territorial sovereignty usually means that there's not another country.
Yeah, I fully understand that.
Usually there's not an occupation.
I'm trying to tell you, it's really a vague language in here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, I'm not quite sure what was I going to say. I'm not sure how it's going to unfold, to what extent.
I would love to hear from the other Ali, though. But Ali, June, you and I
Which
know
one are you talking about?
How come your
Are you talking about the handsome Ali or the handsome Ali?
How come your opinion never actually ever mattered?
I'm sorry, can you come in?
It doesn't matter, like, progressively, it doesn't matter. It's like your opinion. It's like I could listen to you for hours and never fucking even understand anything. It's like I could never understand whether you would be a Persian, whether you would be a leftist, whether you'd be RUC. It's like your opinion never ever fucking mattered to me.
Well, thank you for that. I have seen you in the previous room. You're having a very unusual interest in what I say, and typically you're attacking me. I'm not quite sure.
No, I never attack you.
So what I'm trying to say,
your opinion never matters. But actually, to be honest, it wasn't about you. I brought that your opinion.
Yeah, Ali, you're trying to make it personal. She's just giving you constructive criticism in a very harsh way.
I am a nationalistic person.
Okay, so you, I see your tactic.
I see your tactic. Listen, man, she just gave you constructive criticism. It might be harsh, and you don't like hearing it. That's the problem. A lot of people have told you this, and I'm going to tell you this because you need to hear it. A lot of people don't think what you say makes any sense, and nor is it enriching or enlightening or educating in any way. You always complain. Everybody knows you're an atheist. Check. Everybody knows you're an Iranian. Check. Everybody knows that you can speak English decently. Great for you, bro. But that's only an accomplishment in Iran, not in the United States or in the Western Hemisphere, in the Western sphere, or the Anglosphere. Here, this is the norm. So if you don't speak English, like, hey man, like, that's a you problem. But here, you don't get any trophies for speaking English. In Iran, you might get a trophy for speaking English. So I know. Who's muting? Who's muting, man? Alan's muting. Alan wants to say something.
Yeah, how does this relate to the memorandum of understanding?
Thank you.
What memorandum of understanding?
The one we're talking about.
Between the United States and Iran?
Yeah.
Correct. Well, days, it's going to be negotiated. There's no memorandum of understanding other than to stop the war.
Yeah, okay. So, I'm sorry, but Ali's particular effectiveness with what he does or does not say is not related to that, nor our opinion about what he says and does not say.
That's true.
It's up the moderators to decide and moderate the room. That's their.
We already know moderators moderate the room, Alan. Can we just not
Why are
say?
you talking about what BB said to him?
Because being allowed to say that are people entertained it, Mr. Moderator.
No, because BB is drunk.
And so if moderators entertained it, that must be the topic of conversation.
And now I just stopped.
Okay, so you went back to you reset the room, Alan. You could just say, I'm going to reset the room.
Yeah, well, I could have said it that way. I said it my way instead.
Which is no problem with that. But I just for further clarification. I'm building with you. I'm not being an antagonist to you.
I know you're not. We're all good. Now I'm going to say something. You know, I looked it up. I looked up what are the points. I read the memorandum. Then I went to Google, and there was one of the things that said was, would you like to see how this compares to Obama's deal? And I said, okay, let me see that. And then I asked the question, is it fair to compare this to Obama's deal, considering the terms haven't even been, the final terms haven't even been signed yet? And it said, well, no, it's not fair or accurate because this is a ceasefire deal. Okay, I don't see how when two countries are warring and they come to some kind of understanding, how that can be seen as a failure. Now, I expect that both sides are going to say, ha ha, we won. But we have yet to see what's going to happen in the next 60 days. The only other thing
We just completed a grueling 3-day records exam process, defending nearly 20,000 of our signatures. In the end, as I've been saying all along, we're well over the required 25,000 signatures.
That people are saying, oh, we're giving it to Iran. 150 billion of that is from private investors, and the rest of it comes from various sources, including other Middle Eastern.
So before the breakdown, Alan, what are we trying to say? So you agree with me?
So I don't know.
It's just a ceasefire.
Maybe I
Even
do,
abortions, pro-legal,
but all I've heard you
As
say
far as the
you
memorandum,
don't trust these
that's why I
lies.
asked the question. So you agree with me that this is just a ceasefire? No, it's an MOU to get to a ceasefire. They're different. So a ceasefire means to get to the conditions of an end.
why the fuck I hear the other.
Do I give him the box then? Yes.
That's fine, you know, did you ever had anyone on Twitter that said, let's say you're trying to lie and understanding needs to actual free speech, which are legally un-American, illegal freedom of speech, you believe in freedom of speech, applies to the government, doesn't apply necessary to you just kind of look at Marshall, you don't actually understand what freedom of speech fucking means.
And this was the only point I was going to make, was that $300 billion is not coming from America. And it's contingent on Iran making itself investable. Meaning, if it's a war-torn...
This with garlic and a filling consisting of meat, cheese, lettuce, tomato.
I appreciate you. I appreciate your knowledge because I believe that you have that, like, it belongs to you. You know, you were so, like, you could be Armenian, you could be whatever, but most
In Chicago.
Thank you, baby. And here's the thing. Cynic, I think you think but you're not smart enough. No, baby, not you, cynic. Yeah, no, listen to me, baby.
of you as students, but Marshall as students.
No.
I believe,
Baby.
I believe that
Hold on a
whatever you say, it comes from somewhere a level. No, but also
Baby.
it believes.
Hold on
No,
a
I
second.
believe it comes from a
I
level
know.
of experience
Okay,
and also
making
a
me look
level
bad,
of
baby.
honesty. I don't think you ever are dishonest, by the way.
Well, thank you, baby. And cynic,
You look
you may be
angry.
smarter than me, but you're not smart enough to understand
You look
when
angry.
somebody's complimenting a mod. Maybe you should not say anything. Anyways, next
26-27 season is a fantastic season.
welcome.
Oh my god, the drunk woman got me stopped. This onslaught has to be seen.
Oh my God! She's gonna hit my.
Shut the fuck up, who is this Masha? What is she doing?
Oh my God! It looks like the driver was apparently playing touch cars with a skin coat He was trying to smash the window and pull her out. The driver speeds away. She comes to a fork in the road and veers right, then jumps the center median and crashes into a helicopter. The officer opens the door and then gets out. The car door smashes him into the truck. The car crashes again into the helicopter. She takes off and proceeds to remove him from the vehicle, where she's placed under arrest and led to a
The
waiting
definition of
patrol car.
insanity is to repeat the same thing expecting a different result. If Israel occupies the southern Levant, this is what's going to happen. Within the next few years, they are going to coordinate the attacks against the permanent positioning of the IDF over there, and you're going to see high casualty events among the IDF, and then they're gonna post that online, and that's going to be a psychological angle, and that's going to be enforcing their base. And the Israelis are going to continue asking, why are we there? Why are we losing troops? And even though we have no valid claim to occupy the land, and the international community isn't going to recognize this territory as part of Israel. We're going to keep it as a buffer zone. You're just going to lose troops. You're in this high-tech modern warfare battlefield that we have today, a bunch of drones from Hezbollah will cost millions, yet alone the human life, which is what we're already seeing. You might not be seeing the combat footage, but I keep up with this stuff. I promise you, the game warfare, Israelis from opposing. Like they're not going to stop because Hezbollah's an existential threat to Israel. If Hezbollah's an existential threat to Israel, why? Because they
opposes territorial integrity, which would make them an explicit. They oppose territorial integrity. They literally are with their border. Funded by the Iranians who want the Iranians. So what? Israel's funded by the United States. Is the United States violating Israel's sovereignty or the integrity of the Arab world? No one asked you for an explanation of the economics that you asked. I'm just going based on what you said. You're saying, Hezbollah's an existential threat. People can comment too. If you don't want to have your shit criticized, then why do you run to conclusions so fast? And what you're saying is literally truth common. Like everyone should get this. No, it's not. You are free. You are free. Marshall, you're in goddamn Texas. You're Baptist. What are you talking about? Your views are nowhere normal. They're not normal. I know they are. You are fringe. You are on the extreme right side of the aisle. You're an evangelical. You're an evangelical. You are not mainstream. You are not mainstream. Just say I'm not mainstream. You are not mainstream. Instead of talking about shit, this white guy can't accept that. He ain't mainstream. You were redneck. You were redneck. And you are not the actual subject of the room. Which again means you've lost the discussion. No, I'm not lost. Look at him. Look at him setting himself up as judge, arbiter, and execution. You are talking about me, Sylvester Stallone. You are not talking about ideas. We're talking about Marshall Lincoln personally. We're talking about your nothing here, bro. Like, pull your head out of your ass and actually be polite. It's not that difficult. I'm not going to be polite to someone who continues to be polite. Otherwise, I'm going to continue the shit I'm saying the entire time we're talking. Who's muting? Who's muting? Can we have our back and forth or what? You're motherfucking talking. It's not that difficult. You don't have to try hard. Just you're a redneck. You're a redneck. Your views are not. You cannot justify your views. You just said Hezbollah is an existential threat to Israel. Justify that. You said, they violate Israeli territory integrity.
Okay, both of you stop right now.
Is Hezbollah?
First of all, there will be no direct attacks on each other. You guys want to argue facts. Okay, thank you. Argue fucking facts. No, you're the one that's arguing and getting emotional, Simic.
Because he is presenting things as if they were fact when they're not. And I'm telling him to justify them, and he cannot do. I literally justified them. You wouldn't shut your mouth long. Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Justify them in a way. Take it up with the international relations. Okay. That doesn't mean an existential threat, you goddamn moron. Exactly what it means. Okay, so go ahead. There you go. You just made it clear. I want you to back that. I want a source. So where it says violating another nation's territory integrity means you are an existential threat to them. I'm not giving you a source. Indeed, you're such a fucking moron. You're such a moron. There you go. Take the L. Up your ass. It's academically not required because it's a agreed upon thing. Just eat the L. No. But you just got held. How are you not getting? You just got held. I just got somebody who got emotional and how can you can't justify violating another thing? Okay, so the United States. Epic fury, violation of Iranian territory. That does not mean the United States is an existential threat to the Persian people or Iran. That's crazy. You're crazy.
Are you Muslim?
Say it right, woman. Say it right, actual. You're not a white person. Masha, you're from goddamn Iran. You live closer to India than I do. If you don't believe you're brown, take it up with the international relations community. I can't fucking help you. Marshall, you have actually substantiating with evidence and your statements being backed by some reference things that are in the common parlance per the actual records. You need to show me under your law where violating another nation's sovereign territory means you're an existential threat. Yes, you can't find that because you just spoke out of your mouth. Because it's dumb. It's dumb and dumb. It's fallacy of authority. Fallacy of authority. Fallacy of authority. That's not fallacy. That's translation or knowledge. You can wear all the glasses you want. You ain't gonna cover that.
mean, let's put it. I mean, Cynic is a Muslim fuckhead. That's all. And
I could figure out.
Well, I'm honored to be a Muslim fuckhead. Mrs. Masha, you're an atheist, brain dead camel, and Alan is literally can't. He knows better. He knows where the hierarchy is. That's why he's not like that. He can call me a dickwad all he wants, but he knows who's making the intelligent, rational points.
No, but
So you said you're fucking. Hold on. You said fucking Muslim, and this is how you speak to a fucking woman.
Well, oh my God, here we go. They want to pass judgment for you, and why you believe you deserve it. You somehow dickhead. Marshall, you literally don't know.
You're a Muslim ass. Everybody else are just disgusted by how talkative you are and how disrespectful. It's not about your.
Again, another opinion that is irrelevant to the conversation that doesn't help us obtain a fact or verify a fact.
Identity. That word that you're fucking Muslim, and then you wanted to fucking attack a woman.
Cynic, this is a serious question. Why are you Muslim men like this? What's up, you? All the time. You just can't have a simple conversation.
He's Muslim though. That's a fucking great way to describe that you're fucking Muslim.
I just want to say hi.
Really proud.
I mean, I think there's a stereotype that's just not fitting. I mean, Cynic is Cynic. I mean, people have heard Cynic speak in other rooms. He's very opinionated, and they attack him, he'll attack him back, regardless of the man or woman. But no, Muslim men by far and large are respectful. Men are respectful of women.
Dean, we've just endured 10 minutes of this fuckhead. Well, leave it alone.
Ellen, I don't know if he's still in the room, but Cynic is a different character. That's all I'll say. He's pretty intelligent. Something in terms of really on the marks.
Intelligent is he shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, you can surprise me that he was intelligent.
Yeah, but Dean, he saying he's intelligent, he might know some facts or may have read some newspaper accounts, but he's not intelligent.
I mean, I've heard him speak over time. Sometimes he's really on the marks and really off the mark. But I would just you know, I wouldn't say like when it goes that.
I mean, I understand what you're saying and why you say it, but intelligence, and I think you're intelligent enough to understand this, that intelligence encompasses many different things, and he is lacking in a number of things that actually matter. Specifically, the points he made about Lebanon and what would happen real estate there, those I thought were safe points. The problem is that everything else he said negated that and turned the entire room against him.
Okay, yeah, I can't speak for that because I didn't hear that.
That doesn't seem very intelligent to me.
I mean,
I can't listen. If he's a proud Muslim, don't tell me you're a proud Muslim and go attack a woman. It's not what we do. I'm sorry to say it's disgusting.
Of course.
So if you're fucking having a purple diarrhea come out of him right now, that's his problem. Cynic, come up and fucking.
I need you to stop talking, though. I need you to stop talking. Can you stop talking? I already heard your question a million times. Can you stop talking? No, Marshall, that doesn't mean you're allowed to interrupt. Marshall, I will literally break my foot up your ass. You are not strong. You are not intelligent. I am more educated. I am more powerful. I am stronger.
Educated people don't have to tell
you didn't even go to the military. Don't sit here and act more patriotic than me. You are not more intelligent. You are not more patriotic. You are not stronger. I am better, stronger. And I am he. I would literally say that in your face, and I would literally
how old are you, fucking idiot?
I'm so fucking sick of this. Cynic, that you can't control yourself.
He's trying
the first sign of man who is controlling your emotions, and you don't. And
he's trying to manhandle this, whatever he's trying to do. He's trying to fucking intimidate. Yo, never had a fucking bottle broken over your head. Top speaks of you.
We can't keep doing this, man. We really can't keep doing this. I mean, the only way you want to hear from me, you want to try to prove that you can get me by getting me even though you know that requires judgment. Anything requires judgment is subjective. Everything subjective can only be mitigated if we ground it.
Everybody shut the fuck up right now.
Yeah, okay, wait.
Everybody out.
Yeah, wait. Cynic came in and started insulting people. And now he's claiming, oh, all you can do is talk about my character. Typical scumbag, idiot, asshole behavior. That's all, Cynic. You're a cunt. Okay? You are an absolute cunt. Now come up if you want.
Shut up, Phoebe. Please.
Don't be like this to Alan.
Hold on.
It's okay.
I'm bringing you back up. Let's not fucking attacking people. Nobody gives a fuck how big you are, how strong you are. It's not a fucking pissing competition. Go straight to your fucking point. Everybody mute the fuck up, mic up, start speaking straight to your point, and then when somebody else speaks, you mic up and you let them speak and don't fucking interrupt them until they're fucking done. Guys, I can't bring him up. Somebody else tried to bring him up. Straight to your fucking point. Everybody mic the fuck up.
Well, let me, before he coming up, I want to ask a question so that he could answer.
Okay, we can't bring him back up. Can somebody turn off hand raising?
Guys, turn off hand raising. There we go.
Yeah, bro, so I'm just gonna read what I wrote in the chat because, again, I don't waste time, man. Even though they are by no means even close to deserving the merit to be a judge over the matters that require the mitigation of men. And we have to continue, and for some reason, we have to continue to hear someone put their foot in their mouth as if we humans are primates or animals or monkeys or maybe even worse, like goldfish, that we forget in seconds. No, man, I'm not going to continue to hear you gaslight me, attempting to make a mockery out of this discussion and to somehow force me to leave the room to seek fertile grounds. I mean, if you're continuously welcoming on me here, that means that you want me here for some reason, or you see me as a dragon that you want to conquer. I don't mind fantasy, like I like fantasy too, but fantasy, everything has to come to a climax and a conclusion, Doctor. Every director has to have a climax and a conclusion.
You just went on a fucking monologue. They said, go straight to the fucking point. You just went on a fucking monologue, a fucking child crying.
Yeah, you're just dumb. You just can't understand what I'm saying, you dumb bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Bro, shut
the fuck up. You haven't said anything intelligent but whine. You look like a bitch. You got glasses on. You sound nasally as fuck. You can't even showcase why you haven't even engaged in any physical activity. Clearly, you haven't. Rappy, you look like a fat baby. Gross body. Jump on you like a hamburger. No, you wouldn't. All I would have to do is run a sausage. That's all I would have to do. All I would have to do is make sure your fat body doesn't somehow lay a big weight on top of you, and then you would literally gas out in 50 seconds. That's all it is. And then I would go and just put something around that big fat neck of yours because your neck will suffocate you already. Because that's all I would need to do is just apply extra pressure on that triple chin of yours, and you would literally die. You would pass out in 9 seconds. You will be done in 15 seconds. You will begin to showcase signs of blackening in your blood cells in 25 seconds. That's how fast.
Came on stage, you were complimenting how smart he is. This is the intelligence level. Guy heard nothing smart except attacks.
I think the fuck because he's a Muslim, he's all like he's a Muslim.
I don't give a fuck about he's a Muslim or he's not a dumb dad. First of all, he doesn't represent Muslim kids. He's not a value add. That's it. Again, he's not a value add because he yells at people. Listen, again, it's not yelling, it's attacking. It's Muslim by fucking force. And they say either convert or die. This is what he's trying to do. Like,
something that you make a personal attack, you make a personal attack back.
No, but let's get
I don't agree with it. I don't agree with any of this.
He was the one making the personal attacks to begin with. He got frustrated and started attacking.
Listen, I gave him multiple I told him to come on stage. Everybody to move the fuck up. Everybody move the fuck up. Fucking
What did you say?
Oh, I just said that Muhammad, the prophet, do you know him? Dean, do you know Muhammad the prophet?
Continue.
Oh, so you do know him.
I ended up having bruised eyes, a bruised nose.
Oh, I just said fuck him. That's what I said.
Alright, look, this is ridiculous.
Okay.
If you guys allow this type of, I wouldn't say that about Jesus, Moses, Abraham.
I'm not saying any religion. I would say that to any religion that would be stopping human beings from being.
It just shows your character. It just shows your character.
Don't become fucking.
I mean, moderators, if this is the type of person
You're right. I need.
value.
You're right. Mortal, don't say to fucking.
Okay, so let me justify this. Look,
You'll meet God in the day of judgment with that.
there's a religion. Dean, now you have to just close your mic. There's a religion.
I mean, you're the one.
Now, if I'm speaking that thing, you're gonna be like your friend now.
No, I won't be my friend. You're not a mod.
Just a second. Dean, you know, I know that you think it's not you think it's that
I told Miss Taylor, look at her husband's
so you cannot tell them
victim.
that there is
And remember that face when you go home and say,
The U.S. Secret Service says it began.
Or Jews. Is that give a right to just say things of that similar?
We are not traumatized by the skin
But
color
there many
of
are. I'm
someone.
saying that
We
many
are
people are traumatized by
traumatized
Jews.
by their beliefs,
Yeah, okay.
by
So
their religion.
right.
Their
Many
religion.
people are traumatized by the Jewish religion.
No,
And Jews.
just
Does that give them the right, though?
let me explain for you. There is this religion that has democracy. Just a second.
Listen, Dean's right. We're not gonna attack right now Islam religion. You guys wanna attack points? Attack fucking points.
Okay, I wanna say my point now.
No, I just Masa, man. I'm sorry, Immortal. I don't no apologies to you. Masa, by that rationale, if they take that approach, can some people are traumatized by Jews, killed by Jews, and have families killed by Jews? Can they say similar things? Is that acceptable to you?
Have Jews killed someone for not being Jew?
Exactly.
Have they done this?
Have they called people infidel if they quit their religion?
Hold on. Immortal, you can have your turn. I'm talking to Masa right now. Yes, of course they have. They've killed non-Jews. They've justified killing non-Jews. They've called them animals and trash and so forth.
Is it something that they have as a rule? Like calling infidel? Do you know what is infidel?
Not with you.
If you're not giving enough information, then the information you're providing is biased, and you have to be reminded.
I have respect for her. I have no respect for you.
What do you mean I have respect for her?
Hold on. No.
Infidels, you are just neglecting the fact that Islam is calling people who quit their religion as infidel and will be able to kill them. Their blood is free to be spilled only because of changing your mind.
You're trying to filibuster. You're trying to block me from making my point. I'm not going to let that happen. Right? I'm going to speak to Masa and just hold your horses.
It changes how elections are funded, so clean candidates can win without selling.
In the name of religion,
And you have special interests.
Non-Jews.
No, I didn't say if they have killed non-Jews. I asked this: have they killed someone for not wanting to be a Jew? Have they done it? Because Muslims are just let me finish. Muslims have been killing us for not wanting to be Muslims. That's it.
Yeah, the Christians have done the same.
Muslims have been killing Iranian
When in
citizens
recent history has a
not
Christian
wanting
executed anybody for that?
Christians
Please, I'll fucking wait.
killed millions upon millions.
That's not what I asked, Dean. I asked where in recent history has a Christian fucking done this? No, I was really specific. Where recently has this happened?
People putting Jesus on the name of bomb.
Okay, that's not an answer. That's you making up an answer.
On the name of Christianity.
That's not an answer. That's you making up an answer. Answer the question I asked you, not the one you wish I asked you.
Is that what you're doing, Marshall? I'm speaking
I want a consistent answer from a person for a question I asked, not a question I didn't ask. You are
later convicted on
where in recent history has this happened?
Marshall.
Then answer the question, Dean.
I'm talking myself. I can't answer it. There's no answer for
This is one of the largest scandals in America. Where in recent history has this happened?
Even the same as JFK. By the way,
Some
people are white hot, but they're really fed up. Yeah, residents
Otherwise, you're pulling shit out of your ass and you're not being honest. Give me an answer.
They still act like that. And they still try to justify that. This is hilarious.
Somebody who's been traumatized by other people of another faith who are killing other people.
No, I'm not traumatized. I expect you to give me an answer that matches the question I asked, not the one you wish I'd asked, because you can't answer the question I actually
I
asked.
continue speaking with you because
I mind that you answer the question I asked you. Where in recent history have Christians done this?
after I address my stuff.
Where in recent history have Christians done this? Where in recent history have Christians done this? Where in recent history have Christians done this? Where in recent history have Christians done this?
Marshall, Dean,
Helen.
yeah.
That's a mic.
No, yes, I'm going to speak now. All right, I'll make it very simple. In 2020, in the war with Azerbaijan, Muslims killed Armenians, and Jews helped them. And yet here I am on a stage with both Jews and Muslims and Christians talking to all of you. If I can find it in my heart to listen to all the stupid shit you guys are saying and not be triggered and offended, I think everyone else can too. So let's leave the, I'm deeply offended by what people said, because as far as I'm concerned, you're all a bunch of fuckheads. Okay, so, but yet somehow I have the emotional maturity to continue this conversation. So let's discuss some actual points, because Dean is not going to answer your question. Dean Marshall is not going to stop asking, and Immortal is not going to change his mind either. So I'm going to go on mute. It's up to the other mods. I am done. You guys can do whatever the hell you want.
No, if you want to obfuscate in front of everybody else, that says all it needs to say.
No, Mark, that's not the case. I simply ask because people have been traumatized by people of their faith because they've been killed by them.
No, you obfuscated. I asked you that question. You didn't clear yourself.
Now, people have been
you obfuscated, bro. You obfuscated.
The fact that I'm Islamophobic is not because of being traumatized. I actually have never been traumatized by this fucking religion. It never hurt me, but the fact that it has, and we continue, you just shut the fuck up when I'm speaking. The fact that it has done this over the history and still doing the same, that is one thing that makes us all Persians hate this fucking religion. And that's exactly what's happening to Iran. And this is exactly why you are opposing the revolution in Iran. Because in Iran, Iranians are against this fucking religion. And you, as Muslims, hate the fact that Iran is a Muslim country, as a former Muslim country,
are now against this.
There's still by far tens of millions of Muslims. Your parents, or at least your grandparents and great grandparents, were public practicing Muslims, praying and so forth. They love Allah and Muhammad.
This is what that has been changing. You cannot comprehend because you're not an Iranian.
I spoke to many Iranians. Look, I understand.
You spoke to many Iranian. I am an Iranian. You stupid bitch.
Look, can you stop that? First of all,
Is anyone living in a bunker?
What I will say, Dean, what I will say is, okay, Dean, what I will.
Clubhouse warriors here.
Yeah, Dean, I deal with it all the time. You just gotta, it is what it is. But Dean, what I do think you are missing is a significant amount of Shia Muslims that are jailed inside Iran, as well as left and have had multiple generations of assets in England, France, Switzerland, all over Western Central and even Eastern Europe. So there's a big population of Shia that don't like these motherfuckers either. A big population.
And I understand. I've talked to many Iranians from both sides of the fence.
Dean,
Iranians within Iran.
You are talking to many Iranians from both sides of the country, and at the same time, you cannot even comprehend a person as an Iranian identifying themselves as an Iranian with about 4 decades of experience, and not only him, but a lot of friends in Iran still, and their family members, telling you the fact that Iranians are past from this stupid religion, and at the same time you're saying that, oh no, there's a lot of Iranians that still are practicing that. I am not saying that they're not practicing. What I'm telling you is that the difference between the new generation and the previous generation is something that you cannot comprehend only because you have not lived in Iran, only because you are not in Iran.
Any future Chicago business conduct payout to $250,000. So the city has a balanced budget, and those are told that the $30 billion from the current $60 billion.
I was forced to get dressed the way Muslims wanted me to do. I never believed in Islam. I never wanted to cover my hair. I never wanted to dress that way, but I had to because Muslims forced me. My whole life.
Let Dean tell us about his friends that are enjoying that hijab. Come on, Dean.
Just let her finish.
In my whole life, I was the second gender because some Muslim men were ruling that country, and I was seen as the second gender. I was more capable of many other men, but I was the second gender because of Islam. I faced a lot of difficulties just because of Islam, and I had to leave my family, go to the other continent to have a normal life as a woman. And now you're here telling me why do you have Islamophobia? Fuck that.
There are drafts an ordinance that prevents Obama from having on-street interchanges to pay back Chicago and taxpayers the $300 million he stole to build his tower of lies and propaganda.
You should be consistent because they have the right to feel that way about Jews and Judaism.
No, people don't have to be consistent. This is the fact. There were 75,000 mosques in Iran. 50,000 of them have closed. Iran was always, while Persians, it became the crap fest it is today. And you may have spoken to a lot of people, Dean, who are pro-IRG. I think that if the worship do not close, I think the number's supposed to go up, not down. So I would tend to think that Masa's sentiment is more accurately reflective of the sentiment in Iran than the people you've spoken to.
You can see that on my profile picture, Dean. Look at my profile picture. Just 32% of Iranians are identifying themselves as Shia Muslim. Just 32%. Okay? other people in Iran don't consider themselves as Muslims. Do you understand that? They don't consider themselves
because you have to
Muslims.
add Sunni there, so it's 37%. So nearly 37 point something. There's about 40% or so.
Yeah, and 60% are not Muslims.
Right.
The majority are not Muslims.
I
And
saw
no
this already.
respectable Sunni, and no respectable Sunni who prays to Mecca will ever support the IRGC or even look at them or their followers.
Look, I never said I supported the IRGC. I hear from both sides their reasons, their rationales.
So if we funded 30 billion is shorter, but how much is the local interest payments? Which ones are the primary recipients of shorter interest payments?
It's complex. A lot of it's also brought in by sanctions. A lot of the frustrations, even if you had.
Who says it's complex? It's very obvious. Just being your point.
Your 18. Look, if there's like 5 people against one, you're speaking. It's not gonna be a.
No, it's not.
It's supposed to be free. I'm not saying that, Robbie. I'm not saying that, but Eduardo keeps interrupting me.
Don't cry, Dan. Don't cry. Just say.
I'm not crying. Just don't interrupt. Just chill.
Why am I gonna?
So yeah, I've seen the survey results, and I know that if you had the best, I said 18 government, Masa, if you had your top 10 people you run in the government or whatever your administration, they would still have a lot of same difficulties if they did not kowtow and bow down to Israel and the U.S. You would still face sanctions. You would still have crippling effects. Instead of producing 2.1 million barrels a day, you would be producing 700,000. Your oil production would be cut by 2/3. People would be starving.
What's it got to do with the fact that Islam is calling Muslims infidels? Like,
the sanctions would cripple the Iranian society.
You know that before Islamic Revolution, Iran was a pretty normal country. We had a good life there. It was a good place to live in.
Under the
Islamic Revolution.
Under the dictator, though, it was a good life. Under the guy that was oppressing.
Oh my God! You know the one that you're calling a dictator.
Were you even there? Were you even there during that time?
No, you were there.
Were you there?
You were there.
She wasn't. But the funny thing is, she has so much to say about Iran, but yet she ran away from Iran.
The propaganda they fed into in the past half
You know
century.
why I ran from that country? Because they were slaughtering our own people. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? They were killing our people. 40,000 people. They slaughtered 40,000 people.
I'll give you that one, Harvey, for sure.
In 2 days, they slaughtered 40,000 people. And now you're telling me why I ran out of that country?
That's actually very disputed because Israel's there. They even said Mossad post that we're there right with you. There's so many.
I gave my 2 minutes and I'm gone. For Dean and Harvey to continue their propaganda.
Job site, ZTO, and so forth, some reliable independent sources of news.
Okay, can I get my 2 minutes now?
You know what? I would like to give Immortal 2 minutes. I haven't heard him speak uninterrupted. Are we capable of that, folks?
Alan,
yeah,
that's fair because I'm not
120 seconds.
You want 2 minutes, Dean? You can get it too. That's fine.
Come on, Dean.
I would like to. If I get 2 minutes, that's fine.
You've already got 10 minutes. I only need 2. So here's the point. I understand that people like Dean as Muslims or Cynic or other people who are wise Muslims, democratic ones. Those are not killing people because of their beliefs. Actually, they might have in the past, but right now they're a little bit more educated, so it's not happening in 21st century for people like Dean. But unfortunately, in Iran, it's still happening. Again, people say that, we have our own contacts. We call people from Iran. I have Iranian friends. I call them, and I hear from both sides.
This corn can sell for up to $1,000, and in China, some people even wear it as jewelry. At first glance, it looks like it's made from colorful gemstones, but it's actually real corn. This special variety is called glass gem corn. Its incredible colors come from years of selective crossbreeding.
The point is that because of the past half century and the power of Islam being practiced in the whole country, actually the 16th biggest country of the world, the
oldest country of the world, the oldest, holding the oldest language, an ancient language, which is still being spoken. And these are all facts, right? The fact that Islam has been invaded to Iran 1400 years ago, and after so many ups and downs, they eventually got into the power, and they ran the country for half a century, like the way that it happened in the past 48 years. Iranians, they have changed. The generation Z has 100% changed. Other generation, Gen X, and even baby boomers are now changing. And this is not something that you would see. You would say, oh, I still have friends in Iran who are, saying their practice their religious, things, and they do their prayers and stuff. But the fact is that they are a minority. I still have my parents as practicers, but they are a minority. The next generation is not gonna even throw a dime into this religion belief of killing people because of their beliefs, calling people infidel because of changing their opinions, or making women wear scarf because of trying to make the society less toxic with the men and women relationship. Very popular in the past few decades, are now accessed to the media, to everything that has to be given through everything but the propaganda that regime was working on for half a century, are now aware of the right.
Yes, ma'am. Please don't break me out. Can I sit there and look? Can you tell me this shit? Ew.
Thank you for sharing.
This is video showing a then 18-year-old Maya Hamilton.
I think it was about 3 minutes or so interrupted. Oh, okay. Well,
During the rest
about the past 40 years, Islam eventually got in power the past 40 years. Oh, it's
by Fairfield
Muslim dynasties. Iran has been Muslim, ruled by Muslims since the 7th century. The Mayas, the Abbasid dynasty, the Safavid, Zen dynasty, Qajar, so you have all these dynasties, the Turkomans and so forth. So Iran, for about 1,400 years, have been ruled by Muslims.
We're talking about the Shia ideology.
Guys, it's not going to work. You're interrupting me. Please.
Hold on a second. Mortal, to be fair, he didn't interrupt you. Let him speak uninterrupted as well.
Yeah, if somebody has a poor memory, or just write down notes and respond, right? So the thing is that, that was a nice try by saying, I understand Muslim democratic ones are more educated, and therefore they're not murdering or killing people. No, the Muslims actually were more educated for the past, about 800 some years, where they're essentially the superpower of the world. There were, Europeans were sending their kids, their young men, to learn from in Muslim universities in Iran, in what's now Iran, in Cairo, in Baghdad, and so forth. In Morocco, you have Fez, you have Timbuktu. There, Europeans were going all over the Muslim world to learn, and they were highly educated. Many of the foundations of our phones and airplanes and so forth were because of Muslims. That's, if you don't take it, take it from a woman, white woman, that be it a Christian, whose name is Carla Fiorina, the former CEO of Hewlett Packard. She laid down, she said, basically a brilliant civilization that spanned 800 years and so forth. And she praised it for most paragraphs. And this is the Islamic civilization from the year so and so. Now the thing here said about they're just two sides. No, I know there's not two sides. You said I became aware of that, right? I'm not aware of that because I'm not Iranian. No, I've heard many different perspectives. It's very nuanced. I've heard from Ali also has a very nuanced position. Of course, there's not two sides. I wouldn't say that. And Iran, I think, is a very remarkable civilization. Iranians have paved the way. Many of the world's best inventions have become Iranians. When it comes to the best Sunni scholars, came from Iran. Like, Bukhari, Muslim, and so forth, Imam al-Ghazali, and a number of Sunni scholars. So now, last point, because he was more points you meant, but the RDC propaganda and so forth. Of course, I heard you say I'm not apologizing to them. I know they've done some horrible things, and using religion as some others have done throughout history, amongst other religions as well, using religions to weaponize it for political gain, power, and so forth, used it and so forth. So it's been done plenty of times. I think I've used about as much time as he did, so I don't need a dollar for that.
Dean, you realize how Iranians became Muslims? Do you know that? Have you seen what ISIS did in Syria and Iraq? That was the exact thing Arabs did in Iran and forced Iranians to convert and become Muslims. That is what happened in Iran. Iranians were Zoroastrian. They weren't Muslims. They forced them. They made them to become Muslim by killing them, by raping them. Okay? That is how Iranians became Muslim. And after that, generation after generation, Iranians tried their best to keep their own tradition. Iranians tried to have their own culture. Okay? It was very difficult. They have done a lot to save it. We have done a lot to save it. And we will not give up. And we will save it. Okay? So don't think that it's just about this for decades. No. It's been a battle for centuries. It's not just for a few decades. No. It's not like that.
Just about your previous points. No, your uninterrupted speech is over now. 2 points in about the country and still ruling. The next time the past half century that's in other words.
I promise you, 45 seconds, I'll be done. Just right here. If you look up ChatGPT or Google, how did Iran become a Muslim country? Iran became a Muslim country through two defining historical phases. The Arab Muslim conquest of the Sasanian Empire in the 7th century, which led to centuries of gradual conversion, and the 16th century Safavid era, which established Shia Islam as a state religion and permanently shaped the nation's cultural and religious identity. The Arab Muslim conquest of the 7th century, in the mid-7th century, the Rashid Caliphate invaded the Sasanian Empire in Persia. By 61 AD, the Sasanian state collapsed, bringing Muslim Arab rule to the region. However, conversion was not immediate. No, hold on. I'm almost done. The Iranian population retained their Zoroastrian faith, distinct language, and cultural traditions for centuries, gradually converting to Islam over a long period. By the 11th century, the vast majority of Persians become Muslim, and it goes on. So this is actually
this is actually all right. Okay, that's still like the fact that they invaded Iran is the actual
forced their religion
of the presence of Islam in the country.
And just for your information, for 200 years, okay, Iranians were banned from speaking Persian in Iran. So the fact that Iranians saved their language it shows that how much effort they dedicated.
Resistance. This is the oldest nation of this fucking planet.
It is historical fact that Arabs forced Iranians to speak Arabic for 200 years.
Okay, one last thing. I mean, the point that he said I was meant to say this the Shia ideology, think around it, including hijab, including the blood, the price of the blood of the women is like 1/3 to the men, as in the trains, they locate women in the front and then at the very end of the train because of any collisions possibly you would have less pay to the insurances. And not only that, but there are so many other rules that are against the identity of not only women but also those people that are not define themselves as men or women because Islam didn't have it at that time, probably oblivious.
Okay, but immoral. When did women get to vote in the U.S.?
I believe 21, 18, 19, something like that.
Yeah. Like the first state was like 1896. So it takes a while for these changes to happen. But as you mentioned, the change of the iPhone, letting people see what exists in the West has caused massive and quick changes throughout the world. And now we have the counter change in the US where we're trying to pretend like science doesn't exist anymore. We're trying to take us back to pre-1920.
That was also just a metaphor of telling you the propaganda of the regime, how the
science doesn't exist.
Exactly. I'm sorry. I'm not getting the damn up with you.
No, you made a statement you backed up. How many sexes are there?
There's two sexes and multiple different genders.
No, you're going on that sex and gender are the same thing.
Yeah, for someone that's not educated. Thank you.
No, I'm very educated.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very educated.
Okay.
All right.
Where did you go to school?
I went to school. Yeah, where did I? I'm not going to dox myself, but I can tell you this. When I took my graduate record exams, at that time, it was out of 800. I got 800 on one test and 799 on the other, and I didn't even bother to study. So that's how intelligent I am. And I could have graduated high school a year early, but I didn't bother with that either. That's how intelligent I am. So to claim, and this is a typical, we're done with this, by the way. This is a typical leftist bullshit argument.
Yeah, right.
If you don't agree with me, you must be uneducated, because only educated people could come to the same conclusions.
Yeah, only educated people.
So we're not going to entertain
When's the last time you read the scientific journals on gender?
I did. And then tell me, why did they outlaw gender affirming care?
Yes, ma'am.
Some people are writing Mark. It changes how we let people.
Because the numbers are proving, first of all, number one, there is no targeting of transgender people. That's a lie. Number two, transgender people are not being murdered. That's another lie. Number three, if you do nothing with transgender teens, it will...
They didn't outlaw it. They outlawed it for a certain age group. And that's fine. I think I know that's not my...
Yeah, in any of them. Yeah, but...
I'm going to take gender dysphoria out of the DSM-5.
You and I can argue this another day. Let's let the Muslims fight each other.
Yes, Dan.
What Immortal said that Iran just basically became a Shia nation 4 years ago is this factually correct? Iran, just look this up. Iran officially became a Shia nation over 500 years ago. In 1501, when the Shah Ismail, the founder of the Safavid dynasty, declared 12 Shias as a state religion. Prior to this, Iran was a predominantly Sunni Muslim religion for centuries. And then we established that ISIS did not force them to convert, just like, back then, Arabs did not do what ISIS did and just force them to convert. The Iranian, again, quote, the Iranian population retained their Zoroastrian faith, distinct language, and cultural traditions for centuries, gradually converting to Islam over a long period. Right? No, this is actually referenced. I'm actually looking at reference ChatGPT. Wow. You can look at the Google. There's references, and this historically happened.
Hey, Dean, do you think this all came about? Dean, do you think this all came about because the Sunnis got tired of reading all the dirty hadiths about Prophet Muhammad? And then they were like, we're just going to throw all these out there around hadiths and how serious.
There's no dirty, well, I can't say, there's no...
Sunan Abi Dawud 47:17 is quoted Sahih. It says, and for the woman who buries alive her newborn daughter, the mother and the baby both go to Jahannam.
But that goes for the father, too. They go to hell.
No. It's a mother. It says, and for the woman who buries alive her newborn daughter, the mother and the baby both go to Jahannam.
No.
Sunan Abi Dawud 47:17 is quoting Sahih. Right, it's how our body
particularly to do with
the scholars address this, and the babies don't go to hellfire.
Yeah, I know, because the Quran says that they're innocent. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So the
yeah,
hadith,
yeah.
other hadith,
So you're just saying that the Sahih al-Albani hadith is contradictory to the Quran.
I mean, there's hadith.
Is that what you're saying?
There's hadith that contradict each other. So
They
when
contradict
you
the Quran.
this is because look, if you
They
want to
can't
learn,
contradict the Quran. The Quran
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it contradicts the Quran.
so
Because
the
then
hadith contradicts the Quran.
actually that
the
contradict
hadith
each other.
isn't
Yeah, I just said the hadith contradicts the Quran. The Quran says the baby's innocent.
Just
The hadith and al-Albani says that the baby goes to hell.
Okay.
What is a hadith?
There's 15.
It's a writing.
Okay, just listen a moment so you understand. Yes, there's the hadith that contradict the Quran. Hadiths have different grades. They go from
Yeah, Sahih, Hasan,
just one.
Daif, yeah.
How many criteria are used or needed to grade a hadith?
I don't know. I just know it's a graded Sahih. So, is Sahih strong chain of narration or no?
Very Swiss cheese understand.
Dean, let me ask you a question. Is Sahih strong chain of narration?
Hold on, listen.
I know, I'm just asking a question.
Just listen to
Can you give me clarification on that so we can proceed?
You can teach me about whatever you know better than I do, that's fine.
Dean,
But if you want to learn,
Dean, if it's graded Sahih, does that mean strong chain
so
of narration?
actually, there's many grades to hadith. Even the ones that are fabricated, known to be lies, are preserved.
Yeah,
From
like the
fabrication,
Daif
all the way from fabrication to the most authentic gradation. Each one of the class Naib, and so forth, and Sahih have different grades. There's 15 criteria that are established to grade a hadith. Now, sometimes hadith do contradict the Quran, and these happen predominantly be the ones that are lesser grades. The ones that have higher graded hadiths that don't any hadith that contradicts the Quran is not accepted, at least either in full or in part.
Okay, can you explain why this is graded Sahih? Yeah, I know, but Dean, you're missing why it's graded Sahih.
So,
do you want it in the chat?
There's other. There's Abu Dawood is a scholar of hadith. There's other hadith scholars who.
It's in the chat. Can you explain on the
Hold on. Do you know there's other scholars?
Okay, the student for a newborn girl and the girl who is buried alive, both will go to hell. This tradition has been also been transmitted by Ibn Masud from the Prophet, may peace be upon him, to the same effect through a different chain of narrators.
Yes.
Great, Sahih al-Albani.
Okay, so what the Prophet was wrong. There you go.
So
the Quran scholars. I don't know if you understand that the hadiths don't supersede the Quran. That's what the Prophet said. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's irrelevant, yeah.
Because the Quran supersedes it.
Yeah, the Quran.
Wait, how about if it comes from the mouth of Aisha? How about Sunni Nabi Dawud?
It can come from the mouth of the Prophet Muhammad himself. It doesn't matter.
You're completely on a position where you want to listen. Okay, I've studied this, and I've studied the.
I'm a Bukhari.
But if you want to learn as much as you want to be stuck in your ignorant view of first of all, hadith in general, and this particular hadith, go ahead.
Okay. So, let's see.
Let's get back to the.
Sahih al-Bukhari 44:28. The Prophet, in his ailment, in which he died, he used to say, "Oh Aisha."
We're gonna get back to the.
This is narrated Aisha. So it says, "Oh Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate and died on."
Anybody who buries
and at this time,
who kills a child, yes, if they don't repent.
No, the baby goes to hell. It says the baby goes to hell.
No, the baby doesn't go to hell.
No, it says Sunan Abi Dawud 47:17.
But again, first of all, there's different here. There's different interpretations of the word itself, right? And also the context itself. This is the context of Jahiliyyah. The Prophet clarified here that the person who committed this act will go to hell unless they lived to accept Islam or were forgiven.
Okay.
So,
Dean, I have a question. Just for clarification.
The Quran specifically, again, like I said.
Yeah, the Quran contradiction. I get.
There's some hadith. I said that contradict the Quran. The Quran always supersedes it. The Quran specifically, explicitly.
So just throw it out if it's Sahih.
Should the Obama just
throw it out.
Yeah.
So how about Bukhari?
What is a hadith?
It's a writing. We all know.
A writing about what?
And a scholarly interpretation is the tafsir.
A scholarly interpretation of what?
Of
tafsir is the scholarly interpretation. Hadith is a writing.
Show me what is tafsir?
Yes, a writing of I've already said it's a writing.
Show me tafsir.
A writing of what?
You're not.
Okay, Dean, I have a simple. Okay, Dean, I have a simple. Okay, Dean, hold on. Ali, chill out, bro. Seriously. Like, go beat yourself with a cat of nine tails. I get it. Ali used to do that too. So, Dean, I have a question. If it's Sahih Bukhari and it's narrated Aisha, it's rated Sahih, do we accept that if you're Muslim?
No, it depends because there's some.
So just through Bukhari, Sahih Bukhari.
Hold on. Do you want to answer me?
Yes, Sahih Bukhari 4428. Dean, I know you don't want me to read this because this one really hurts.
You have to let me answer. Look, I'm going to ask you a question, and when you speak in 2 seconds and interrupt you, that's not how conversations go.
That's fine.
Let the person answer.
I get that.
It's just a hard dialogue. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, do you
allow the person, especially
Dean, I get that, Dean. I get we're both super autistic. I get that.
Let me answer.
So do you want to make Dean? I'll ask you a question.
Can I answer your question?
And Sir 69.
You guys got about 3 minutes, and then I'm going to speak.
That's fine. Okay, so Surah 69, 44 through 46. Allah says, if I were to find one false word in my prophet, I would seize him by his right hand and I would cut off his aorta. In Sahih Bukhari 4428, narrated Aisha, it says, in his ailment in which he died.
You ask me a question to somebody.
No, I'm not asking you a question. You can just wait till I'm done. Sahih Bukhari 4428, narrated Aisha, the prophet in his ailment in which he died.
Just a second, one by one. Dean, just wait.
And also, guys, you hijacked the room. Like,
I would not be able to be fairly. I feel like being, not afforded the opportunity. He asked me a question, jumps in on that.
No, I'm asking the question by reading this.
Planting a grenade and then he jumped in another question.
You don't want me to read this. I get it. It's really, really detrimental to development.
I promise you I'll address your question. I promise you. But can you let me answer your first question, the second question you asked?
Yeah, I already answered your first. We'll move on to that. Okay, cool. Okay, so it says...
I'll answer your second question. I'll promise you I'll answer your third one.
Had the messenger made up something in our name?
Okay, you're just...
It says, Surah 69. Surah 69, 44 through 46. Dean, I get it, bro. I know you don't want me to read this one aloud. It's really hurtful to Prophet Muhammad. No, I'm showing how Prophet Muhammad's a fake prophet. Bro, I'm literally going to show you how Prophet Muhammad is a fake prophet. I get that, Dean. How about you just stop being, chill it? No, he's not. Jesus is. Jesus is sinless, blameless. Dean, is Jesus sinless? No, I'm not even talking about the Trinity. I'm saying that Jesus is sinless. Muhammad is sin.
Muhammad is sinless as well.
Yeah, Muhammad raped the woman. He raped the little child. He raped the 9-year-old. Yeah, he did. Aisha was 9. She didn't have her menstruation until after the Battle of Kitover. She was 15.
So they got her pregnant when she was 12?
Are you saying that Aisha was lying when she said that she didn't have her menstruation until after the Battle of Kitover?
Were they also going to hell?
I guess Dean's just saying that Aisha is a liar.
Bible? Is that true?
Alright, I'll go ahead and just read this. I'll just turn my volume all the way down so I can't hear Dean. Had the Surah 69, 44 through 46. Had the messenger made up something in our name, we would have certainly seized him by his right hand and severed his aorta. That's Surah 69, 44 through 46 in the Quran. And this is the hadith that attaches to it. Sahih Bukhari 4428 narrated Aisha, the prophet in his ailment which he died, used to say, Oh Aisha, I still see the pain caused by the food I ate in Kaiba. And at this time, I feel as if my aorta is being cut off from that poison. The grading on it is Sahih.
Jesus is more glorified than anyone in the world. His name is mentioned most often.
Yeah, Muhammad died for poison. Muhammad died for poison 5 years after the Battle of Kitover, yeah.
He fell ill.
He fell ill and they carried him around like a gimp. They carried him around like a gimp.
Hey, guys.
According to Jesus, he was staked to the cross. I mean, the Christians believe.
Why are you going to whataboutism all the time, Dean?
Ransom.
Oh, yeah, what's up?
Dean, guys, listen. Somebody is texting me back to fight. First of all, I find it silly when people argue over what was written in a book that some people claim was written by God or a prophet of God. 100 or 2,000 years from now, people are going to believe what they believe. Having said that, I want to address the point about Islam's reputation by conversion by the sword. Certainly that took place, but the more effective practice was that, I don't know, which, first of all, anyone who was poor, who could not afford to pay it, they converted to Islam. Second of all, when you look it up in Google, Islam swept throughout the Middle East because of missionary conquest. Well, we know once one army conquers a region, then who's ever left over has to do what the fuck that army says. And while Islam certainly didn't say, well, you belong to us, you gotta become Muslims now. They certainly did. They made it certainly life was much more difficult being taxed like that. And certainly we can be sure there were social pressures that put on anyone who didn't.
So now I am standing here.
It's kind of accurate to say they weren't all forced conversions.
With the
like literal forced, convert or die. But then on the other hand, no. But then,
Today's a new day for parental rights in America.
There's about, I forget the number, there's about 350,000, maybe more, depending on the estimates, former Armenians who literally were given the choice to convert to Islam, or we will kill you. And some of them said, okay. And then there are others, they were just teenage girls who they killed their parents and they were forced to marry and became Muslim brides and were raped. So, yeah, that's kind of where I stand on that. Now, the rest of you...
respond to that.
No, Dean, there's no response.
That's actually not true.
It isn't true. Go fuck yourself. Literally, Dean, shut the fuck up. Go back to arguing with Fred. Shut the fuck up. It's not going to happen.
Ellen, you share half my name. It's not true.
What do you mean I share half your DNA? Arguing with Fred.
I could be part of media. You don't know that.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Then you're, I don't know what to say. You could be, but you're not. In any event, go back to art.
Okay, no need to go back. Non-Muslims that would afford them protection from Christian onslaught, which is 10% tax, and they did not have to fight in the army themselves. But if they were to serve in the army, then they didn't have to pay the jizya. The jizya afforded the religious minorities protection, also access to public works, water, and so forth. So that was a tax, much less than a third or half the salary, depending on the week. So that was one. That if we look here, particularly about convert, well, some of the things you said did happen, of course. But if we actually look into the course of history, how did Islam spread throughout the world? Just quick look, and I can say my own answer, but just look up through Google. Islam spread rapidly across the globe through a combination of early military conquests, expanding trade routes, peaceful missionary activity, and Sufi orders. Rather than relying on a single method, the faith grew over 1,400 years through these interconnected factors, taking deep root from Middle East to North Africa, Central Asia, and Southeast Asia. The expansion of the religion occurred in several major stages and through different prominent mechanisms. Military campaigns. Following the death of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in 632 AD, the Rashidun caliphs expanded outward from the Arabian Peninsula to regions like Levant, Egypt, and Persia. Arab Muslim forces conquered territories by exhausted and weakened empires. These conquests established a vast Islamic empire and an administrative elite class, providing social, economic, and political incentives for the local populations to convert over centuries. Trade and commerce. Far beyond the borders of the early caliphate, Islam spread via merchants and travelers. Muslim traders dominate pivotal commercial networks like the Silk Road in Central Asia, the Trans-Saharan, I'll finish in 30 seconds, the Trans-Saharan caravan routes in Africa, the maritime trading networks in the Indian Ocean. As they established settlements, they intermixed with local populations, naturally introducing Islamic teachings, customs, way of life.
Did you realize that you cannot read what you search on ChatGPT as the fact?
Yeah, because ChatGPT is extremely biased. It has an any type of artificial intelligence is using. So
Dean, just a second. I'm letting you to speak. Just a second. I want to just mention one thing. For what I said, I have books. Okay, they're books. There are historical books that were written by Iranians and non-Iranians about the Arab conquer. Okay, I'm referring to the books, not ChatGPT, not Google. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thankfully I have books as well. I have books on this topic of Islamic history. I've read articles, I've researched this, there's papers from universities from the west to the east, so they're all referenced. I'm just providing an overview.
Dean, what was the highest percentage of jizya combined with property taxes? It was 80%. Land and jizya tax combined, implemented by the Muslim.
How much did Mughal India
It says Mughal India, the combined burden of jizya tax, land tax, said to exceed 20% in annual farm produce. Some extreme later accounts. So the jizya was a flat 20%, and then the land tax was between an additional 13 and 60%.
There's people again.
It's a tiered system, is why.
Yeah. So there's governments.
So the bigger the property, the more tax.
There's governments just like.
So do you think those people decided to? My question for
there's government. There's Christian governments, for example, they went against Christian teaching.
But do you think that would influence a person to convert? So that way they only have to pay zakat, which is a flat rate.
So that if they're
charging, do you think that would influence a person?
Going against, I can't say there's Muslim governments that actually went against the Quranic teaching. They actually went against Islam. They went against.
Can you show me in the Quran where it says what the jizya tax is?
Correct. I'm answering the question.
Dean, show us in the Quran where it says the flat rate jizya tax.
I'm addressing that. So there is the jizya is 10%. So if a government charges more than that, they could be going against Islamic teaching. It depends on what else is being offered for that tax. For example, we in America, we pay a third of our taxes.
Sorry, I have to stop you because you want to stop.
No, I'm trying to.
What we are talking is
what is a black job?
The thing that they were doing was discrimination against Donald Trump. Against other people who had a different religion. Now you're trying to even justify that.
Yeah. That's what forces people to convert. You tell them they're going to pay up to 80% taxes on everything they fucking earn off their farm. Of course they're going to convert and just pay zakat.
On the high end, it was 33%.
The bigger farmers, I guarantee, are going to convert.
You misrepresented even.
It's 33 to 80%.
Yeah, and the high end, as high as, just look. So
the flat rate at the time for jizya was 20%. And they had a land tax.
38%. So it's not even actually probably more than 30%. Based just reading English, it's 33 to 30% because he says high as, estimates as high as. So when historians look at something, they should look as high as. They look what is most likely what was charged. Here in this case, it was on the high end 33 to 80%. So
no, the high end is the 80%. The high end is the 80%. The low end, when it says the high end, and it shows two different numbers. We know which is the higher number, which is 80%. 33% would be the minimum, which is the 13% land tax, 20% jizya. And then if you're a bigger farmer and you have larger piece of property, it's up to 60% land tax.
Consensus for the majority of scholars believe.
That's
they actually get military protection from their enemies because minorities, particularly Jews, who have a good track record in Muslim countries throughout history, they have their role in rabbinical law. They have their synagogues and so forth because millions over history. Even the past Jews, our great grandfathers, like 6 million Jews in the past. So they actually
Your time is up, Tim.
I gotta
Time is up.
Yeah, this is an you're a Demi in this room, dude.
No, I can't have a conversation.
No, you're an autistic Demi in this fucking room. This isn't a
What you're doing,
here on the stage.
Dean, what you're doing is not conversation, it's a monologue.
Yeah.
No, Masa.
Okay, it is not a conversation. You're bringing forward from
This guy has a great name. Because you know Alan would put you in the goo, that's why, Steve. Because you know Alan would put you in the fucking goo, Dean. That's the only reason you have why. Because Dean, Alan would have moved your bitch ass down to the audience if you would have interrupted.
Who I think has disgusting character.
And I bet if they made me a moderator right now, you'd shut the fuck up when I talk too. Yeah, if they made me a mod, if Alan made me a mod right now, or Rafi did, and I started talking, you would be quiet because you know I moved your ass to the audience. It's the only reason you were quiet when I was talking.
I didn't interrupt Masa.
Yeah, because she's a fucking mod.
She can have a normal conversation.
She's a mod. You're proving my fucking point, you fucking retard.
Immortal, what Alan did, he stepped into, or Masa did.
Notice how you only argue with people that don't have authority over you because you're the Demi in this one.
And Dean, you get 2 minutes to speak. So what Immortal did, he spoke 2 minutes uninterrupted. And then I also spoke 2 minutes uninterrupted. But you can't do that.
Alan made it very clear that if you interrupt us, he's going to vote us out.
So I think that having a conversation here, and actually I've spent way too much time at this point.
I'm going to get back to America.
Take care of. No, I have to.
You're going to go stuck in American Indian, Pakistani
You
dip
have
off.
no clue what I'm doing for people. And I think God has thank Allah.
Dean, can we talk about how Prophet Muhammad sucked his grandson out of Muslim's penis?
Alan, Masa.
Dean, can we talk about how Prophet Muhammad sucked his grandson out of Muslim's penis? Dean, can we talk about how Prophet Muhammad sucked his grandson out of Muslim's penis? Or when he... I really wanted to talk about when Prophet Muhammad went down to the river with a bunch of little boys to do wudu and prayers. And when he came back up, it says that Aisha had to clean the cum stains off his clothes.
Jesus Christ, really?
Yep.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it says that Prophet Muhammad went down to the river with a bunch of boys to do wudu, his washing, to cleanse himself and then do prayers. And then it says that when he came back up, Aisha was frustrated because she had to clean the semen stains off his clothes. Why is he going down the river with a bunch of little boys coming back with semen stains? That's in the hadith. These are the writings of like people like Aisha. This is why all the Shias reject all the Sunni shit, because they open it up and they read about like the book of suckling. They read like the book of suckling that says that if a man and a woman aren't related or they're not married, that the man and woman should be put to death if they're alone together. So Aisha goes and she's on a caravan and she goes behind a rock to go pee, and when she comes back out, the caravan's gone. And this young strapping like 18-19-year-old dude rides up on a horse and he picks her up and he brings her back to her hometown. When she gets there, everybody starts screaming, crucify, kill them, we have to stun them to death. Well, Muhammad shows up the next day and he's like, what's going on? And they're like, oh, we're going to have a trial, we're going to put these 2 to death because they were alone together, and he's not her husband. And then Muhammad magically wakes up the next morning and says, Allah says that if a woman breastfeeds a man 9 times, he becomes like her child, and then they're allowed to be together. And then they aggregate it to 6 times. And the book of suckling was actually destroyed after Prophet Muhammad died, and it says that a baby goat went into Aisha's bed and went underneath the bed and ate the book of suckling. You want to know what really Muhammad died? He was actually begging for a pen and paper, even though he was illiterate, and he wanted to write shit down. They told him no. And then after Muhammad dies, where he died from poison, it says that what I guarantee happened is they picked up this book and they're like, bro, what the fuck is this? And the book of suckling, you breastfeed a man 6 times. Bro, we gotta fucking destroy this shit. So there's also another example. My wife, her and I are fighting, and I'm just not happy with her. I want to divorce her. Well, he instructs them, go ahead and divorce her. And then Muhammad turns around and immediately marries her. And then he realizes the adoption, because he was his adopted son, which would make him like his son, his blood son through adoption. Then Zayn, who's his adopted son, would be the stepson of Zainab, which is his ex-wife, which means he can still be around her. Now, what's going to happen when the husband leaves his wife and then he's still around? You know they're still going to have feelings and they're still going to fuck. So Muhammad says the only way I can get out of this is to abrogate all adoption. So in Turkey, a couple years ago, they had the big earthquake where all those people died and shit. All those kids are not allowed to be adopted. They're not allowed to take your last name. They're not allowed to call you father. They're not allowed to accept any of your inheritance. They're just pretty much like fucking people who live in your house. So imagine, Lucian, you're a kid. You're 10 years old. Your mom and dad died in an earthquake in Turkey. And the family comes along and they say, hey, we're going to take you to our house. We're going to raise you as our child. And you say, you're 10 years old and you're like longing for your mom and dad. And you want to call this person, you want to call me your father. I would tell you and instruct you, hey, Lucian, you're not allowed to call me your father because I'm not actually adopting you. And you can't have my last name, nor can you have any of my fucking inheritance. And it all happened because Muhammad stole his fucking adopted son's wife away. He's a total piece of shit. He just literally made shit up as he was fucking going along. He could just wake up the next day and be like, oh shit, I need to like change this and shit.
And on the top of that, actually, he forgets his own verses that actually he heard in the cave, and he cannot remember. Now, note that actually these are the words of God being given to him by Archangel Gabriel, and was not a fly on the wall to tell you exactly what happened with that kid. The man was really sick. And also he claimed at times he spoken to Satan. So satanic verses, I'm not going to go through more detail with this. So the point is this, yes, he's just, let me just wrap this Islamic. Quran, the book, does not have a single thing of value in it that has not been thought about, written, behaved, and practiced by others way before Muhammad. But it is full of menacing ideas, fatwas, Sharia laws, honor killings, and killing the apostates and the rest of it. And the litany of the horribly bad ideas is in there. So it's and then on the top of that, shamelessly steals the stories in the Old Testament and New Testament, and changes some of the ending, beginning, or the middle of the stories, and to fit the narratives of the tribes and the culture around Muhammad.
Thank you, Ali.
Okay.
I appreciate you for saying that. No. I appreciate you for separating.
What I'm saying is, in order to bring credibility to this nonsensical, barbaric, horribly badly written book, Muhammad and his friends around him, they kind of shamelessly copy the stories from the Old Testament and New Testament to bring credibility to the book itself. Without that, there's nothing in it of value. That's kind of one point that I wanted to make. And second, I wanted to talk with being left. The point that I think I'm trying to make, and perhaps others are trying to make, that when you mix a potion, that is, the ingredients are religion and the government, the results are horrifically bad. This is particularly true in the case of Islam. If you look at the 6 theocratic Islamic Republic of X and Y and Z, the world, which the government is, Islamic Republic of Iran, for example, the plight of the citizens in the country, Iran, Afghanistan, Yemen, and the rest of it, is horrifically bad. And particularly the women and the children, they get the brunt of this barbaric religion. The problem is, I think somebody mentioned, for example, Quran, actually the beginning of it starts with this, a verse from the Quran, the Constitution of Iran. And then immediately pretty much incorporates pretty much most of the Sharia laws into the Constitution of Iran. So it is not a good thing, and there's really nothing degrades the kind of it's a country and a culture when religion, in this case Islam, and the government mix, and you can see the result. Just see what's going on in Afghanistan, in Iran, in Yemen. I mean, I don't have to tell anyone here what's happening to the people under Islamic Republic of different countries. The last point that I wanted to make is I forgot. So, please go ahead.
Listen,
Lucian. Last thing I was going to mention to you, Lucian. There's a hadith about this where Muhammad's men went into a neighboring village, and there's two separate hadiths. One says that the men went in there, they defeated the neighboring city, and then they captured the women who were married, and their husbands were still alive. And then one of the hadiths says that they wanted to have sex with the women, but they knew that they were thinking that that would be considered adultery and rape because the husbands are still alive, and they're forcing themselves upon the women. And then the other hadith says that they did already have sex with the women, and they thought that, oh my God, we just committed adultery and rape. So then Muhammad goes and wakes up the next morning, and he gives 424 in the Quran. And this verse says, and for the woman, I'm sorry, hold on, I'm trying to remember, dang it. I'm sorry. Do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses, and all others are permissible as long as you pay the dowry. So what it's saying simply is that he wakes up the next morning and creates this verse in the Quran that says, yes, you can have sex with these women, even if husbands are still alive, even if they're still married to these men, as long as you capture them in battle with your right hand. You can have sex with them. And any other women outside of that, you have to pay a dowry and marry. But you can just literally capture sex slaves and have sex with them as much as you want.
you also heard Dean talk about hello.
Because I want to go. So
Oh, just go. You can Irish goodbye here.
I'm here. Don't worry about it. John, chill.
Well, I'm just saying that Dean.
Oh my God, John, chillitism.
Hello.
Are you gonna stay here for a minute, or are you gonna bounce around? I can stay, especially if you need me. Yeah, because I want to watch you up, but don't. That's okay.
I was gonna say that the fourth speaker. We were
John,
talking.
you're acting like really muffled though.
Hello.
Is there a topic or a cue?
Yeah, we were roasting Dean, that sociopathic Islamist piece of shit. Is that? Can you hear me?
You're talking about the white convert Dean.
I don't know if he's white or not, but he's into the.
He is. He's a white convert. I've had a conversation with him.
What happened to my turn, guys? Hi, El Nolo.
H, you gotta go first, guys. Let H go first. She's a girl.
Hey, too. I appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. No, I just wanted to say, I 100% agree with what Ali was saying. Like, a lot of, you could see, in the UK, with the whole, Pakistani situation, the fucking rapes, these people need to be shipped the fuck back, straight up. It's people also have to separate culture from religion at the same time. 100%. When it comes to, certain, crimes against humans, throw away the fucking key. Raping women, that's crazy. I'm sorry, Pepe, you were talking about it the other day, and I'm like, yo, that's fucking insane. Yeah, Normal, did you guys hear about this in the UK, what's happening?
Yeah, rape.
About the UK, Pakistani ring with the rapists and stuff?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and then obviously coming in from other countries and all the Europeans said, go home.
Look, your husband's the same height as you.
And I apologize.
You are an asshole. If you are taking me,
You're a Thai, so you're short.
So you are named gay ass jealous of me.
But Omar, can I say something? Okay, I apologize for not responding to you.
Say something to me. Say it in the back channel.
Okay, but you came from me. I just wanted to tell you, I didn't.
Lady boy, so what the fuck are you?
Oh God, oh my God. Anyways, how's everybody doing tonight? How are you, Alan? How are you, abnormal?
Clearly, some of us are saner than others. You can't control for that.
American understand
We
much
can't
as
account for
okay
that.
as stuff like.
We're factor for it.
So I wanted to make a last comment here. Norm, is that okay? I was making a couple of comments, and this is the last one I wanted to make, and I forgot to make.
Oh, hi,
And
listen,
the dean actually was saying that, and Muslims do this all the time. They said, look, don't blame it on Islam. Just blame it on people who are using Islam as a political tool or mechanism to lead people. And so, in a sense, they are saying, the Islamic Republic of Iran and Hezbollahs and Houthis and then the point is, always ask them, the Yemeni, they will tell you actually that, tell the Muslims that their interpretation of Islam is not correct. So we're always left with the silly answer that the bad actors, they had a wrong interpretation of Islam, and so they can never answer this. This is the first kind of point that they go to in terms of defending the question that I just made. And actually, Dean made the same comment. Anyway, it just never works because every one of these groups that I've mentioned, they think they have the correct interpretation of Islam, and they blame others for either being too soft, well, typically all the time being too soft, and not being a good, strong Muslim as they should be. That's my third comment.
But Ali, if you look on the basis of the Quran, the Hadith, and Tafsirs, the ISIS terrorists and the Hamas fighters are actually fulfilling what the Quran and the Hadith and Tafsirs instructed.
No, they make their own religion. Brother, I am Muslim. They make their own religion. There's like 99 sects of Islam. They're like fucking psychopaths. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yo, like, how you telling me I'm Muslim? The truest
Sunni Muslims are ISIS fighters.
There's 99 sectors of Islam. And there's like psychopaths. It's the same way. It's like me saying, no, can I be honest with you? Hey, buddy.
And the one are right, which is ISIS. ISIS are actually fulfilling.
And a bitch ain't one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Abnormal. Ain't a bitch ain't one. Facts. No, there's like a lot of like psychopaths that think like they have to separate culture from religion, right? Like I came like from where I come from, they fucking circumcise women, and I'm like, oh shit, and they try to tie that shit to religion, and it was like a cultural, it's a cultural thing. And I'm looking at these motherfuckers like they try to tie that shit to religion. I'm like, yo, you guys are fucking retarded, 100%. Like these people are barbaric.
You know who Waris Deary is?
Yes, of course.
Wait, H, can you show me what ISIS does that goes against the Quran? How do you say that?
Me with Waris.
100%. Like they're extremists. They're like.
Okay, can you show me like an example of what ISIS does that goes against the teaching? Yeah.
Oh wow! Like first of all,
show me
from what I know, what I was taught, the Islam that I know is respect thy religion. We believe in the Old Testament.
That's not true.
Yes, we do.
You believe that Jesus was God? Wait, you believe Jesus was God?
No, I believe Jesus was prophet.
Do you believe that the Old Testament prophets and everything like that?
Yeah, we believe the same story. Alright, you know what? I'm not a strong believer, but like to me it's all different stories, but they're all Abrahamic like religions, right? But for me, like in Islam, like this is factual. I'm sorry, but like Islam believes in the Old Testament. I can swear on the Bible. Bet you didn't know that, buddy. See, there's a lot.
You can swear on the New Testament?
I can't swear on the New Testament. And see, the New Testament is equivalent to these extremists.
Fucking overweight piece of shit.
God, like, you know what's crazy? You want me to swear to the New Testament. It's equivalent to me swearing to these fucking retards that are like making their own religion. That's all I'm saying. To me, I'll swear by the Old Testament.
That's me with Waris Deary.
Thank you, Abnormal, yo.
Abnormal, you're
a fucking goof. Remember?
How's that?
Well, Normal's not a goof. He's actually very educated. He's a very.
Projection alert detection system has been activated.
You left out the part how I dated not model.
Do you agree in the Quran that it's acceptable to have sex with women that you capture during war?
And Chevalier of the Legion of Honor.
Thank you, Normal. But like, listen.
Do you agree with the Quranic? Do you agree with the Quranic verse where it says that you can have sex with women?
Like I said, there's 99 sectors. You know, in Islam, they tell you there's 99.
In the
It's
Quran.
not in the Quran. Please pull it up.
424.
Please pull it up.
Do not
You
commit
know what?
adultery except for those of your right hand
So did the
possesses.
Roman Catholic Empire. Let's be honest.
It's in the Quran, 424.
Let's move on. We're not going anywhere with this.
Actually, when Dean was
Yeah, I'm Somali. Yeah, you're so mad. Retarded people, right? Born and raised in Canada. Sorry, buddy. Smarter than you, fucking goofy ass
Yeah,
bitch.
but I know your Quran better than you.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. You didn't pull up the one verse, you fucking goof.
424 in the Quran.
Recite it.
Except for those of your right hand possesses.
Yeah, and recite it from the Old Testament, you fucking goofy.
She's also putting her fucking Quran.
Yeah.
Hold on. So what I wanted to do.
Go ahead, Ali.
I wanted something is on here. Anyway, I wanted to bring us to a much recent kind of a hadith and interpretation of Quran. This is by Ayatollah Khomeini. Actually, he is the leader of revolution and the Buddhist. So I wanted to he wrote two books.
Norman, you're not my dick.
He wrote two books and actually interpretation of the Islamic Sharia laws and rest. So I'm going to read. I can put actually the.
Norman, you're hot mic and we can hear your TV.
Norman.
Intentionally not listening.
Also, I'm not full Somali, you fucking Arabic bitch. I'm half Arabic too, you fucking goof.
Who's Arabic?
So you have Arabic in your fucking bio.
Yeah, there's a burner right now.
Yeah, shut up, you goof.
Also forbidden are married women except for captives in your possession. This is Allah's commandment to you. Lawful to you all
I mix up a lot of shit, you idiot. I'm not just full. I'm actually just half Somali, you fucking goof.
in your possession.
I mix it white. You're white then. Like I'm a quarter white, but you're white, you fucking goof.
God literally says that you can capture women.
Yeah, and like my mom was Christian, and you know what? You're a fucking goof. You're a goofy ass bitch.
You're retarded Somali.
Yeah, I'm half Somali, but you know what? I'm so proud to be Somali.
One drop rule.
More proud to be Somali than I dropped. My mom's white.
Yeah, but one drop's all that matters.
Yeah, you're a
She functionally retarded.
You're functioning retarded.
Okay.
Sorry, Ali. Sorry, Ali.
No, that's okay. Let me just do this. What about you? As I mentioned before, I'm not question. Ayatollah Khomeini wrote two books.
He doesn't get laid. He gets no bitches.
Rafi, mute Norman.
Something going on. Maybe he just left his room. But anyway,
So did you ask something? Yeah, you're hot mic and you got your TV playing. We can't hear you.
I'm watching soccer.
Yeah, you could be it.
We're all watching soccer. I love it. Who's your team out, Norman?
Norman's only leaving the mic open because he doesn't hear H talk.
Oh, Colombia won.
So Norm, can I wanted to just.
It's so funny.
All right, thank you, Norm. So anyway, I have to repeat. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make, these are Ayatollah Khomeini wrote two books. He presumed to be similar to the rest of the scholars, which Dean was, pounding on his chest and talking about various hadiths. So the man wrote the book, and I will put the link in the chat. So I'm going to read some excerpts from his book. Here we go. This shows you the level of stupidity and barbaric, and actually I can't even find words to describe this. Here we go. A man can have sex with animals such as sheep, cows, camels,
Leave them
and
in
so on.
class.
However, he should kill the animal after he has his orgasm. He should not sell the meat to people in his own village, but selling the meat to a neighboring village is reasonable. If a man commits the act of sodomy with a cow or a camel, their urine and their excrement become impure, and even their milk no longer should be consumed. The animal must be killed as quickly as possible and burned. And this is the last one I'm going to read. And there's just 2 books, this kind of a nonsense. And anyway, next one. If a man sodomizes the son, brother, or father of his wife after their marriage, the marriage remains valid. This is the kind of garbage that the leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the head of the revolution, the man that, some people, the Shia Muslims, some of them in Iran to look up to, or at least they did. This is the kind of nonsense or hadith that we're talking about. So what I'm just trying to tell you, there is not a single thing of value in any of these, the book Quran itself, or the hadiths, written in here. And I'm going to land with this. And would you believe a man that he cannot read, he cannot write, literally a lunatic, and he goes to a cave periodically for 23 years, and then he comes out and he says that he had a conversation with Archangel Gabriel, which gave him the verses from the original book, which is actually in heaven. And then there was not a fly on the wall to tell anyone actually that he was telling the truth or not. As I mentioned before, he cannot even remember his own verses. Also, he claims that he has had discussions with Satan at the same time, which completely, entirely takes the credibility away from him in terms of having actually a discussion with one of the 3 archangels, Archangel Gabriel. This is the kind of nonsense we're talking about. I'm going to land with this. Islam, which is not actually a religion, it's really a cult, which has shamelessly stolen from the Old Testament and New Testament to give the book some level of credibility. And even that project has failed miserably because it has proved shameful. And that's all I say.
Norman, can you bring BB up, please? Thank you. I'm complete. Norman.
Man, shut up, bro. You and
Galaxy, shut the fuck up. I hope you die,
fucking goofy ass niggas. I can't fuck with you guys.
Go ahead, BB. You want to respond to H?
Stupid ass nigga.
Also, we're not big on the N-word. Chapter 4, verse 24. Also forbidden are married women except for female captives in your possession. It means you can fuck female captives.
Oh, take it easy there, Rich.
That's what it says in the Quran. I'm literally reading the Quran.
Being profane.
Okay, it says also forbidden are married women except for female captives in your possession. What do you think that means?
I just said don't be profane.
I'm only using extreme language to convey.
What about the Slavic slave trade, the Euro-Slavic slave trade? What about the transatlantic slave trade?
Are you doing
what about? I'm not gonna argue with the ignorant motherfucker, but it's okay. You know what? How about we have a competition? Let's see who's hotter. You post your picture, I'll post mine.
Wait, are you doing whataboutism now?
Oh God, I'm not even gonna argue with the ignorant motherfucker. Sorry.
We already know what you look like. You're
Yeah, I'm pretty hot. I don't. There's people that can confirm on the app. What do you look like? Let's see. What's your ancestry? You know what? It sounds like you're just like a mad motherfucker that lives in a basement that pays for OnlyFans. Hold on. Pause. You sound like the motherfucker that plays video games in their basement, that pays for OnlyFans, jerks off in their basement, and watches the streamers. Sorry, you sound miserable. But you know what? I wish you all the best. Seek therapy, brother. I wish you all the best.
All right, let's compare photos because we know you got a big forehead and a fucking.
Oh, let's go. Ooh, baby boy, I don't have a big forehead.
You're Somali. Go ahead and post your photo.
Let's go. You post your picture, I'll post mine.
I already did. PTR. Go ahead.
All right, let's go. I'm gonna post my real picture. Is that your real picture?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, so swear to your
on my mother's wife, yeah.
No, you swear on your mother's life? That's you?
I swear on my grandmother's grave. I swear on my mom's life. I swear on my kid's life. I swear on my wife's life. I swear on my
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to post mine. Let's see who looks better.
Why is it everybody thinks, is my picture attractive enough that everybody thinks that it's not me? They're like, that's not you.
It's not attractive at all, but it's
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
You look like a school shooter.
You do look like a school shooter. A little bit. But you're like cute. I'm not a hater. I'm not a hater. You're like a cute school shooter.
Put up your I am the captain photo.
Alright, say less. I'm gonna post my picture.
Did you say less?
She did.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, that's funny.
You know, the real MVP is El Normal. Like, that's my friend. Like, I like El Normal because he has, like, a good sense of humor. You need to learn from him. DJ Music. I'll bring you back.
Norman's a Jew, though.
I love Jews. My daughter's best friend's a Jew.
Gross.
Like, my best friend's a Jew. I love my Jewish community. I grew up in Kosher City.
Gross. Oh, Jews. Yuck.
Oh, wow. What do you mean, yuck? Like, that's fucked up. See?
Jews,
It's gonna live a very boring life.
Yeah,
you know, when you're racist, you're gonna live a very... Jews and Jones, they're so kind. Yo, you're gonna live a very boring life.
Thank you. We are very kind people. I agree.
Oh, so you're Jewish too?
Yeah.
Okay, so why didn't you leave with that, you fucking idiot?
Yeah, that was the whole point.
Wow, you have a lot to learn, buddy.
I'm still waiting for a picture.
Ali, you seen what I look like. But now that he added me, I'm gonna back channel him.
Well, I'm waiting to see your picture, actually.
You seen my picture, Ali.
No, I couldn't.
No, but you seen my picture before. But I'm not gonna put it on the full fucking stage. Like, I'm gonna exit the chat and then you guys can see it and then I'll come back in. Cool?
Okay.
Everybody always says that. I said, that's not you.
Hello?
Hello, Norman left. Rafi, are you there? Yeah, I'm not. Fuck!
I lost my...
I was gonna have...
Thank you.
Oh, damn it. I was gonna... Since Norman left, I thought Rafi was...
Hey, what forehead? What fucking forehead, you fucking goofy ass bitch?
Yeah, look at the forehead. Look at the big ass forehead.
There's no forehead. Sorry, buddy.
A giant forehead.
I swear to God, I have a forehead, you dumbass.
You can play a fucking movie on that thing.
Sorry, you sound like a hater. But anyways, I'm going for a smoke. Are you guys gonna keep me company?
Yes, I'd like to discuss the...
Rafi will, because Rafi's smoking right now.
Whether this is your picture or not, I like the curves.
I would like to discuss...
Don't worry.
Hello? Hello?
He's such a hater. See?
Hello? Go have your smoke, sweetheart. Go on mute. Go on mute and go have your smoke. No, I'm here to discuss the 10 most commonly cited controversial aspects of Sharia based on global debates, human rights reports, and scholarly discussion. Number 1, hudud, corporal punishments, amputations for theft, flogging for adultery or fornication, and stoning to death for adultery. Traditional interpretations prescribe these for certain crimes against God. High proof thresholds, you have to have multiple eyewitnesses, make them rare, but they are seen as cruel and unusual by modern standards. Number 2, death penalty for apostasy. Leaving Islam. If you leave Islam, you will be killed. Classical jurisprudence in major schools often prescribes death for adult male apostates, with variations. 3. Blasphemy law and expression. Number 4. Gender inequality in family and testimony law. Women often receive half the inheritance of male siblings. A woman's testimony may be worth half a man's.
Show me Uzbekistan versus Colombia. FIFA.
Critics see symmetric subordination. Supporters cite contemporary roles and financial protections.
I told you should have done the Dao De Jong.
The Dao De Dong. Number 5, male guardianship and mobility restrictions in strict application. Saudi Arabia, limiting autonomy, education, and employment. Basically, women are slaves. Number 6, harsh.
Oh no, that's propaganda. I was in the Middle East. I went to Saudi Arabia. I was partying. I can show you videos.
Okay.
From Somalia, he's reading.
Please hold your comments. LGBTQ+ individuals, same-sex acts are criminalized with severe punishments, including death if you suck a dick or put a dick in your booty hole.
I've seen a guy
Under traditional interpretations, viewing them as sinful. Number 7, child prepubescent girls, based on Aisha's marriage in Hadith, and barriers for women initiating divorce contribute to concerns over consent, child rights, and gender-based violence. Number 8, discrimination against non-Muslims. Historical dhimmi status involves special taxes, jizya, restrictions on building places of worship, and unequal legal. Smoke your cigarette, honey. Go on mute. Modern applications vary, but critics point to second-class citizenship. Number 9, jihad as armed struggle. While jihad broadly means striving, including personal improvement, rules for offensive, defensive, holy war, and classical fiqh are controversial in the context of modern international law and terrorism justifications. This is the last one, number 10. Overall supremacy and incompatibility with secular law and democracy. Some interpretations hold Sharia as divine and superior to man-made laws, including leading to debates over integration in pluralistic societies, theocratic governance, and conflicts with constitutions or human rights treaties. Important context. Many Muslims and reformers advocate contextual, modernistic interpretations aligned with human rights, emphasizing justice and mercy over literalism. Harsh penalties are often not enforced due to evidentiary bars or secular reform. Public opinion among Muslims.
Where are you reading this from?
I'm reading it from Uranus. Please finish smoking your cigarette and go on mute.
I finished smoking, but where are you reading this from? All jokes aside.
I just told you I'm currently on the planet Uranus.
And I'm on Pluto.
Some girls really like the anus jokes, John.
Yeah, tell them abnormal. Like, the anus jokes isn't scary. Are you gay? Do you like to put it up the ass? Or, like, what?
Are you asking John or me?
Oh, is it...
So you're obsessed with anus.
Hey, man. I'm obsessed with whatever.
I hear you.
Well, you know...
Some women can derive great pleasure from that.
El Normal, you know what they say? If she smokes,
You know,
she
like,
pokes.
Just say you want to fuck a bitch in the ass. Just say that.
Well, if she smokes, she pokes.
I'll smoke weed, buddy.
I know. It only takes a cigarette to poke.
Right. Whatever you say, Buck.
Well, all communication is projection, so without further ado, if she smokes, she pokes.
And hypnosis.
Don't forget, all communication is spam. We're living in the worst communication spam epidemic we've ever seen. Every single day, the Democrat industrial complex puts out 100,000 tons of lies and propaganda and spam. It's so unbelievable. I'm 100% convinced that politicians are just video creators. They don't actually do anything. They lead nothing. All they do is create spam videos all day, every day. And they release it on a calendar, on a schedule, all day, every day. It's nothing but spam, and it's destroying us.
Every day.
Well, it takes one to know one. It takes one to know one.
That's one thing I'll agree. The politicians are like fucking retarded. Like whoever listens to them are like super retarded. And there's like people that are super passionate. They're like, yeah, Republican this, Republican that. They're all in bed together. Sorry to break it down to you guys.
Trump's the greatest president of all time.
Trump is iconic. The man wants to be on the $200 American bill. I rate that.
Actually, his signature is going to be on all U.S. currency.
Iconic.
Did you see we have a new Federal Reserve chairman? Chairman Powell is no longer with us.
BB, why are you staying on mute?
Yeah, BB, why do you stay on mute?
BB's being a coward.
Super cowardly.
It's because she's an IRGC.
Talk your shit.
No, it's not cowardly. I'm fucking sleeping. I just hit my vape pen. I got a migraine. Leave me alone.
You're just stupid.
What's the point of so much without us?
You have to say wow. You have to say wow. Can I hear a wow?
Yeah, but how's it gonna make a difference whether I'm writing or if I'm talking?
Oh, I thought this wasn't. Never mind.
BB, how do you feel about Somalia?
I do not give a fuck about Somalia. Honey, can you get me another glass of gin? So, my question is, if we think that separation of state and church is a good idea, why don't we think that separation of state and economy is a good idea? Because, for example, in Chicago, we're $60 billion in debt, but the mayor is passing out billion-dollar tax subsidies. Hello?
What state are you in?
I'm in Chicago. It's next to Uranus. It's next to Uranus.
How did you feel about the Knicks winning?
The Rack? Oh, I don't follow the basketball. People are very excited, so I'm happy for them. But the point is, if we think Sharia is a shitty system, why do we think the combination of state and economy is a better solution? It's all just a fucking scam. The federal government is creating these multi-billion-dollar routes. There won't be any problems.
I agree.
Sharia.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Suddenly I
I'm gonna have to deal. I have to a lot of Jewish people in my life, and it's
Sharia.
no. I mean, I don't even know about you. I don't know about you.
Yo, BB, don't let him put you on the spot. BB, don't let him put you on the spot.
I have not met more graceful, more honest, and more generous tribal people, by the way.
How do you feel about the RTC?
And I have actually met like people who came from with tattoos, and so whenever you doubt whatever,
not tattoos,
whatever.
Not the tattoos.
BB, how do you feel about the IRGC, BB? Where were the tattoos, BB?
IRGC is like your Muhammad. It's like so. IRGC.
I want to know, where are the tattoos?
They're so brave, BB.
No, with the tattoos on the biceps or the abs, like what sexy part of the body?
I cannot say. You know what?
BB's a little drunk right now.
From a strategic point of view, because I am very sort of like what's it called, nationalistic. It's like, why the fuck wouldn't you want to have people? They're fucking very capable, but the problem is they were brainwashed. So whenever
John, do you agree that BB is almost as pretty as Eva?
Where they
I think she is.
I don't know what happened to my compliment.
It is not about the Jews. It's about imagine all that talent, all that brilliance. It could have actually been utilized
pretty.
I just want to say you're welcome to everybody that I got BB started.
No, BB sounds like she's pretty cool.
Pretty true.
You know,
She's almost as pretty as Issa, isn't she?
Oh, where is Issa? You guys, I haven't talked to Issa in like forever.
It just means
Everybody is
that
talking about
everybody
Issa.
are not like degenerates. I think the IRGC are degenerate by the way they've been like somehow conditioned. They could have been like, they could have also been like super brilliant. You know, the Jews also, they're not conditioned to think like everybody's against them. They could also just, benefit but also so with the Jews, they choose a host and then they like benefit back and, it's not paying attention or whatever. But for me as a Persian, I'm like, it might not, but.
Oh, come on, should be tomorrow. Yes, Al.
Okay, Al, no more. Your picture is the. Your picture is so funny.
I find very peculiar about you.
She's like Marty.
You like to buy. What is she Kenyan?
What'd you ask me?
No, but
What is she Kenyan?
She's Somali.
it's kind of like your dichotomy, but
She's a famous Somali model and chevalier of the Legion of Honneur on France.
But whenever something you do, which mostly.
Yeah, look at her forehead.
If we do go through.
Oh God, like she is.
Like how much you fucking benefited. It's
You
like
pick whatever people from the village from.
somehow lies within.
Ali, nice try.
Did it.
I don't have a forehead. Her forehead is probably bigger than mine.
But you were
wife's
always
bigger than
smarter
yours?
than everybody else.
No, I was telling Ali his forehead's probably bigger than mine.
No, it's
Oh, I thought
actually
you were talking about
I
something
just
else.
wish that liberation. And I think you could be as smart as you deserve ever to be within that liberation. And whoever is going to give that to
Drunk
you,
and incoherent.
obviously.
You could go for a 5-mile run and come back and eat.
But hopefully, like.
No, you guys let her finish. Let her finish.
She won't be finished
I
until
know
2027.
you can't, but then if everybody
Moshiach will come
else
before she's
has
finished.
to have that self-awareness by themselves, then you also will be demanding that.
Norman, do you think that her, what smells like alcohol?
It's almost like that.
You don't want me to be vulgar, so I'm not.
He said, does her pussy smell like alcohol?
Yeah, it does. I guarantee it does.
Now behave.
She sweats it out.
Music, be nice.
It smells like vodka and
No, you're the one who said it, H. I heard you.
You fucking know. Don't drag me into this shit.
And I'm
it just bypasses the liver and goes straight to the liver.
Okay, be nice.
It smells like rubbing alcohol.
What do you guys think of the flat earthers? He's on the island somewhere, right?
Coney Island, yeah, we're right.
Probably touching each other arse, they're.
Oh, yeah.
No, let's go on like this
But we
is
were thinking of
boring.
yours though.
Yeah, hello, well, how do you feel about losing the war?
Can we talk about science?
People you look to,
I hope we don't.
in the way that you can actually broker that and get
The
somewhere with
IRGC
these
really needed
people
to get its ass kicked.
that
I'm kind of
when
glad that we were the ones
if
to do
you
it.
actually manage to do that,
You guys,
to do that because it is not only about you, it's not
Something to
only
be
about
very
them,
proud of. Don't you agree?
it's about something.
you guys, can we move on from this? Can we like have like an actual fun conversation?
I'm not.
And but that is a fucking major responsibility. And
Pussies is blowing
and it's got nothing to
Yep.
do.
It does.
Oh my
It's like
god!
grabbing alcohol.
You guys wanna blame me for saying it? You guys are fucking
Norman,
assholes.
imagine putting your face down there. It smells like rubbing alcohol.
Dude, you get very graphic.
Some level of
How else are you gonna smell it, Norman? How else are you gonna smell it?
Oh my god! Can we have a fun conversation? Like in all honesty.
We're having fun.
I don't know. This is not fun. I feel like you guys are making BB feel like.
You want to have fun? All right.
Maybe, can you tell us about when the IRGC beat the bottom of your feet?
Oh my god.
It was at a party or something.
BB likes it when we talk about Issa. That's her secret crush. Let's talk about Issa.
Okay,
So,
anyway,
which team do you think Issa likes in soccer?
to celebrate, guys, celebrate
Which
the
team do you think Issa likes in soccer? Switzerland?
Either Spain, Switzerland, or where the fuck she from?
Or Guatemala?
Guatemala, yeah.
Yeah, if you say what you can say
Panama,
immediate.
Colombia.
Guatemala, yeah.
Yeah, Israel is the most what the fuck country ever.
It's a great, yeah, what the fuck? It's so amazing, I agree.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, man? I can't believe this place is so amazing.
It's not that I don't like it because it's more that I don't like it because I don't like it for myself.
Israel is the second greatest country on earth beside the U.S.
You guys, can we have a different conversation? Because this conversation is churning people.
Unsustainable.
Okay, fine. I'll come back later when you guys are having a fun conversation. Okay.
Depends on the day, really. Sometimes I feel like Israel's better than the U.S.
Music, normal.
Yeah, but this
Ali, BB.
country.
You all might be cool.
Who's the coolest?
Yeah, Ali, you see the
You all have a normal conversation.
We're the cool cast of Clubhouse.
Yeah, but between Ali and I mean, we'll disagree around majors actually.
It's amazing. Ali, you're such a pacifist cuck, Ali.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, boy.
Such a pacifist cuck.
Where do you think we should hit them next?
Still talking.
Everywhere.
Well, let's start someplace.
Thermonuclear weapons.
It doesn't mean that I don't
Your
love
shit is all
Ali, but this is
Okay, you guys, what happened to peace?
as far as
What happened to music? What happened to peace? No, what happened to peace?
Oh no, I want to carpet bomb Gaza with thermonuclear weapons anyway.
Oh my god.
In every other Muslim country in the
but then
world.
maybe I can convince him that maybe I know.
I want to wipe 1.8 billion people off
You
the
take
face of
it
the earth.
so far.
That
other
is terrible. And okay, so I do not believe that's your real picture.
It is my real picture.
You shouldn't be talking racist and shit like that. Come on, brother.
It's not racist. Islam's not a race.
Okay, whatever. It's
Okay, let's make this conversation fun. Let's move on to Lebanon and Israel and the demands of the Memorandum of Understanding.
It's not an irrational fear.
It's obvious that Israel will never stop attacking the terrorists in Lebanon.
They start freaking out.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Stuff like that.
Hello? Hello?
It's just the Muslims.
Hello?
I wish
Hello? Hello?
And I would snap my fingers.
Hello? 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 Hello?
For me, I
Hello?
don't get upset. I
Hello?
don't get angry.
Hello?
For me, how I see
Hello?
people.
H, I have a question. What if I didn't harm any of the Muslims?
He's a
If I had, but hold on.
Hello?
What if I had
No,
Thanos?
music, let me
Baby,
finish.
hold on. What if I had Thanos' gauntlet and I could snap my fingers and Muhammad never existed?
You want to collect all the infinity rings, okay?
No, I just, yeah, that's fine. I snap my fingers and Prophet Muhammad never existed. Imagine how great the world would be.
You know what's crazy?
All
Everything
the
you're
Christians
saying,
would
you know
still
what's
be in
crazy?
Iraq and Syria and Lebanon and Egypt.
Music. Can I tell you something?
No.
You know,
No.
like,
Go on mute.
for me,
Go on mute.
I
Go
actually,
smoke another
like,
cigarette.
feel
Hello?
bad for you.
You do? Hello?
And
What?
why is
Why would you
because
feel bad for me that I hate
because I
Muhammad?
want you to be seasoned. I want you to understand the world. I want you to travel. I want you to
The Quran
music.
upstairs
It's
upside down.
not even that. Music. I want you to meet people. I
Because
want you
Allah
to
is safe, right?
understand. No. Music, you're not understanding. I want you to meet people. I want you to travel. I want
I've
you
been
to
to 11
understand.
countries and lived in 4.
You see, then maybe you didn't have a good experience.
Hello?
Maybe
No,
you
I had
go
an
around
amazing
the
experience.
locals.
I lived in Hong Kong, Singapore, and the Philippines for 3.5 years.
Hello?
See, but you didn't go to the Muslim countries.
No,
I went to Colombia,
I
into
stayed
Japan,
away
into
from Malaysia
Singapore.
and Indonesia because I hate Muslims.
Hello?
See, but that's the thing. Like you're like
I hate
isolated
Islam.
Music, you know what I call it? I don't get mad because I call it like just ignorance.
Hello?
You know?
How is it ignorance? I know the entire religion
You
inside out.
just said you avoided all the Muslim countries. No, because you did not expose yourself
I
enough
hate Islam.
around. But that's the thing. Like you didn't expose yourself around.
I'm not saying I hate the people who are Muslims. I'm saying I hate Islam.
Hello?
No, but that's the thing. You haven't exposed yourself around.
Hello?
I have plenty of.
Like, out of respect for your friends, you would be like, yo, you know?
I'm like closed-minded and shit.
Music, you are close-minded.
No, I'm not closed-minded.
You are, because you know why? If you had friends, you guys, all jokes aside, if you had friends, right, out of respect for them, you would have been like, all right.
Here's the reality. When the Mahdi comes to the earth, every Muslim, including your entire family, is going to want to kill us all.
Oh my God! See, like propaganda. Can I tell you a
The
story?
Quran says it.
Okay,
The Quran
music.
says.
I'll tell you a story.
The
Music, I'll
Quran
tell you a story.
says that when
when
the sacred months have ended,
Okay,
it
music.
says lay await and besiege and kill all the ones who
Music.
disbelieve in
No,
Allah.
honestly, can I
It
say
says
something?
kill all the polytheists. The
Hello?
polytheists
Hello?
are inserted.
Hello? Hello? Oh my God, Rich, here we go again. Get a fucking life. Get a fucking life. Get a fucking life. Get a fucking life. Do something with your life. This is not fun. This is a waste of time. Oh my God. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Between the points of the pentagram, starting upper right, the words below